aldrig sur. Listen. Doing a thing. Throwing next.
Low. No.
Spike planted.
Low yung KO. Yun.
The hunt begins. Enemy mark. Shot dart.
Hitting the brakes. Last player standing. You spot them, Sova, and I'll kill them. Need a drop. Need a drop. Thanks.
Watch and learn. Revealing area.
Slow them down.
Silence.
Negated. Countermeasure forward. Weapon here. Not another step. Reloading. I need backup. I need backup.
Scanning ahead.
I planted.
One enemy remaining.
My ult is ready.
No one escapes
My sight. No one.
Var försiktig. The battlefield changes with every play.
Meron kang phantom ka na.
Pinulit ko lang ito.
So, palit tayo.
Listening.
Sige. Thank you.
I have money.
Take control.
Hindi ko tilaan.
Sound sensor up.
Take flight.
Don't miss me too much.
Smoke's
Ano lang.
Enemy mark.
Target down.
Nice one. Ay, hindi ako nakalagay ng pang flank.
You move.
Sound sensor up.
Watch your
Pull them to their grave. Sensor reeling them in. No escape.
Flank one.
trap destroyed.
Dead.
One enemy remaining.
Low ako.
Okay.
Enemy spotted A.
Perimeter secure.
Nicely done.
What are they doing over there? When the play's not working, call an audible.
Yun pala dapat iwal. Para yung winawal ni Sage.
Heaven.
Rico. Tumalun ako dun.
Over there.
Ano yun? Ay, nabawasan ka. Diyan din ako nabawasan last time eh. Pag nasa rope ka, tapos tumalun ka.
No mercy this time.
Drop ka.
Thanks.
Ay, sorry.
Deploying
Fall back
drone.
here.
Kasi naman magpapadrop pag ano na.
Listen.
Patapos na yung time.
Spike down B.
Shot down.
One enemy remaining.
Planted.
Last player standing.
Pinig niya pa.
Oo nga eh.
Low siya.
Clutch.
Dropan kita.
So many ways to win,
Need a drop.
but you only need one.
Siya lang drop.
We will find it together.
Okay.
Thanks.
Sabihin na naman.
Sound sensor up.
No
Listen.
ego, no pride.
Pakuha mo na
Spike is
spike.
here.
I have the spike.
Scanning ahead.
No escape.
Deploying drone.
Tago sa sulok. Ano naman yan?
Enemy back.
Spike down
Kaya
A.
nga eh, nagtatago nga lang yan eh.
Kala ko naman nag-entry.
Nagbibait.
Last player standing.
Hey, hey, stay focused. Those shits are trying to kill us. Sound sensor up. Listening.
Who's next?
Scanning ahead.
Reloading.
There.
Throwing net. Over there.
Reloading.
Take flight. Enemy
Reloading.
tag.
Dami.
Negating. Not the middle.
Spike carrier down.
I have the spike.
Spike down mid.
Enemy down.
Dead ako.
Reloading.
Heaven ata.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Listening.
Planted. Right here.
Hindi, wag mo ko tilaan.
Sound
Base
sensor
nila.
up.
Ulit ko.
Gun here.
Revealing area.
No escape.
Right side.
Reloading.
There's no need for the enemy to
Ako na pa
suffer.
ako didilaan.
Kill them
Magbabaril ako.
fast. Need a drop.
Burn ka na raw. Nabackseat ka ni Pandy.
Establishing perimeter. Stay up high.
Listening. Sound sensor up.
Deploying drone.
Ako na mag-entry.
Smoke's down.
Throwing net.
Revealing area.
Barrier deployed. Can't use that.
Reloading.
Too bad.
Enemy spotted.
Reloading. Be right back.
No ako.
Sound sensor up.
May trap ako dyan sa likod.
Anchor.
Slow down.
One enemy remaining.
My ultimate is ready. They're done.
Nice you, baby.
Nicely done.
Remember to talk to each other out there. If we communicate, win.
Ay, ba't siya nagagalit?
Pinapasmoke siya ni ano, Sova.
Well done.
You know what to do.
Listening. Back in a flash.
Ay, init ko.
Smoke's down.
I have this fight.
Dim beacon here.
Line them out. I'm going in. One left. Barrier deployed.
Shock dart. Shock dart.
Sound sensor up.
Ay, close. Close left.
No escape.
One enemy remaining.
Flag planted.
Over there.
Take flight. Enemy mark.
Takot na sa sinat.
Sensor.
Hindi niya mabaril.
We're working now. What
I need
else
a
they
drop.
got, huh?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Trap set.
Listening.
Going A.
Now I know. We didn't forget the spy.
Ako naman may ulti ako.
Sound sensor up.
My ult is ready.
Don't miss it.
Launching smoke.
Enemy spotted. Hey.
Engaging.
Ultimate ready.
Revealing area.
Can't use that. Next.
Bakit
Pull them to their grave. Reeling them. No escape.
Ang bagal ng Whaley, nakakaasar.
Last player standing.
Na ano ata. Here. Na-recon.
Nasa loob na ako.
Last round in the half.
Buy all you need.
Yan mga tagwal na.
Over there. With me.
Got
Spike.
launching
Be
smoke.
right back.
Dim beacon down.
Listening. Enemy spotted. B.
Deploying drone.
Throwing
I
net.
suggest you move. I have spike.
Enemy mark. On! F the hunter!
One enemy remaining.
Enemy spotted B.
Over there.
Saan?
Shock dart.
Switching sides.
Stay in range of my stim beacon. We'll mow them down.
They'll learn. Eventually. Blocker movement.
Andito.
Caution
Launching
here.
smoke.
Tatlo naman nila dyan.
No escape.
Spike planted.
Dead and done.
Clean.
There's that.
One enemy remaining.
Reloading.
Maybe let's kill them before they plant next time, okay?
Level heads until
Nicely
we're
done.
home, yes? Good.
Reloading.
Spending credits. Spending credits. Affirmative. Affirmative. Sound sensor up.
Dito.
Spike down B.
Smoke down.
Pushing ba yun?
Bulag ako. Nag-push na backside.
Stim beacon here.
Spike planted.
Sa right side na plan.
One enemy remaining.
Reloading. Reloading.
They think themselves are equals. They are mistaken.
Hindi saan ka may higa.
Okay.
Hindi ko sa kanan.
Listening.
Hindi pa siya pumunta dun.
Listening.
Diyan na.
Wala. Ay,
Launching
meron.
smoke.
Barrier deployed.
Okay. Wala pa dito.
No surprises. Throwing net.
Toxic.
Last player standing.
Si Brim ang layo nung binabak. Wala akong katulong.
Pero nagsusmoke ba siya? O hindi siya nagsusmoke?
siya.
I know
So,
it
di
gives
niya
you
may
guys a hard
nawali
time,
eh.
but you're better off with me.
Ayun yung meron lang.
Oo.
Paka-stop ko yung net lang.
Pag natanggal yun, push pa rin sila.
Tinitipian lang ako yun.
Sound sensor up. Focus.
Scanning ahead.
Parang pangit na naman ang tunog ng dash ni Wade.
Sino ba?
Ngayon dito. Hindi pa ako. Shit, backside ko.
Eh, shit.
Stim beacon down.
Spike
Kasi
planted.
trigger lang yung phone yun.
No escape.
Puntay.
May close dyan.
Died.
One enemy remaining.
My ult is ready.
Reloading.
Spike diffused. Returning to post. Combat is a means to an end. And we are the means.
I have money.
I need a drop.
Sama tayo dyan.
Baka mag-mid.
Negation ready. Stand prime.
Sound sensor up. Barrier deployed.
Naman siya.
Sensor trip. Throwing net.
I suggest you move.
None.
Saan yun? Ay, napatingin ako doon.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
Yung tinutulungan ni Brim mag-pick eh.
If you're not a good shot today, don't worry. There are other ways to be
Lagi
used.
nakatingin sa tablet.
Bagal mag-smoke.
Listening. Sound sensor up. Blocking movement. Caution here. No surprises. No surprises.
Ang tagal mag-smoke eh.
Last player
Hindi
standing.
napapansin eh, namamatay ako.
Nag-smoke lang siya nung nakapasok na eh.
You're done. Slow down. Doing a thing.
Nakainis yung smoke ni Farmer, tagal.
Pero parang hindi naman sobrang nastus to pag finish.
Oh, pero ang tagal.
Getting tired is
Si
optional.
Sober, takot na sa heaven. Nawal siya lagi.
Listening.
Dito.
Stim beacon here.
Scratch
Spike down B.
977 yun. Sa gilid, right
Spike
side.
planted.
Not another step.
Pull them to their grave. Nothing there. No escape.
remaining.
Blind.
Enemy spotted B.
Isa kalaban na yun.
Sa kalaban.
Launching smoke.
Kala ko may KO tayo.
No time thing eh. Oh,
Match point.
Careful now. Their desperation will be dangerous.
Pa-drop sana siya.
yun nga eh.
Kala niya, papanalo na tayo.
Mm.
Sound sensor out. Barrier deployed.
Scanning ahead.
Throwing net. Sensor tripped.
Countermeasure broken.
Reloading.
One enemy remaining.
Ano ba?
Slow them down. Spike here.
Naubos ka pa.
Take down.
Nag-flank.
Spam lang pala katapat visit.
Oo. Ang dami yun kasi natin dyan.
30 seconds left.
7.
Defenders win.
Zero.
This is our victory.
Mandi. Ano?
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Ano?
Lumipat na siya.
Pumasok na din. Mamiyaw na naman yun. Kailangan sa gitna siya.
Inatad ko na sa kama eh. Nakasanggal eh.
Cute.
May unan ba siya din?
Nasa gitna.
May unan sa gitna.
Match found.
Yes, I'm pumped.
Ano? Tignan ko lang yung farm ko eh.
Naku,
Bakit?
okay na. Sana hotdog yung kalaban.
Oo.
May empanada na naman ako.
So,
Sama,
sige.
nalang kita.
Yeah, so. Ganda, kikita.
After yan ng work ko kala Hili.
Ay, maraming naka-assignment. Sige.
Hindi talaga ako
Oh,
magawa.
eyes open. We have a job.
Bakit
May
mo?
distract ata ako quick. Ay, may tayo. Tapos bridge. Ba yun?
Ano tayo titira sa isang bahay yan?
May office ako.
I-distract ako kay Quick.
Tapos may office.
Bring
Sige.
them down.
Yung safe.
Throwing net. There. Over there. Reloading. Blocking movement.
Grenade! Right here.
Plant the spike. Plant the spike.
Maganda ho.
Target spotted A. Dropped.
Yes.
One enemy remaining.
Wait for me.
Heaven
30.
and
A. Reloading. For you. Weapon here.
Cool to.
Ang kulit ka, ano wali.
Yung siksiklog. Tatakilin ako dun. Nandito lang siya.
Dumaan na eh. Oo nga eh.
Savor the good dreams while you can.
Over there.
Siege, binabody block pa ako.
Pag-unahan mo.
Bring them down. No escape.
Kunkas ako.
Default.
Sorry, kunkas ako.
Reloading.
Ano lang, ano lang.
Reload right here. Blocking movement. And light planted. Reloading. Over there.
One enemy
Wala
remaining.
Over there. Reloading.
Sabi ba?
Weapon here.
Maka-flank eh, hotdog yan.
Dito sa wall.
Go and meet your
Ay,
mate.
pa siya dyan. Nakakatawa, nag-uunahan kayo ng iwawal eh.
You're all more important than words in a brief.
Nag-plant naman siya yung nagwala
For
ko.
each other.
Wala ko heal niya pa sa unit niya.
Sino hindi ka?
Ako na lang. Kami dalawa lang naman yung bawas.
No heroics. Follow protocol.
Swap yun.
Hindi ako marunong
Bomb
save.
buddy.
Bring them down. Grenade! No escape.
There.
Kunkas ako. Side killjoy. Side din Reese.
Reloading.
Spike down A.
Ay, akala ko lumayo na yung ano. Kita pag naka-blind. Fake news sila Mel eh.
Yous don't get
Ano
a
yun?
reset button. So stay alive.
Pag na near sight daw, di ba mas malayo na ikita?
Near sight, no.
Yung ni Omen or ni Reyna.
Hmm. Pag malapit, di ka niya kita.
Hindi, pag malapit nagkita mo na, kita mo na agad. Parang hindi naman.
I have your back.
Dalawa yung sight kanina. Raise pati killjoy.
Okay. Ay, slow push.
Heaven na lang. Pag siege, pag.
Dropping smoke.
Spike down A.
Yeah, catch.
Tatlo heaven.
Spike planted. Okay. Can't use that.
Can't use that.
Sino ba yung DC?
Last player
Okay.
standing.
Hindi gumagalaw eh.
Nakatingin lang kasi dun sa pader. Uy.
Let them try to get through me.
There. There.
Ultimate ready.
Save ba muna tayo?
Let's play slow.
Bay na tayo. Sa'yo na to.
That's all they get.
Ano gusto mo?
I could use a drop.
Okay na lang yung orb. Nag-sage na lang pala.
There.
Magpa-plant naman siya.
Reloading.
My ult's ready.
Sa
Last
taas.
player standing.
Ang dami.
Time to stock back up. Over there.
Naipala tayo
Over
pera
there.
pag may AFK.
There.
Over there.
Ay natin, may dula
Sure.
palang wall.
There.
Going mid. Going mid.
Let's play slow.
Ako muna. working.
Healing. Over there.
Yes,
Your
yes.
duty is not over. So what I missed? Reload. Go get him. Right here. Going B.
Ay, hindi ko siege.
Going A. My ult is ready.
Hold them to their
Enemy spotted
grave.
A. Nothing there.
Uy, wala.
Satchel out. Satchel out.
Side.
Okay.
One side.
Like I never left.
Screen.
Last player standing. I got spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Ulti yan.
Thirty seconds left.
Fake plant muna. Ano ko hindi? Hindi
Go ahead. Stand.
Oo nga eh. Heaven. Oo.
Dali iwasan. Iniisip ko parang breach.
Pag ano,
Pag masikip
ano
yung
lang
side
siya?
ka.
Is-isa? Oo. Pag masipag maganda siya.
Stand tall. We are Valorant. We are fighters. Can I get a drop? Thanks. It begins. Okay. No escape. Down. Barrier grenade. Where are you?
Oh, nandun likod. Oh, hold the side.
You should run. Burn them down. Enemy spotted B. Sensor tripped.
Ako.
Tago yung planta.
Oo. Diffuse na. Bakit pala mag-plant dun pag may
No
ulti
one
kill siya?
beats my firepower. I got this.
Hindi nga siya lagi nagpa-plant eh.
Kahit ako eh. Pag di pa na-clear yung site, mas madali kasi mag-plant dun eh.
Hirap mag-clear dun. So, walang play. Heaven ulit. Kaya, ay, mid.
There.
This is where we win. Right here. Right here.
Push her. Nice.
Bring them down.
May ulti si Fade.
Fire in the hole!
Heaven.
Enemy spotted.
Nasa heaven, nasa heaven. Be heaven.
Spike down A.
Parinig na ako.
Tumatok yung Fade.
Spike's there.
On heaven. Left side.
Grenade! Satchel out. Last player standing.
Nice try.
Their death demands our
Masyado
attention.
aggressive yung stage. Kailangan samahan.
Ako na nga nung magsa-spike. Sinusugod yung spike. Ba't ka nag-sage?
Reloading.
Gusto ko pala mag-duelist.
Throwing
Bring
net.
them down. Bomb buddy out.
Marked one.
Bring them down.
Have one of these.
Last player standing.
Sakto
Spike
mo
down
ma-util.
A. Long.
Prepare yourselves. We fight once again.
Uy. Lagi ka naman patay.
Nicely done. Nicely done.
There.
Yan natin yung trip niya.
Ano yan?
I need to blow something up.
Thank you. Ay, nabit. Tumama sa wall niya.
Tik na ako mamol.
Tumama sa wall niya.
Last player standing. Spike down B.
Tatlo na yun, napatay ko.
Smoke mo na lang.
Alright, lucky socks. Don't fail me now.
Bait mo
Going
ka
mid.
tayo.
Over there. Going mid.
There.
Laki ng recon natin.
Oo.
Over there. Going mid. Reloading. Stay focused. Throwing net.
Bring them down.
Get it.
No, pasok, Sage.
Headshot.
Nice yung baby. Isa pa.
Blocking movement.
Ay,
Reloading.
naman dito.
Bring them down. Kill confirmed. Pull them to their grave. Ultimate ready. No find you. Nothing there.
Screens.
Okay.
Kill.
Last player standing. Spike down
Ay,
A.
katabi ko pala yung isa.
Hmm.
Alam ko kakampi yun.
Take hold.
Thirty seconds left.
Oh, no smoke. Oh, makuha yung spike.
I have the spike.
May drops dyan.
Ten seconds left.
Duelist natin, 1 kill.
Last round before the switch. Buy what you need. Otherwise, we're going to look very stupid.
Nicely done.
Saan gusto pumasok ng MDBs natin? Dito.
There.
Over there. Rush them. Nicely done.
Where are they?
Reloading. Throwing net.
Nice
One
ulit.
more.
Your duty is
You should run. Spike down, B.
enemy
Pinate ako.
Pinate mo rin siya. Bumawi.
Bring them down. Where are you?
Please, diff pa naman.
Last player standing. Thirty seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Bye. Refreshing.
Mas kunti pa yung bala.
I got the spike.
Backside.
Ten seconds left. Clutch.
There's a name for this. Oh yeah. Second-hand embarrassment.
Switching sides.
Make them regret their choice.
Gawin mo yung ginagawa ko dito.
There.
Reloading.
Ano yan? Hindi kita nasasamahan dito eh. Hindi ko alam ginagawa mo.
Ay, wall ka na lang muna. Wala ka palang sensor.
Eto, ang sensor.
Sensor ka agad dito.
There.
Okay.
Spam mo lang yung click. Tapos
I
na.
will not die today.
Pag may narinig ka footsteps. Ano?
Ano, di ko agad nabato yung net ko. Ano ba ako?
Send no escape. Hostile down.
Hindi tinamaan yung dalawa sa ano ko.
Refreshing.
Spike
Net ko.
down A. One enemy remaining.
Diyan, sa ano, side.
Ba't ganito yun eh? Itsura.
You know, I could just outlive them.
Ano ko eh, suppress ako eh. Suppress ako ng drone.
Na-need ko naman. Dito yun ah.
There.
Need ko pa lumapit pala eh. Akala ko abot ako dito.
Unti lang naman yung lapit eh.
Kaya nga, hindi ko alam eh.
Bumbot ko.
I will not be beaten.
Bomb buddy out.
Ganda. Sa mid.
Okay. Nag-smoke B. Wala sa mid.
Dito?
Okay. I-sensor?
Grenade.
Ramps na.
Sensor destroyed.
One enemy remaining.
Nihil ba yun?
30 seconds left.
For you.
Weapon here.
Gun here. Combat is a means to an end. And we are the means.
Can I get a drop?
Armor good.
Bomb buddy out.
Close sa'yo. Ay, close sa akin pala. Na-wall ko. Ang dami sa wall ko. Heaven isa.
Snuff out.
Heaven Omen.
Satchel out.
Spike planted.
Heaven yung omen.
Nag-TP. Naman ko kung bumaba.
It was fate. There.
Drop in a smoke. Satchel out.
Enemy A. Last player standing.
Wala na ba
Nice
siyang
try.
dog?
Parang wala na. Hindi ko napansin.
They
Sa'yo ako
think
nakaspectate.
themselves are equals. They are mistaken. Barrier deployed.
Grenade!
Caution here. You should run.
Okay. Too slow. My ult's ready.
Sensor trigger.
Medic!
Sensor.
Medic!
Ay, okay.
One enemy remaining. Spike planted.
Ay,
Si Vandal.
galing. Yan.
Flawless.
Pantang.
They have seen our power. Reloading. Gear up. Stay safe. We're going back in.
Ganda mag-deadlock siya, no?
Hindi na ako makapatay sa sensor ko.
Ito yung magandang sensor.
There.
Ah, nakita ba na?
Pababa.
Barrier deployed.
Ano ba?
Wala mo, papasok pa lang ako dito. Wala pa. Dalawa.
Ay, ko.
Grenade!
Last player standing.
Reshoot ko yun.
Chill out. Deal with my
Nice.
One enemy
Wait
remaining.
for me.
Thrifty.
Dalawa pa.
Wala
Nice try.
yun.
You know
Hindi
what
ko
we
na
should
lang
do?
maiwan sa iyo.
I'll
Ako
tell you.
mag-rotate.
We should win.
Okay.
Para manid ka sa gulan. Hindi pa yung satchel ko. Ulteriors.
Blocking movement.
Dito. Okay.
Fire in the hole!
Sensor
Bomb
trigger.
buddy out.
Throwing net. Pull them to their grave. Reeling them in.
I never left!
Hindi na.
Spike planted.
Saan yun?
Stairs.
Bring them
For
down.
you. One enemy remaining.
Ulti.
Last player standing.
I will
Wala,
not
di
die here.
tumitingin sa pin.
Clutch.
Hindi ni-smoke ni Chloe.
Match point.
You say something? Sorry.
Kaya nakapush
Ears
lang
still
dun.
ringing.
Oo. Pwede lagyan ko sensor isa dito. Sige, nandito
There.
kill siya.
Close lang, dito.
Ah.
Bring your best. Barrier deployed.
Close lang the wall ko.
Target spotted A. Bring them down. No escape. Sensor down.
Next. Bring them
Next.
down.
Ano pa ba
Reloading.
din? Sa wall mo?
Oh, meron ka.
Healing you. Thank you.
Grenade!
Ang baril ba yun?
Gun
Meron.
here.
Dalawa, tatlo.
Go get him. Satchel out. Satchel out.
Yes.
Reloading.
Dalawa pa dun.
30 seconds left.
There.
One enemy remaining.
There.
Thanks.
Ten seconds left. Spike planted. Last player standing.
Nice try.
Attackers win.
Sayang naman.
Mm-mm.
Parang bat yung clue natin. Parang
Clove. Silver tree. Cola water. Hello.
ang ganda ng
Match
quantum
found.
protocol.
Ganda. Yung nagsasalita, di ba?
10 na ba? Ang last na pala natin.
9:45.
Nad tayo.
Dami pa namang daldal yun muna
Mas
bago
easy na,
mag-start.
no? Hindi
Sige.
ka nalag.
Pearl. Hirap na hirap ako sumakot.
Ako rin.
No one can hold their breath forever.
Jet din.
Wala ka. At mag-euro ka pa.
Ayoko ng Euro na.
Euro.
Nerf na eh.
Ganda pa rin naman ah.
Ang ganda pa yun ba?
Ito top right.
Kahit yung ulti.
Nakukuha niya pa rin yung spike ah. Tinry ko sa bridge.
Parang pang
Ay, sa bridge.
recon
Sa
na lang
bridge,
siya,
last
no?
step.
Oo.
May naka-euro tuloy.
Eh.
Nag-almusal kaya kalaban nila. Baka
Naku,
sila yung
sana.
nag-almusal yung G2. Sabi yung bed.
Radianite.
Ako nag-breakfast.
Ito na yung breakfast namin.
Lamunin namin ka. Yung duelist nila parang di mga-trash talk eh, no? Parang ang bait masyado.
Hindi nga, parang mabait. Kaso naman, resting bitch face. Pero mukha nga mabait.
Alala ko yung game changers na sila Mel. Si Fluorescent pa yung tinoxic nila. Galing doon.
Oo. Kaya may VR, no? Ang yabang masyado.
Katawan niya nun.
Oo. Pag nanalo lang sila ng isang round. Kala mo.
Toxins going up.
Clean sight.
Reloading. Blinded. Eyes down. Blocking
Namali ko yun.
Reloading. Hawk out.
Kasi pag
Ang mga
level isa.
7 euro.
Tulog ako.
Enemy spotted B.
One enemy remaining.
Loko ko.
Sige, winol ko.
Toxin screen down. Reloading.
Nice ko din.
No fuel. Toxins going up.
Kala ko ba na nung winol mo eh. Hindi pa rin pala siya.
Are unique. Uniquely not working for them.
Ang gusto mo, wall ko. Ito lang.
I want to see you crawl.
Hold up.
Yes. Can't use this.
Nagkati pa ako
Wait.
Ay na.
Toxins
Go.
Hunt. Cutting their vision.
multiple enemies A. Reloading.
Sige patay. Ay! Ang galing ako mag-shorty nun.
Reload.
Reloading.
Shorty
One
lang.
enemy remaining.
Ako sinasama sa'yo kasi Rina eh.
Nag-blind naman siya. Kaso ang bagal niya.
Tapos.
Reloading. Forge us a path, Sky. I'll be right behind you.
Parang yung Sage yung Cypher nila dire-diretso.
Nagulat
Mga
ako.
bronze players na dire-diretso mag-re.
Oo.
Mahirap intindihan naman.
Tumatakbo lang. Tapos dala pa yung spike.
Ang sabi
Going
na hindi
deep.
ko papatay ng mga girls.
Reloading.
Gahin natin.
Toxins going up.
Push lang ang push. Na-cypher.
Reloading.
Many. May drop. Ouch.
Ayun na.
Shit, ang dami.
One enemy remaining.
That feeling na naka-flank eh.
Last player standing.
No. Ang bagal ng pika na yun.
Radiant pick.
Clutch.
I'm no doctor, but I can patch a bullet hole or two. Let me know if you need healing. Reloading.
Ano yun?
Sabi niya. Dun ka dun.
Here.
Ang bagal eh. Hit natin siya yun eh.
Let's play slow.
Here.
Wala.
Dinulay niya.
Dog.
Safe na yun.
Ay, naku. Galing
Ka na
naman.
ba?
Ay, nag-molly. Huwag mo na up.
Rotate.
Reloading.
Sino yun?
Si Clove.
Lookout destroyed.
Ang dami. Dalawa pa. Nandiyan din yung race.
Toxin screen down.
Ding.
Gagawin ni Clove.
Naman ko. Ako tigin sa flank.
Toxins going up.
Both from art.
Last player standing.
My ult is
One
ready.
enemy remaining. 30
Yes,
seconds
yes.
left.
Ulti pala siya.
Ayun.
Ganun talaga siya mag-beat.
Bagal no.
Let's
Ba't
go. I
ganun?
got things to do.
Kuha ko orb. Ulti ako.
Stick together. Stick together. Stick together. My ult's almost ready. Kill them.
Hadn't they reached?
Toxins going up.
Ult, blast this. Hawk out.
Feeling sad.
Toxin screen down.
Ay, wala.
Don't get in my way.
Like I never left.
Careful. Ang natin flank.
Ano nagbabantay?
Sabi ko sa careful.
Last player standing.
Ko lang saan ako titingin eh.
Pero sila natin dun eh.
And a storm.
Sinabi mo airflow na pressure kung
Don't
pumix
say
ako.
to this game. Immortality doesn't have
Yeah,
as many
lumabas ka na sa
benefits as you think.
Pa-overthink ako eh.
AFK or nila.
Going mid. Stick together. Let's fly. Stick together.
sight.
Poison orb emitting.
Don't resist.
Lan.
Plant the spike.
From view, Cypher.
Not enough fuel. Poison's off. No fuel.
Kata na yung ko.
No fuel. Not enough fuel. Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
One enemy remaining.
Flow.
Toxins going up.
Ay, stun ka.
Last player
Toxin
standing.
screen down. Apologies. Apologies.
Ay, side bro.
Aye, where to? Stick together.
Ay, akin na yun. Ikaw mag-OD. Pati ko
Okay.
Kala ko gusto niya.
You know.
I have funds to spare.
Hindi ko nakikita yung ano, mga pera. Iksi ako kasi ng time.
Toxins
Go
going
yun.
up.
Time to hunt. Dropping smoke.
Bulag ako. Ang ganda ng blind.
Ito siya na blind.
Blinded. I want to seek them out.
Here.
Found one.
Toxin screen down.
Blind. Hello.
Here.
Love.
One
One
enemy
side.
remaining.
May
Last
kalaban
one
siya.
tag out, last one tag out.
Ay, ikot siya.
Go B, go B, go B, go B, B, B, B.
I know exactly where
Toxins
you
going
are.
up.
Sa lalo ko yun eh.
No shine, takot siya.
Toxin screen down.
Try niya.
Spike planted. No peeking.
Ayun ito. Lang.
Last player standing.
Ay, may MVP. Nice.
I almost broke a
Hanggang
sweat.
dun pa siya nagtanggal.
They're losing.
Tumakbo pa siya papunta sa'yo eh.
Need a drop. Thanks.
Okay.
Need a drop.
Mami, viper ako ah.
Help a girl out, would ya?
Skin pa oh.
Anyone have funds to spare?
Let's go for the throat.
Hintay.
Going B. Heal up, squad.
Here.
Cutting them.
Here. Have a kit. Bye. Oh, refreshing.
Tayo.
Get out of my way. Toxins going up.
Ito.
Spike planted.
Low.
One enemy remaining.
Right here. My ult's not ready. Yeah, catch. Get back up, sweetheart. Healing over here.
Their lives are so meaningless.
Anyone have funds to
Might
spare?
as well give them to me.
Need a drop.
Tapos ngayon walang
Thank you.
mag-drop sa akin.
Ayun mo, baby.
At ikaw, dami kong dinrop sa kanila.
Yun, napan mo rin ako eh.
Ah. Si Reyna pala lang pero.
Don't give them ground.
Dream is from B. Kayo, Art.
Toxins going up.
Enemy spotted A.
Dalawa na naman sila doon.
Reloading. Healing over here.
Toxin screen down.
Hawk out.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Toxins going up.
Heal up, squad.
And the last thing they'll see before they die. Lucky them.
Si Kiana pala yun eh. Cypher.
Kaya with the K.
Going mid. Here.
Lagi nandito yung ano, Raze.
Yung ulti yun.
Naka-Ares or Odin. Odin.
Cypher's B.
Log out. KO.
B mo isa B.
Toxins finished.
Fire in the hole!
Flower.
One enemy remaining.
One connector, last.
You gotta retire
I'm
sometime.
impressed. Toxins going up.
No peeking! Oh, this reminds me of this one time where I, Actually, never mind. Find the weak point and break it.
Toxins going up.
Dropping smoke. They're concussed.
My ult's ready.
Here.
Toxin screen down. Spike planted. My ultimate is ready.
I know exactly
Secret.
where you are.
One enemy remaining.
Secret.
Refresh.
Here.
Max it. Nice.
Last round in the half.
We lose everything after this. Spend it.
Samatay ka ba? Bili ka Phantom. Ano tayo? Ba't hindi Spectrum?
Bakit?
Tinanggal mo na.
Orange. Gusto ko yan eh.
Oo, ba't may Spectrum ka na Phantom? Hindi ka man
We
nag-Phantom.
we survive.
Wala lang. Dati nagka-quantum ako eh. Pero saglit lang.
What's this?
Nung hirap pa ako i-spray yung Vandal. Kaso sobrang saglit lang.
Have one of these.
Ay, mali.
Hawk out.
Toxin screen down.
Heaven.
Who's next? Healing over here.
Spike planted.
Back like I never left.
Flank 1. Ay, dead na.
80 on flank. Yo.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
On my mark.
Last player standing.
Nice try.
Ready.
May ulti pala siya.
Ulti ko. Laki.
Switching sides.
Woo! We got this.
Second flash.
Wala.
Wala dito. Mamid.
No peeking.
Namoli ko.
Have one of these.
Pa-flank ako.
Poke out.
Toxin screen down. Here. Here.
Spike down B.
Pillar.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
I'm impressed. Gun here.
Bakit ganun yung pick ko? Tag siya, no?
Oo nga eh.
Kasi pumasok ni Bondi. Gugulo.
Ayaw niya na dun. Di pa antok.
Tagal sa flag ko.
Wala pa. Mid.
Toxins going up.
Sa blind, sa mid.
Okay. Ay, hindi na pala sa sulok ng art.
Toxin screen down.
Reloading.
Art na, dami.
One enemy remaining.
Hindi siya na-check.
Spike down A.
Ba't pag ako gumawa nun? Papatay ako.
Poke out. That's another dead one.
Sa sulok ng smoke.
Match point.
Oh look.
Kulay puti ka sa
They're
mga
desperate.
Hindi kita. Si Rina ang dark ng color eh. Outlaw. Ako dyan. Dami ito.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
Diyan pa rin.
Sa smoke mo.
Toxins going up.
Sight na. Sa sulok.
Toxin screen down.
Spike planted.
Toxins going up.
Flower.
Toxin screen down.
One enemy
Sentry
remaining.
killed.
Last player standing.
Low.
Spectre siya. Nalagpasan kayo trip
I'm
guys.
just trying to do my job here.
Na-crouchan mo lang.
Oo.
Defenders win.
We need to celebrate. Party in the danger room.
Halika na dito. Tapos na. Yun na. Kaya dito.
Thinking. Nood tayo.
Andy. Uy. Bilis. Bilis. Excited pa eh.
Cute.
Nanood ka rin. Tara, nood tayo dali. Oo. G2 ka pala eh.
Liwanag naman ng ilaw niyan.
Ang ilaw.
Yung G2. Yung ilaw sa mukha ni Mimi. G2 daw.
G2 ka, 1D. Game na sila?
G2 tayo, Bundy.
Ay, so-
Oo, game
I'm gonna
ata.
play devil's advocate here and say we said the same thing about G2 on Corrode. Last time they met in that upper final, but then Twisted Mind somehow were able to take that off of them and ruin G2's undefeated streak on that map. So if anything, it feels like you can throw whatever you want at the kitchen sink at Twisted Minds. If they are in the right headspace, playing their game, which is what they continuously say they will be doing, they are scary.
Sobrang lag. Ikaw na lang,
I
baby.
think they had a good bit of time though to sort of counter G2's Corrode. I think they're
Hindi kita rinig.
Bondi kasi,
Ano?
hindi ko sa mic eh. Huwag yan. Hindi yan
Bondi?
scratcher.
Bundy nga tayo G2.
What daw? Ano? Ang kulit, sabi wag yan. May picture in picture pala dito.
Ah, ba?
Ito.
Ay, oo nga, nag-pop out. Nag-pause yung stream na.
Ayan.
Wala, nakapause.
Ay, pangit.
No.
Ayan.
Excuse. Ayan.
Nice ko kasi.
Ay, nawala.
Ha?
Nawala. Asin?
I do think as well with the amount of information that they're able to gather with that KO and Sova is definitely going to help them in those sort of maybe more sticky situations where they don't have the man advantage
Okay
and
na
they're
yung
having to go
kanina
back
eh.
in and play that
Nawala
retake.
na
Pag
naman.
pinufull screen.
Nag-end yung stream mo.
Huwag ka na. Ayoko na nga no picture in picture.
They still have that utility to sort of recharge for now to sort of assist them with taking that space back. So again, I'm not shocked that either of these comps have stuck with their comfort and what's been working for them.
I'm intrigued to see how G2 decide to manipulate the map.
up against Twisted Minds Orchid, and even prior to that, it's gone G2's way. What changes? What has to change? How does it change? Or are we going to see the same outcome here in the grand finals?
I think that definitely G2 has an edge today with all the experience that they have, and they have made a name for themselves. But as you're saying, Lauren, things have changed. This could be the first time in history of Game Changers EMEA that G2 goes and does not win a single stage in the year. And this time around, things are different. Because as the desk was highlighting beautifully, before we had 2 points and then going up.
Obviously a good upper hand for G2 there, though, you know, starting with that double ban. Where do you see that potential then? If Twisted Minds can maybe be that underdog, tape, is there a map you're looking at to be the big difference maker potentially?
Well, first of all, I like the way that G2 worked with this veto. We know, and the desk has also highlighted that Twisted Mind do not play Abyss. They've been permabanning it, and of course they also knew that coming into this final, it was a map that was bound to happen, and they decided to leave it for the third one. I think that Ascent is such a great map to warm up, because most likely when you pick Ascent, you're going to be starting off on the attack. G2 have a lot of ideas, a lot of plans, and as I'm saying, warm up into the game. I think that there was a lot of learnings since the first 2 maps that we have seen last week played between these 2 teams. There's a lot of learnings and a lot of adaptations that I expect to see. Ascent, great map to start off with. Sunset for Twisted Minds, I think it's a must because anything can happen on Abyss. They can surprise, they can go for something completely outrageous, but it should be technically G2 Gosen's territory, right? To me, for Twisted Minds, is playing the long game. I need to see the girls like 100% in it. It doesn't matter if rounds are not going your way. Understand the enormous opponent that you have in front of you and work to your advantage. Resilience, get to those last maps. That is, at least in my mind, how I see it, how Twisted Mind can win this best of 5.
Yeah, I think that's a really good way to put it, is just that endurance to make it to map 5, that capability to push that deep. I think that's a really key point you bring up. And I do want to highlight as well, as much as obviously these teams have a lot of experience, we kind of saw the desk talking about it as well. It's a bit different when we talk about stage experience, big grand finals experience. That obviously falls very heavily towards G2's side. You see the comfort when they walk out on stage. You know that Petra and Mimi will be rallying the crowd behind them. You've seen, you know, the camaraderie on the stage as well, helping that, you know, younger player get in the in-ears, right? Because again, these aren't your home setups. This isn't that full comfort there. So to be able to hit the ground running.
Oh, we're changing a chair?
Oh, I think we are. We're getting a full-on pit stop here, it looks like. So keep your eyes on it. There is a little bit of a bit of I think, I don't want to say a tech pause, but they're just getting some stuff sorted out on stage. So I do think it does feel like players just want to get themselves comfortable, make sure in that right environment. And it's something that does play into this, again, is trying to make sure you hit the ground running. Ascent, it's been played before. I mean, Petra was monstrous. You saw the big dogs coming out to play. I'm somewhat expecting that here today. I
sorry,
know that G2 can hit those very high peaks very early. And for Twisted Minds, I'd love to see what they can bring. I want to see if they're a big stage team, if they can activate those players on the big stage.
Yeah, I think that something that the desk was also highlighting, I think that they were speaking a lot about Martin, who focused on this Ascent and what she can do from the defense, having that knife, and what you can do with it, how you can condition the opponent, and I think that is something that was happening in their previous game, and something that stopped G2 in their tracks many times. I know that G2, they like to play for Mimi's ultimate. I love the freedom that they give her on the attack on this map. It's so necessary. She was also speaking about you know, her playing the Yoru. It's kind of like a 1-for-1. If you're not going to be playing with that initiator, you still have the flashes, you have a different kit. Yes, but you can still be a supportive agent. You have a supportive role more so in some of these scenarios. So I think that for her it makes sense. And I think it is very important, especially for players that have been in the game for such a long time, to explore new frontiers, to put new challenges ahead of them. You need to stay stimulated in what you do in your job, and how you can get better every single day. Otherwise, the rest are going to catch up. And let me tell you, they are waiting, they are grinding for the moment that you start.
No, I think you're spot on with that as well. So I think as a litmus test almost, Ascent to me is going to be a very telling map. Again, when you look back at when they previously met very,
Kasi
very
Valo
recently.
talaga
I mean,
yun
it was only the upper final.
Huh?
If you
Isa
take into
kalaban?
account that the pistol rounds did go
Si Bahal
pretty
niya pala yung
favorably
nakita ko.
for Twisted Minds, once you got to those fly rounds, it was predominantly G2. That's where my worries start to really bubble up, I think. So for me, I need them to, one, look dangerous, shake off any sort of nerves or worry. I know they were talking about that G2 perhaps have too much confidence. There was that conversation being said almost, and I loved the touch-ins with the coaches. I love the ideas that they were coming up with, that they know who they're facing, they know how to play against them.
Tagal
It is
naman,
this kind of
start
very
na.
locked-in
Nagbalik pa kasi
mentality.
upuan eh.
And I think we're getting pretty close to game
Ano
start, so
yun?
thank you for your patience there. We were just making sure everything was right. We don't want to rush them.
And we don't want to stop in the middle of the game. We don't want to stop in the middle. You don't want that either.
No. So we are looking like we are ready to go. As said, this means a lot. It couldn't mean much more for the competition, but for the players there, this is so very important. Confidence, feeling themselves on the stage, it has to happen now. I am just seeing
Gising sa start na. Ay, puminto na naman. Sige, matulog ka na.
I do not trust anything until I see the minimap.
Yeah, I was getting all excited. Oh, I've been lied to. Oh, how will I live?
Oh, we just wanted to show it, guys. We just wanted to show it. It's for
Sabi ko, huminto na
Lauren, everybody.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Chat, I'm reading. Look, well, it's
Katain na.
I don't have to be as professional. We can come down towards podcast level, right? We can kind of bring it back down. But yeah, exactly. Don't be surprised. I do this to Michael all the time.
I just suffer for the players here because if I was in this situation, there are many reasons
so
why I could never compete. Like I could give you a very long list, but having this happen to me while I'm like, the adrenaline is already like going through my veins and I'm just in tournament mode and I just want to go out there and play and start and just having this small delays. I think that this is the moment where you rely on your teammates and the round starts.
We're good. Everything's good. It's all fine. We're focused in again. Thank you for your patience again, I guess. But looking at this, we're going to get everything sorted out. Obviously, it's going to take a little bit of a second here, as I think the audio's a little off, but we'll get that worked on. And G2 are obviously on that attacking side. So let's see how that pace looks already. The Sheriff straight away. We've got a lot of aggression and looking to set the tone super early. Going aggressive, taking tree control, wrapping through heaven. It's a really decisive approach.
Yeah, this is what I was saying about Mimi and Twisted Minds has decided to go back with every single thing. Only Amy to take this one down, Lauren.
Yeah, Amy in a 1v3 and has so little space to play with. Double stack towards heaven, can't isolate. Huge for Twisted Minds. They are absolutely coming out swinging on this. I thought that was over. By the way that started, Sheriff up towards tree, wrap towards heaven. It looked bang on. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Twisted Minds were able to convert these pistols. And hey, even in that little conversation with Yinzu at the start, they were like, even G2 was saying, I guess you don't know our pistols.
Well, Petra's at 2, Mimi I think's at 5, so I think we just gather the numbers there and then we'll see how it goes. But one thing that G2 did on that round is a little bit of what I was mentioning of I love Mimi and how independent she is in some of the ties because we're going to see a lot of this play, so I love to see the Twisted Minds. We're prepared for that.
Yeah, absolutely. Lean, trying to go for an early farm, don't mind going for that, but a recoverable weapon could be an issue, but it's still pretty deep. I mean, it could be policed as well. So at this point, see if Lean can start building towards that ult as well, halfway towards getting that on. And beyond that, you're looking at the buy coming in from G2, there's absolutely nothing. It's classics alone. So if they can cost any more weapons, you're looking at basically that Bulldog needs to stay. So Marty needs to ensure that she does not get overwhelmed here, and we know that G2 do not mind a little pressure towards tree, and there's a round towards heaven. Guys, what's going on? How has Petra got here? And that was a prized possession. That was a Bulldog they couldn't afford to lose, Bea. This is a problem.
It is a problem. It's now a 4v3. Petra has that gun, and Hated the Mode is able to get 1-2, but Petra is going to take her down. Still 2v2, weapons retrieved.
Yeah, this is still very much anyone's round. The issue being that the armor isn't quite there. So you're really looking to see when that dart's invested, anyone able to work off it, both coming in through heaven. So post-plant-wise positioning, double stack towards hell. They've committed towards this one. Twisted Mind's going to have to take that committed drop at some point soon, and now without that dart, it's going to be a dry jump down, maybe towards E-box at best, but no. Petra, that slip through towards tree has been the downfall of Twisted Minds. That was the win con, and they found it
Yun yung
instantly.
pinangko
Found it
niyo.
instantly, and it's so good to see that it's Petra getting this 4K. I've seen a couple of games from her that I've actually messaged her after being like, girl, are you okay? Where is the Petra that I know? Like, is there something in your mind? No, sometimes you just have those days, and the team has to carry you. But seeing Petra in this second round with all that rapid shooting, all that lurk towards mid and into their backs is amazing. Even though Lean was able to get this first kill, Amy just sentenced her down. And it's so important as well that Lean is not in a comfortable place if you are a G2 Gosen fan. Because once the operator gets online, things are going to get tricky. But after losing the second round, things are not going to be easy at all for Twisted Mind to start working
Oo
on
nga
this.
eh. Hindi ko
Yeah,
nakita yung mukha.
this is a big red flag for me. But I'm a little
Ay,
bit
hindi kita yung
nervous.
mukha. Grabe
for
naman.
Twisted Minds, just because of what that can do to the confidence too. You get all that
Hindi
elation
na
from
siguro
that
na
first round,
naglalakad sila.
and now economy-wise, you couldn't be in a worse spot. So I'm looking towards what they can do with that Sheriff. Maybe let Ghost have something in mind, but Akita already just confidence aplenty, barrels into sight, opens it up, and no threats to be found. HDM and Marty don't really have much of a say now. Locked out from this, best you could hope for really is an exit and just give it up to the spike.
Yeah, absolutely. Mimi's going to find that one there. Just hated the most with that Ghost, as you're saying. Maybe waiting for an exit. The drone is also going to spot her, so probably they're going to go on the hunt. When we speak about those ultimates, Akita already 3 away, so Mimi. Want to go
Ito yung hindi nag-breakfast. Nakopet yun dyan.
Again. Akita trying to just go in for the knife there, just trying to get that confidence going. And again, for someone like Akita, you are looking at confidence. You are looking at them trying to find comfort because they were one of the newer additions, right? You know, you got to stand next to some of the most well-known players there are. Big shoes to fill by all accounts whenever you're playing on this roster. So it's not easy by any means. So a very confident start here is exceptional. And again, setting the tone. For Twisted Minds, I need to see an answer. I think they did some pretty decent progress on Lean's ult, but I guess that got stopped by round 2 and 3. Yeah, that's a little unfortunate. They don't have something to bank on here. HDM is exactly the most influential. So a little bit of a 3-2 split, and HDM going to try and get themselves towards Wine. And yeah, just going to back away from... Oh no, Marty. Marty getting caught just as they were trying to backpedal away HDM. That allows Mimi basically the floodgates to open and an instant pick to start off this round.
The operator's not going to find the kill onto mid. Mostly playing from A short last time that I saw Liam playing on this map, but obviously trying to do things differently against G2 just so the patterns do not stay in stick. Look at Amy. Just holding this mid as the rest of the team is walking onto side, completely free for them. Drone is going to clear, double duelist just going in, and the spike should make his way.
Oh, good.
Alright, plant gonna come through. Time now, very much on their side, and with Petra's ult, it's looking too comfortable. G2 looking unfazed by this. Akita, Petra in complete unison. Lexi, you might as well say at this point, it really is going to be time to try and back away from this. There's nothing else to be coming from this one. And again, I worry, G2 look like they're in rhythm. I'd love an early timeout here to try and make something potentially go in their favor, get a grip back on this game. But it's hard to be aggressive when you're being completely wiped out and they are hunting down this operator.
Yeah,
I think that's probably a conversation that you have before going into the game. Like, what happens if we do this? Do we want to take an approach where we stop that? Definitely goes down to Blackburn. The coaches have to decide if this is the way, because we stop that. Definitely go to the game. Like, what happens if we do this? Do we want to take an approach? We stop that.
Ayaw nga.
Wait, because they're being proactive.
Dahan-dahan pa yung tibag niya eh.
Still that moment where you won the pistol, okay, you couldn't convert. So it's now up to them to
Si
see.
Jetta yun, no?
Because obviously you won the pistol,
So,
okay,
you
you couldn't convert. So it's about, okay, are they in our heads? Are we not reactive accordingly? Because I just think that Akita is and not a great purchase for the side of Twisted Minds. So G2 a lot to work with for this round. Again, working towards those ultimates, as I was telling you, Lauren, from Mimi. It's going to be 3 for them available if they don't need to invest anything into this round.
Yeah, I'm gonna see what Marty can achieve, but this is making me nervous. I do want to see that timeout soon enough for Twisted Minds, because it's very easy to spiral into that hole. It's very easy to fall into those harder scenarios. There's already, you see Marty kind of giving away a little of the game, but going to fall off this angle, and his patience from G2. But they're playing a slow and steady round. Maybe expecting some aggression, knowing it's a half buy, which is a very diligent read on what may be happening. I don't see too much of a trap play. It was over towards A, and it's just going to be Lexa trying to deal with what's coming towards her site. Only the Sheriff as well to play with. It's going to be pretty hard to deal with an entirety of a team. As her trip still maybe could do something, but let's see if any of those Sheriff shots can land. I'm worried about this. I won't know. Yeah, really hard to hold against a 5-man flood pretty much at this point. And yeah, maybe a little pop flash through the smoke could help matters. They're trying to flood back in. There's a chance here. Plant's going to come down. Amy is very much on duty though. Oh, it's all too easy for Amy. Eventually does go down, but by now, job done. Tick in the box. Give me a timeout, Twisted Minds. I really need to see these guys get a chance.
Drone shot.
Then I think that they're still in drawn board. They're still. I bet that if there was any aggression, if there's anything more specific, any set round that they have prepared, maybe we do not see the time. But of course, if they are not to win this round, it's very difficult for them to go back into it. But I like your approach, yes, because 4 ultimates is a lot. It's a lot.
Yes.
For them to enter with. They have the Mimi one that they can combo with Petra, that Yoru and Sova that we've seen so many times. They have so much to play with.
Grabe naman yun.
How do you want to abandon the side and then play for retake? Well, Petra will just save her ultimate for the retake. And you have to think of all of these scenarios in just 1 minute when you managed to get the pistol round but couldn't even convert the second one. And we see Drew here probably just telling them, girls, you're doing amazing. Keep up with the pace that you're doing. Keep up with the good decision making. Leaving the space on the eco. No, there's no aggression. They're playing a lot of standard. Probably acknowledging that the Cypher utility is going to be on the left side of the map, and they're just walking over towards there. Right now for G2 is keep going. For Twisted Minds, how are you going to react to everything that is on the board? The economy is not looking in your favor. You cannot just lean on an operator and just trust that that is going to work.
Yeah, and I'm seeing the stress on the face as well already, right? It's that you're kind of under the gun here. The way the rounds are going to play out as well is having that almost full hand of ults against you in the first real opportunity to buy back in after being broken in a round you probably should have had. This is actually a really tough scenario, and obviously that timeout was necessary for Twisted Minds, but it does give G2, as you highlighted, the chance to check in, use these ults. Mimi going to take through market. Lovely information. Went to see that combination with Petra potentially. There it is, coming in, but it's Akita shutting down the space. Well, it's an all-in Bayer, and it's perfectly done. Yes, HDM finds a fight back, but by now Akita is let off the leash, fully fighting towards CT, wanting that aggression, taking the space and sending a message. More importantly, this was a checkmate round, and there was very little to be done about it.
I mean, Marty just needs to save here. I think that keeping this weapon, it's a 1v3. You could go into a crazy play, but it is not your place. Looking at the rest of their defense, at least a minimum of like 4-3 rounds to lose on this weapon here to Vanya. That, of course, is going to send a lot of cheers her way. But what a brilliant round for the side of G2. As I was saying, and I'm definitely not looking into the future, love to see the combo, but I love how they did it differently. Mimi just leaves, so the Hunter's Fury comes later, and it's actually with that second wave of the dive that Akita and her ultimate as well, just forcing the players out of the position and just into Akita's crosser. What a beautiful round for G2. As I was saying, checkmate for them. The economy, of course, is going to be not a problem, I would say, for the rest of the half. Now, we have to look at the left side, and Twisted Mind again with no money to work with. Aggression on the A side of the map, and just G2 taking mid very carefully. Still, of course, coming out on top.
Now, this is the scary part of how compounding the problems can get. Right, the first chance that Twisted Minds get to call the timeout, you get the checkmate round from G2. They're back on a broken buy. They don't really have the chance to use their ults, so you've got to imagine another cycle. And look at the finances. Take a look to that right side. Petra, 5.77.
Ay, parang hindi pa. Sinira yung kami, 45 seconds pa. 60 seconds.
I like that. Get aggressive and try and take matters into your own hands. This is better. Finally, a couple of the stars aligning with Petra. Lexa, what a shot! And now Vanya's going to
because we were some practice.
And does have a free site. Bear, do you believe?
Oh, I absolutely believe, especially with all that crowd in Istanbul just cheering for her. She has the weapon. Of course, Twisted Mind are going to retrieve 3 for themselves, and if they're able to convert this round, the narrative completely changes for this map, Lauren.
It gives them a chance. 2 light shields could be essential. They still have 3 ults and all these players. HCM could use this just for information if they're that nervous, but
Wala. Ay, may
they
ano pa
decide
pala.
to be a
May
little
recon
braver
pa.
about this. Knife goes through, finds a touch towards Vanya, almost opting into that. We're going to re-sit towards Hell. Maybe they assume it's Tree, and oh my god, this could be a mistake. Vanya, a chance, gets denied by Lean. Diligent to check, competent to look towards Hell. Because there was a chance there, Vanya trying to sell them this false narrative. She was by Tree, wasn't the case in the end. But still, an answer back there, they needed that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Kasi adobo. Kuha ni Juliano.
I think that we've all been in that situation. But seriously, seeing that the taking the balls to taking the
Ang
fight
batang
when they're
Juliano.
executing, when they're confident in doing so, when you have all the cipher cages that you can play around. Great absolute round for the side of Twisted Mind. Lexa also finding her first kills. That's also necessary when you have a strongholder and you're starting on the defense. And in some situations, she's just going to be by herself. So, okay, a couple of rounds that we didn't expect. 5 ultimates available and that operator in the hands of Lean for Twisted Minds.
But I'd love to see a plan with it, right? Give me a plan, okay, give me that, that's fine, Lean. If you're gonna find a freebie, I'm down for it. Maybe just denied on the initial challenge. So already, first pick bound for Twisted Minds, and a big confidence booster here for them. See how they're gonna approach this one instead. Again, it was that kind of late swing through market that was rewarded. And still trying to pressure up towards Tree. Lee's got to be careful and delivers. That's 2 big kills. Taking away the tips of the spear, right? Mimi and Akita both found now. And it leaves very, very difficult steps for the rest to take. Amy doesn't get given much. It's 2 players watching you top middle. And I think maybe a barrel's been seen. So it does certainly look like it. And Lean again. On 3 kills already. So present on this map. And they've identified where it is now, but Vanya and Petra are yet to really delve towards the site. This is difficult now.
Yeah. Of course, it was going to be a problem once that operator is online, but I love to see also the Twisted Mind is just not going rogue onto it. Oh.
Hold on.
It's a 2v4,
hold on. They've got a lot of ults to play with. I worry if Vanya gets timing in mid and they don't at least split one player through market, I'd be a little bit worried. Hunter's Fury at the same time. Vanya now encouraged to go forward. That's fine, Petra. You're good. Are you this good? It's been a minute. Let's see what you've got, Petra. Couple of clutch opportunities, and that dart will not clear her. They could maybe assess the situation, and they do. Brilliant retake, and life shown here for Twisted Minds. It feels like they're in a drought, but they're back in off the back of that operator work from Lean.
Yeah, I love to see also that even though that happened in the first rounds, where we just see that in B lobby, there's this a fight and the G2 has been coming up on top, your confidence cannot be damaged by that. If you have a plan, if you really think this is the way to execute, that is where you want to place the operator, just not to be very repetitive onto it. Also, the second aggression and just backing off, knowing that Akita is going to dash in, is going to just try and go on your face to get that kill. Absolute brilliant job for the side of Twisted Minds. What a resurgence that they're having on this first half.
Again, you said it, right? You said it about even going to the deeper end of the maps. But the fact that they've been able to bring this back, to get this back within touching distance after probably one of the most arduous couple of rounds, and the way it played out felt so uphill. This is such a tick in the box for me. This means that maybe there's a real chance here, and I need more from Lean. I know it's ridiculous to ask more when she's done so much just recently, but I want to see that go. I want to see how far we can see her build towards this. So Operator's still in play, this time posted deeper towards middle. And it looks like Mimi just trying to keep attention here, right? No subtlety to this. So does that draw the operator over? It certainly does. Lean reacting, but G2 trying to work the map here, pull in a couple of fakes, maybe Petra the next layer to this with the owl drone, or maybe even the dart to come in.
I think because they did the most use for ultimate to gather information, they decided to rotate, and the rotation actually for Twisted Mind is going to be wrong. Petra using that drone to send the information, hey guys, we might be here, let's do some damage, let's use some utos, shoot some shots, and the rest of G2 is already working towards Lexa.
Yeah, it's a double fake and it's worked wonderfully. Lexa's been a little hot and cold on the hold here, and you can see it again. Mimi this time punishing. Repetition in position won't work out here. So the site's available. You can see a little bit of caution with G2. They weren't sure that they got all 4 players baited on that double fake, but it has worked. But the retake this time, difficult. That operator not so viable potentially on a retake scenario, but let's see if Lean's got something to say here. There's Akita and Mimi. waiting for contact. Paranoia posted. First couple of stacks taken.
God.
It's going to be Marty going on with HDM here. Mimi still playing from logs though. And it's a shutdown. Just as that crossfire kicks into place.
Siyempre si
they are
Sage
perfectly
yan.
positioned in lean. Again, you know, once there's a little bit of chip away at that retake, lean's going to dip. You want to keep that operator.
I was
Hanapin na naman
suffering
nila.
with Mimi seeing her in
Naku,
lost, seeing all
wag.
the utility that was being thrown at
Huwag
her,
na patayin
and the fact that they
yan.
couldn't get
Umalis
him
pa kayo.
down. Well, Clean
Ang
now
kulit,
does.
ang kulit. Isa ka pa, isa ka pa.
Yeah, they want to chase this. So we were talking about how much money they were able to build up earlier.
Yeah.
The way the rounds
Pero
went.
ata
So
sila.
G2 can chase a fair bit of this. There it is. And that was a prized possession for
Magaling.
G2. Lovely call there, Bea. I love that kind of double fake, because how often are we saying, look, an L drone's not going to pull 4 players, but if you're pulling off a double fake like they were, kind of implying that Mimi was that solo lurk, no one else coming, it was a lovely presentation of that adaptation on it.
I think that most importantly is the fact that if you're playing with a double duelist and
Hindi
you only
chinek si
have the
Mimi
Sova
dun
as
sa
an
logs.
initiator, that drone becomes even more valuable. So you can, the Twisted Mind can interpret that, you know, the drone is like a big deal. This must mean that they're going onto the side. So love to see, you know, that little move from the side of G2, and also given the space, try to acknowledge and recognize where that operator is. Because right now, Lin is the #1 enemy.
Here we go, Lexa again. So difficult, but the Odin, maybe what they needed, right? We've seen this more than enough recently, and Lexa actually finding a bit of comfort from the back of sight as well. This has actually changed the dynamic completely.
Kasi basobaw daw.
Finally, they've been able to get a grip on this B take that's been plaguing them now.
Yeah. Now,
There's a CS si Julia.
G2. Whoever makes the first move is probably going to lose the round.
Nakikipag 1v1 sa CS yun lagi eh.
Yeah,
Dati.
just trying to freeze for a second.
Yung mga arena. Yung parang skirmish yun.
It's not a
May ganun
comfortable
kasi sa
position. They're going to
CS.
spot out Alexa towards
Parang
backside, but they
1v1
know there's
map.
an Odin here. They'd already seen it, trying to bait it
May
in
ano
on
may
the jump.
price
They're
yun
not
eh.
going to work out. G2, look a
Parang
little stuck
compe.
there towards Cat, but Petra's still alive. But what are you meant to do now? Avoid
Get orbs?
the paranoia.
London.
But
Pero
the
minsan
other two guys are
online.
on site. No,
Online
why are
lang.
we giving Petra individual fights and we forget about the Odin? I'm a little confused, Bayer, because we knew that Odin was on site from the very word go. We heard that early. I know there wasn't many options, but surely there was better options than that.
I think that Petra was just startled because it was like, where's the refract? Like, why is it not coming? Like,
Yeah,
she
true.
looked
Where's the
aside
trade?
and she looked behind her, is like, what?
Sabi
I'm
ko,
counting. and
kanina ang
there's one
liwanag,
missing here.
ang liwanag sa mukha ni ano. Ni Mimi. Bakit pinababaan nila yung ilaw?
Hearing right now?
Yes, Temsmort is
Mababa
timeout.
pa
I'm learning. I know what timeouts mean in several languages, mostly tech pauses.
Paano kasi glare
Correct.
kasi ano.
G2 are finally calling their first time out here. And to be fair, I think it's the right time for it as well. I don't think we've seen them explore too much, if I'm honest. I think we've seen one kind of, I guess, sort of, I don't say cheesy play, it's not a cheesy play, but a set piece, right, with that double fake. We've seen it, you know, with the ult round as well. But I think this B take needs some slight adjustment here if we start seeing Odin being placed towards side.
Yeah, I honestly think that what they did in the previous round, just working the map, trying to send some mixed signals. We saw the Twisted Minds at some point committed to one of the sides, and maybe that is
Ito,
the spot
ganito.
that Drew
Mga
wants to
pro
see them in.
namin,
Just
yung
working a
mga
little bit more on
kalaban
the
niya.
map. How are they going to address this Odin, the operator? Because I think that they were doing a good job. And for the side of Twisted Minds, I think that they just need to
Cadian versus Giuliano.
Massive exclusive, create this chaos, just drive into it, just jump into it. If they want it to be just shooting, prove that you can do it.
CSGO pa.
Yeah,
CSGO na ba to?
I'm waiting to see what they come up with here. G2, I want to see just what the
Walang
default looks
luma.
like. As you said, feel out the map.
Yeah, so here's the thing, right? Like, we've seen Twisted Minds just looking at A lot because G2 like to work for their ultimates, trying to gather those orbs. So I like the fact that we're seeing this contest on A time and time again at the beginning of the round.
Pipili ka. Kung andyan lang, nakalapag lang yung best sa'yo. Oo, depende sa'yo ano gusto mo.
Yeah, and it's been that slip-through tree that's plagued them a couple of times. And again, it's this fake, though, right? A little bit of pressure up towards Cat has certainly drawn the attention. Great shot from Lexa. A bit of an adjustment in position, too. She's been dedicated towards sight on that kind of lane side. Now playing a little bit safer towards CT. It's actually found a reward. So already it's a brilliant beginning. And G2, yes, they can now get the spike down, but there is a chance for a retake here. Player advantage for Twisted Minds. Oh, it's still there for Lean. I'd love to see that used. I'd like to see a used player. I don't want to see them just resting on this. But G2 getting quite deep towards market. They're actively playing on this side now.
They've been doing this almost every single round. There's always like a player you have to watch out for. Micah, they love playing there, and that's why we see the ultimate falling.
Yeah, but a lovely reaction from Amy. Swinging out from Cat has rewarded them kills and given them the player to the good numbers too. Marty managed to slip towards Switch, but what are you meant to do now? Yeah, note Vanya, but you're being noted by the whole time. So maybe pressure the timing by getting the defuse started. It's not a bad idea, but they certainly know where it's planted and the mouse will jump.
Napatalon na lang siya.
Go, Bea.
Guys, the jump on the wheel just don't really.
I can't help it, man.
You don't
I'm one of
want-
them.
you
I'm
don't-
one of them.
It's a decision that at some point you need to make.
Let's see.
It's like leaving someone that's not
Nanood na lang.
treating you well. Like sometimes you just gotta leave, you gotta stop, okay?
You gotta
At
know,
some
okay.
point. And this
Alright,
might
alright.
be it.
Wala
Maybe
nga
that
eh.
little jump was it.
Parang wala na rin
You say
nagsiswitch
great
yan
reaction
nila
from
kay
Amy.
Sid.
Absolutely
Buti pa sa
brilliant
China.
reaction
Korea
from
meron
Vanya. Using
True.
that paranoia the
Yeah.
moment that ultimate fades
Korean
out.
same
Sorry, that lands in because they know, given all the time,
Oh,
given the
ba't
player
yun?
advantage, they
Hihikab
are
na yun.
going to go for the retake. They are going to use the tools, and we need to make the best out of this position.
And you're going to see the finances, though, really under the gun here for Twisted Minds. You're going to see
Last
Stingers
round.
coming out, a Judge. It's what they could scrape together. But the problem is they don't really have a big ult to try and throw into the mix. And this patient play has been hard to pin down. It's hard to get that information deeper when you're on these sort of rounds. A little bit cautious around Cat, too. They don't even want to fight that together because, well, I mean, half of them are barely on a buy. But at this point, Petra, good information.
I wonder what they do now that they've seen that there's a Judge and the Omen playing here. That is going to be a difficult smoke to clear. Let's wait. Do you want to commit onto this? Because you know that Lada's just
Surely
going
not.
to be waiting for you on the other side.
There's no way you just direct through it, right?
Ako.
I mean, if Petra is holding her recon, so yeah.
I'm still a bit nervous they're committing on this one. There's the dash on the side, but a dip back towards smoke.
Hey.
But the smoke dissipated just as Petra started to work through. Now, Marty's the only one to really find a full connection here. And that does remove Petra, and that does take away some of that pressure, I guess, in the form of the Hunter's Fury, but still.
Did you see her?
I think she did. That's an upgrade. And that's a big kill. So a 3v3, a real chance here, but Akita's aggression has yet to be quelled. Still playing up towards heaven. Gonna try and ward off Lean, and it's you're really dancing with danger up here. Akita's still chomping at the bit, finally falls away, but buying so much time. A little bit of a jump spot for Mimi. The next layer to this, they can now sit double stack towards hell. Does get handled. Marty without upgrade, doing some work here. Vanya, Akita last one alive, and cool, calm and collected. G2 closing out that first half with confidence and an 8-4 scoreline.
Yeah, and I think it's important for the side of Twisted Minds, though, that they were able
Parang hindi
to get some
kinakabahan
rounds back.
yung
I still
duelist
think
nila.
the 4 might be enough if they start off the next half with a
Hindi
good,
mo
with
lang
good
risk
foot.
yun.
But yeah, 4-8 in the half. Let's take a small break and
No,
we'll go in a second.
Yan na si Adobo. Si Ark. Ano?
Nagtatanong ako pinay-select sa...
Ano sabi?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Game changers. We're making history.
What are these face cams for? Can't see anything.
Alrighty, so 8-4 on that first half. Bea, let's kind of review a little bit because that start, but then the kind of, I don't say comeback completely, but there was a turnaround in kind of after that disastrous beginning. Pistol round, brilliant. Tick in the box for Twisted Minds, loved that. Second round, Petra goes and binds the one bulldog somehow. How she got there, I couldn't tell you. But from that point onwards, it was an uphill climb.
Ano ba gamit ni Lexa?
Oh,
Siya pala
jumping
yung
straight
Cypher.
onto this
Yung
round,
Cypher,
G2 have been very aggressive with this double duelist comp on towards mid. Pistol might be an exception to that. Twisted Minds definitely playing it safe and just waiting to see if that aggression is going to come in.
And for Twisted Minds, it's about kind of stamping their own authority on the matchup now as well, right? They're on the attack.
Kasi
They can
lagi
try
sila
and
talo
decide
sa
that
pistol
tempo.
eh.
But when I see
Huwag na
three
mag-native,
sheriffs,
sheriff na lang.
I just think they're out for blood. That's it.
And that is exactly what they are. Yes.
Yeah, they are certainly out there doing that. Now that's the first contact made and a very bold fight to take on towards what you now know as the sheriff on the other side. But they are all herding towards B site. 3 players waiting on it as well. Amy towards stairs. I think you got Petra tucked towards market, and then Mimi waiting back. And well, Akita's still been chipping away, right? Hungry for that kill, and Marty sadly going to suffer. They're going to be sent in now to set up some pressure. Denied information on the site too. This is now getting difficult for Twisted Minds to take that big step towards the site itself. 3 players and they only know really about 1. All attention turns towards Amy. This should have allowed Mimi to swing, but the smoke actually denies vision. And a great, oh my god, Akita! What is that? Akita absolutely eviscerated on the site. I'm a fan. I'm already a fan, Bea. I'm a fan.
I think that if you're not by now, that round should definitely make you consider. I was, you know, a little bit worried once Amy was not able to secure that first kill of someone walking onto side. But I have 2 big notes for when I watched the last time that these 2 played against each other. And I want to see the changes here. But for the side of G2, I know that Amy is always going to be on B very, very, very hard. Now she changes because, of course, she has to do exactly the opposite as I say.
Yes.
But Twisted Minds, the defaults, not taking space. We see that Akita onto mid, that triggers them going onto side, and now G2 have you doing exactly what they want you to do. We saw the fate of the second round of the half in the first half of the game. Let's see if Twisted Minds can now do it back.
Look, I'm just saying, G2 finally got a pistol round. Like, Akita, kind of nuts for it. Kind of nuts. And last round, it all started with that bulldog loss. Oh, Akita doesn't want to lose that. Actually, Akita would quite like to keep this. And the aggression now needs to kind of be dialed back a touch. But I do love aggressive plays, especially from younger players. And I hope that someone like Petra or Mimi, whoever's got the voice in this, be it Vanya or Amy potentially as well, is telling to be almost too aggressive. Double down. Go for it. Feel the stage, make something happen. For Mimi, a passive angle, but the smoke now is going to kind of be quite telling. They do still have that judge waiting. It's Vanya, patient as ever, and a secondary glance was never going to be enough to clear Vanya. 3 quick kills, leaving just HTM, and really her positioning was vitally dependent on that push through. Cat not going to have much of an impact as Vanya wants this one done. Double digits for G2 in map 1.
Yeah, and 3 rounds away for closing this first map. Do not forget, G2 had the double ban advantage coming into today. 2 maps off the pool. They decide to start on this ascent. They showed us a lot already on the attack, how Akita is feeling in this land with her team, how this is starting to feel like the G2 ghosts that we've cheered for a very long time. Now, we have to look the other way. I think that for Twisted Minds, we're speaking about very important rounds. We saw what G2 were capable of in their attack. Now we want to see some surprises. The sense was also 100% a given in this best of 5.
I'd also really like to see a couple of, like, I don't say pocket plays, but ideas in a bonus round. Be aggressive. You've only got things like this is fine. I love this completely.
I simply love Vanya. This from G2, just inserting Vanya that is going to be with that judge now in a different position. And now let's see where that forces Twisted Minds to go. They're already walking onto mid, but Akita is, you know, keeping an eye on that.
Yeah, you can see that Mimi felt enough pressure to fall away from the angle.
Sorry, more previous to pinanood natin hindi.
Oh, that's devastating.
Tinago, no?
Unrelenting.
Pwede rin.
That young blood looking so good here. Marty, HTM, and Lexa, it's more than uphill. You feel like you've lost control of the map. They don't know about the extremities. They don't know much beyond what they can see here on Cat. The map feels suffocating. Still utility in the way. And there's still that judge. We were complimenting them
Yeah,
both to be a
no,
little
it's
bit
funny.
different on this sort of round. That's why. That is why.
It's just the judge. Mimi is going to have
Ako rin
oh,
eh.
look. Spot bingo. The rest of the players are here. And for G2, this could be clean.
This is Knife. Knife's going to be online next round. You'd hope so, at least. Let's see. There's Marty. Last one here. And Akita.
Grabe si
Absolute
Vanya.
superstar to me. To my eyes already. I am so impressed with Akita. After watching Amy trying to help her get the in-ears in and like feel comfortable on a big
she's
stage.
so innocent. She doesn't know what she's doing.
Nah, look at this.
Let me
That
tell you,
re-peek in
Lauren.
mid. Oh.
This round for a bonus is what you prepare to have, but never expect to go this way. Putting the pressure, just moving them away from lobby. Oh, we're forcing them onto mid. We're gonna try and force them onto mid. And of course, very, very early timeout in the second half because there's only 2 more rounds for G2 to close this first one. And Twisted Minds have to react because, as I was saying, you get the bonus. You know that you've invested in the judge. There's a couple of puppies here in this land that you can be very funny with the judge in hand. You can be playing from within the side. You can be in hell in any of them, or you can just be in these little angles that are going to be a pain in the ass to deal with. So, Drew, Mimi, whomever called that round in perfection, that 10 out of 10. Seriously, 0 players lost in the bonus. Full upgrade, everybody feeling themselves. Just 2 more rounds. Twisted Minds, no money in their banks. They're gonna have to probably force for the rest of the rounds that they have here. And for G2, closing a first map that is supposed to be, you know, a good map for them, don't get me wrong, but also a warm-up into the rest of the series with the confidence that they're showing. Akita putting the numbers that they're doing. Vanya to me, the most unsung hero ever. Like, we are getting 100% out of this G2. They're ticking all of the boxes that I had for them today.
Yeah. Again, what more can they do? They have knives already in this round. Akita ready to go if necessary. It's an all-in towards the A site as well. It looks like pretty much 1 player left towards tiles. And Mimi! Okay, having enough of Akita's taking all the spotlight. Vanya's trying to do this well. Blink and you miss it. Did they just want this one done? I need more from Twisted Minds when this comes to this. We've seen those glimmers of hope, right? When we saw Lean pop off with that operator. I think she got 4 kills in 1 round, but now she's only sitting on 10. The ult's going to tick up for next round, hopefully. Maybe get that going, build around that. But if this is the level we see from G2 here, this is kind of the stop and start of it, right? This is why there was a lot of people backing this side. And you can see why they're playing this form. Twisted Minds, you gotta wake up now. You gotta play hard against Valo after this round. For Amy, valiant attempt, but what more are you gonna do? G2, ticking the box, job done. Light work so far. From this point on.
Yeah. For the side of Twisted Minds, maybe it's luck to us. Maybe, as you said, it's time to like forget about this round and go to the next one. You know, we've seen crazy comebacks many times, in many occasions. So I hope that whatever it is that they do, they just gives them confidence onto the next one. And to the point that you were saying about G2 Gosen, at the end of the day, they're the pride of the NBA. They have been for a very long time. I know that Casey has stolen our hearts, and I am a victim of for a very long time. I know. That in the end of the day, you expect a G2 that shows that they've been doing this for the time that they have, that Ascent should not be a map that resembles any kind of difficulty for them. And do you know what's also on top of that? Akita with the operator, just because another round with the stinger, which is not as fun.
Yeah, why not? Right? Go for it. You've already got 8.4k on Petra. So you may as well. But looking to try and maybe challenge in middle. Maybe he's going to get the attention, but Akita wins out on the extremity. That's an issue, because look where the spike is as well. They have to re-clear this space. Even if they want to go forward, they can't just teleport back. They don't have HDMs on the bank on. High flash and a swing. They are trying to play into those smokes. Deeper darts to try and pry them out. G2 are trying to get these players away from middle. First smoke does fall. There's 3 more players here. Nothing really to re-clear. And Petra on the corner does get handled. Lean does well. That's Petra gone. 4v4 now. And the first real opportunity, do they dare go back towards B? The operator last seen their Bayer, or do they decide to pivot towards A?
It all relies onto Mimi.
And
also Akita just locking that side. That's why we do not see the movement on the side of G2 Gosen.
Yeah, they can put all their
already have the info.
Yeah, they know it. Amy's gonna find first, taking down Marty. Does eat the team flash, I think.
Hello,
But still,
blind
it's
ni
perfectly
yun.
safe. And Vanya, no one's pushed out door just yet. He's still gonna have a fight towards Tree. Spots another. Amy again. Shot to the back of the brain towards lead, and they can't make it out of this.
Dami nang huli sa cam niya.
Absolutely stuck in the corner. Akita, an absolutely dominant map one from her, Bayer. Exceptional performance, and G2 sending a message. This is their stage, and this might just be another one of their finals.
Gin
It's been a
agad.
long time since we've
Parang di
seen
mo
them
walain.
raising a trophy. So of course they're looking
Wala
at it.
nang
We see a
CRCR.
lot of smiles on stage. But after that first map,
Dami na
Lord, I
iiyak.
think that they have every single reason to be happy to be celebrating. Of course, there's
Palit
still
mo na
many
ba
maps. They
yung
still need
start?
2 more maps
Oo.
to secure the win
Lalasa.
and win their first stage this year. But of course, if this is the form that G2 goes in and bring it into the finals, if this is the kind of caliber that we
May
are
hack
going to
yung
be
upuan ni
sending
ano,
to
Akito.
GCC, we should be proud.
Absolutely. With
Pinapalitan
Sunset on the
niya.
horizon, there's a lot of work to be done
Inipindot.
with Twisted Minds now. They need to get themselves ready to go. They need to lock the hell in. It's their map choice coming up, but it has to start there. They almost have to forget map one in a weird way, right? They have to reset mentally. And if I'm not mistaken, I think we are heading to a break very shortly. So we're going to hand this over, and then hopefully once the desk is ready, they'll take us through the rest of the
Naku,
show.
yung mga ganyang pahinga. Kumakain na yung mga yan, gumagaling eh.
Welcome to the grand finals of the
Parang,
EMEA Game Changers.
Kasi yan.
oo, yun.
E-sport?
E-sport arena.
Pwede mag-DC muna.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Game changers. We're making history.
Moving so much slow.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. As long as I'm good enough, I can go as far as
Yung
I want.
posesor nito.
Yun din yun. Ang mahal nga nung upuan na yun, baby.
Tignan ba?
Yun,
300k.
kasi ano siya eh, $15 pa, $17. Grabe.
Saan mo nakita?
Sa website niya, sinerch ko lang dati.
By the time we come alive, if you want to party, baby, got to feel the beat inside.
Saan naghanap pa upuan niyo?
To do is to
Sa mga ganito yan. Sa ano? Mga Pinoy.
Grabe.
Mga to.
Yan upuan nila.
Ilan lang naman sila. Mga ano siguro.
Drafter. Huli na namin kayo. Mandi. Huli na namin kayo. Panghuli pala yung edit eh. Pang lifestyle check.
Ito niya. Permanent. Diamond Visa.
Ha?
Na-screenshot ko pala dati.
To the grand final
Maganda
of
visa.
Hindi.
the EMEA Game Changers.
Pag agawan natin yun.
natin siya dun. Saka may ano pa tayo. May ano siya, di ba dyan ako nakaka-stretch? Kami.
What a fantastic start it is for G2 going in this best of 5 grand final. I'm now joined by 2 VIPs. It's Smurfette and Ness from Giant X. Of course, you guys were on the stage behind me last year. So I wanted to ask you, does it make a big difference, Smurfette? Does the land hold feel? Is it really tough for Twisted Minds to be on this stage for the first time?
Yeah, I think playing on LAN is gonna feel different even if it's first time. And this is the unlucky side. We were sitting on that side and we lost, so I don't know about that. I feel sad for them, it's the unlucky side.
Do you think that might be why they were a little bit slow on Ascend, because they need to warm up?
Yeah, I think so. And also, like, I can see that they're already, like, nervous before going out, you know? Like, I don't know, it's just because of their first time experience, so it's understandable.
And speaking of Ascend, now you have played against G2 before on Ascend, you understand what it's like to face them. Talk me through their attack side, because Smurfette, it feels like they just have such a strong attack side that it's impossible to even respond when they get that many rounds.
Yeah, before that they hated Ascent, I guess after some time they realized they need to learn the map, and I think Mimi did a really good job learning the map, and I think she's feeling comfortable on Yoru and calling with like Yoru on Ascent. I think that's what makes difference for them. She's playing like Yoru, and I think that's why she's more comfortable.
Confident pa po Miki, no?
And I love that judge as well. That judge on Vanya is great. And for you, Ness, you know, what about the map pool? Because Ascent's out of the way, looking at the rest, is it good for G2? Is it bad for G2? What are you feeling?
I think when I saw Bind, of course it was gonna be Bind, I was like, okay, it's either like 3-1 or like 3-0, because Bind is super bad map for Twiz, and the rest maps like Abyss, Twiz doesn't even play, I think, I'm not sure. Like it's super good map for G2.
We will see Abyss eventually, but what are you feeling about the next map? Who's your money on? Do you think Twisted Minds can come back?
I mean, I hope they show a good match, but I think G2 will win.
Yeah. Are you thinking a 3-0?
3-1 maybe.
And for you, Ness, 3-0, 3-1? Because you said G2 earlier, so I assume now you've seen them on stage, you are still feeling G2.
I'll go with 3-0. I believe in the G2, yeah.
Yeah, and we've never cursed anyone, have we? That's never happened. So we'll see what happens on map 2 for the rest of the series.
G2 find themselves in the lead after securing their own map pick. Twisted Minds, notoriously known for losing that first map, especially now that they're on the stage. Billy, this is where it really starts sinking in. Like, you're on the stage, this is the finals, there's a ticket for South Korea. And if we're to take, you know, Ness's words for gospel, you can tell that they're a little nervous.
Yeah, I think Twisted did look a little bit nervous, and I like that they kind of spoke about the attack that G2 were able to have as well, because I was concerned coming into this as to how are they going to be able to manipulate the map in the sense that is it going to be too one-dimensional because they have that double duelist composition? But I think what G2 were doing really well on their attack was being able to fight for those extremities, pick up those orbs and build up towards the ultimates, which was allowing them to get away with so many site executes.
Yeah, and as Pansy mentioned, you know, it was looking a little bit promising for a minute when Twisted Minds managed to shut down G2's explosive B-site hits, but I just think that G2, you know, they're so good at adapting to somebody adapting to their sort of plays, and they were able to sort of find more rounds on that attack half, but also a defense as well. I think shutting down any mid space being taken by Twisted Minds was so important, and I think this is where we've seen them struggle a few times, especially with Akita being so dominant.
Yeah, sometimes it does happen like that, but we also have the Herman Miller performance highlight in regards to how this map went and who is taking it. I mean, we've seen a lot of players individually pop off, but when it comes down to some of these clutch plays, you're gonna have to give it to G2.
Yeah, I think so, and I think as well, like Akita is not really someone that we got to speak about too much.
So
I think her being able to pick up this performance highlight as well is what's so great. And what a way to warm up to the stage and warm up to this series as well. I think, like a player that had to come in halfway through this year and get into the team for stage 2, because let's not forget she was playing for Zerensmith last year, primarily playing in contenders, played in stage 1 of the main event this year, and then joins G2 for stage 2. And I think for someone that doesn't really have that experience that the rest of her team does possess, she's come out with all guns swinging.
First impressions count, right? And I know this isn't the first time that they've played up against Akita, but it is at the Istanbul Game Changers Stage 3 final.
Oh yeah, tell
the
them!
spot at Game Changers Champs in Seoul. So, you know, I do think that Akita went into that full guns blazing and wanted to make a statement.
And that's exactly what we wanted to see from her as well. As you touched upon, this is the first time we're going to be seeing her on land with the G2 Gozen Girly, so again, it is that first impression. But when it comes to her explosiveness on the server, that has also become a thorn in the side of Twisted Minds that they had to deal with time and time and time again, but they just simply weren't able to.
Yeah, and honestly, I think coming into this, I was looking at Lean potentially being the difference maker in that kind of head-to-head of the two main duelists from each team, but she just wasn't really getting off to a kind of good start. I did see the operator in play a couple of times, but when you're going up against a duo such as Mimi and Akita, who have this full aggression and are just able to explode through your site, there's not really much you can do to be able to stop that.
Yeah, I do feel for Lean here, because, you know, it is all in her hands as a solo duelist player for Twisted Minds. However, with Mimi sort of farming those orbs as well for her ult to gather that information and explode alongside Akita sort of taking that space, I just think that it was incredibly difficult for Twisted Minds to shut down such dominance. And again, as that momentum is building as well off the back of what looked like a potential in for Twisted Minds.
That last pick was pure aura farming.
Yeah, literally, I said that. As the map ended, I was like, she's just gonna updraft and shorty them in the face, like that's aura. And 347 ACS as well for your opening map on stage in front of an audience. I mean, you wouldn't think that she'd never played in front of one before.
You know, it's actually crazy, because before we even went into this map, we saw her struggling with her in-ears, and Amy was helping her put on her in-ears and her headset, which, by the way, cute AF. But also, that just highlights a lack of experience when it comes to playing on a stage, playing in this specific environment. So technically, she's not necessarily quote-unquote comfortable, but then she does this.
But imagine you're not experienced, and then you are going onto a team like G2 Gozen who have so much experience. You have Mimi and Petra who have been there since day dot for G2 Gozen, who have this incredible wealth of experience. They're gonna make you comfortable.
Parang yun namang sinabing tanda-tanda nila.
Is going to happen.
And I think as well, like I said, this is the kind of G2 recipe, because we've seen this before when we think back to their previous iterations of rosters. I think back to Rescue last year, we had Mary come in as well. You know, G2 are known for building up these really young kind of duelists coming in and, you know, giving them the kind of, I don't know what the word is, the nurturing, I guess, that they need. So yeah, I think Akita's definitely a standout for me.
So the question is, can we see that consistency on the next map? Because Sunset is the one that we're going to be looking at, and this is Twisted Minds map pick. You'd hope that this is why they feel a little bit more comfortable. Granted, they picked it, but on top of that, you've now lost that first map. You've played your warm-up game. You're used to, hopefully, the audio, the atmosphere, just seeing your opponent sitting right next to you, and that's what you need to get into the zone, because once Twisted Minds gets into their zone, they're dangerous.
My problem here is that it didn't look good last time.
Come on, I'm trying to like hype it up a little bit.
Listen, they've had time to work on it, and I do think that there are weaknesses from G2 that we've witnessed. Maybe whether it's a quick repositioning and shutting down their fast retakes, you know, stopping giving away these isolated easy fights in mid and working together as a team. But of course, we look to Lean again, who has so much pressure on her young shoulders. And last time she did come up against G2 on Sunset, it wasn't great for her.
I was so annoyed last time we saw Twisted Minds play into G2, because they picked Sunset into G2 last time, and I was like, this kind of feels a little bit troll. Like, I don't really know why they've picked Sunset into G2, considering it has been a really good map for them as well so far throughout this year. So yeah, I think for me, we are probably looking at Lean, which does feel a shame to be looking at her as that kind of young duelist and having the pressure on her shoulders. But I think as well, having those supportive agents, having the Sova and the Breach, that double initiator, we've seen Marty being able to kind of pop off in those moments. The way that she's been using her utility, especially on that Breach on Sunset, is something that I was commended last week when we got to see them.
I think as well with them starting off on defense again to bring sort of the conversation towards those initiators is I really think that they have the strength of setting up Lean here. You kind of have that Sova to gather the information, and then the Breach to allow the path to be clear for sort of Lean to waylay dash, bolt, I don't know, onto the
do not
side,
ask me about the ability names.
So yeah,
I like Waylay Zoom.
I think they have all of the ingredients here for a successful Sunset, and I think they do have things to work on, and there are mistakes that they have made previously, but sometimes you've got to lose to know how to win, and could that be how they're viewing Sunset coming into it?
I think as well, something that I had question marks around when I'm thinking now about G2 Gozen's composition on Sunset was the Amy on the Sage. Not something I really expected them to come out with, because
it was so good.
It was really good, right? And like I say, we kind of are so used to seeing her on that kind of information sentinel in the terms of like a Killjoy, a Cypher, but seeing her pick up this Sage was so nice, and yeah, we are gonna see her on that Sage, like I said.
But it's actually really great that you're highlighting when she was on the stage, when she was playing a little bit more passive Billy, that's where it felt like G2 was struggling, but the second she started putting up those aggressive walls, peeking from angles you don't even expect, like that's when they started shining. And I feel like now that Twisted Minds is kind of like on the back foot and they are in this unfamiliar environment, I feel like that could really be the spanner in the works.
And I think as well, we saw Drew smiling there, so he's looking happy, he's looking confident, and he knows the players are too. Yeah, of course it is. I think as well, another player that I'm looking at specifically on this map is Petra. We have a location on the map literally named after her. She's just so good at being able to get those positions, and she'll be a key component of being able to fight in that mid space like you mentioned.
Yeah, and I think there's going to have to be a lot of sort of variation here in the way that they're taking these sites, sort of controlling the narrative per se in the tempo of these rounds. I think when you have a sentinel like Sage,
Hindi, oo nga. Ayaw kasi pupunta sa kabilang side. Para if ever need mo mag-join.
You do need to look to playing this map, whether it's like a slower default to kind of get rid of that utility early on, or just explode and go for it and give it a good go. But again, Toka is somebody that we've seen perform so incredibly well on that initiator. Our last matchup against Giant X was so consistent as well.
So we'll see how this is going to play out. Twisted Minds are going to be heading onto their own mapping on this best of 5 series of the Game Changers EMEA Stage 3 Finals against G2 Gozen. But can they equalize the score? We're ready to find out as we're heading to Sunset with our casters, Kenzie and Kakuga.
And yeah, thank you so much for that. Leading into this, Bayer, we have to kind of, I want to say almost refresh our minds. I need some hope from you, right? I need you to sell me something, because I was a bit worried about the veto, but you said, hey, look, I don't mind actually going to Sunset here, right? This was a good choice for them in your mind when it came to it. Why is that? Why do you think this is a good opportunity for Twisted Minds to bring this series back in their hands?
I think it probably starts with this first half, I would say, that we're about to jump into, because it has to be the attack, especially because you need some resurgence from what just happened on Ascent. Twisted Minds like the straight executes onto sites, and they have a lot of utility to play with. That would also give Lean the initiative that she needs to go into their sites and find the kills. And the desk were speaking about this, and that G2 start with the aggression already onto mid, something that I was going to tell you was going to happen again.
Look, if Map wants anything to go by, Akita is going to be a menace. Instantly draws blood on Lean, and that takes away a lot of that pop potential, right? You've lost that ability to get in on those sites as directly as maybe they'd like, and they instantly shuffle around as well, G2, going over towards this A approach, having the 3 players here pinched and prepared. It's Petra to find HTM. It feels like G2 have prepared for this pistol. They knew what was coming their way. That instant rotate over felt very indicative of a good read. And again, look at this reshuffle towards top middle. They've caught them on every step. This time, however, Martieli's going to fight back, but this is problems. Akita on an island, taking wild fights and a wild win. G2 looks all too prepared.
Yeah, one of the things that I wanted to speak about is the aggression that we're going to see on mid. We were also seeing the Dash, Billy and Meg speaking about how we have a spot in the map that's literally called Petra here on Sunset. But it's actually Mimi that we're going to be seeing given the most, or at least from what I've seen in the past, Mimi given the most action there into mid. When I see a timer and it's paused, Lauren, I just think of you just like every morning when I wake up.
Perfect. I'm so glad that we get a pause in round 2. It's just what I've always dreamed of. And we go back to stage shots. Yes, pausa technica. It is here amongst us.
Pausa technica. Very nice, Lauren.
Ganyan.
Yeah, man. Okay, so loving it. Okay, so what we can say though is round one. Let's over critique the pistol round, because honestly G2 haven't been exceptionally good at pistols, right? It's been kind of the one thing that eludes them a little. But in that round, yes, we saw mid aggression, which is something you expected regardless. But the read then to kind of pull the rotation towards B, expecting maybe the reaction. They were right on that, then reassemble towards top middle. It feels like G2 are very prepared.
I think that it also combos very well. I think that for some people it might be a surprise to see, not on this map because she's been playing it, but seeing Amy, she's such a good sentinel. We think about the Cypher, we think about the Killjoy, of course, but seeing her on Sage, to me, is a bit hot and cold sometimes, because I love the fact that they can put on that aggression and then combo it with the fact that it is not going to, I am not going to force you to explode somewhere else in the map. Amy just uses her wall instantly, but I like the fact that if you put pressure, if you're playing the double duelist and you put pressure somewhere on the map using, nothing, you can use the Sage wall and just forget for 40 seconds about that. Like we forgot about sound for a second.
It'll all get there eventually. But the aggression isn't really stopping, because Mimi's managed to slip middle at the same time and holds a lovely angle to catch those pixels crossing through. Does get spotted, but gets away. Now can support on the B side, but that wall's still there. Again, having to get through this with pistols is really, really difficult. Very frustrating. Slow on top. Lovely soak of time. Buys time for those rotations, and you still have that kind of solo player, Vanya, holding down A in case they try and re-explore, but it's a very, very long road. Yes.
She has a judge. They know, like, that's the thing.
She has a judge.
The slow, it's a perfect example of the quick rotations that you can have.
And it's been seen. Petra, gonna get the spot. She'll probably wait for that shield to regen here. Gonna get contact again, maybe just herding them around the map. I like the Twisted Minds are trying to be proactive in this. Could potentially go for a walk mid, see if they can catch someone out, but Petra's actually correctly fallen away from this. Akita not too far away from rotation either. The smoke towards that B side gonna feel indicative it's coming Petra's way. So, it's a catch through. Didn't know how the hell she hit that on lean, but she does, and Petra just being cool under pressure. And hear the tap on the spike as well. Oh, it's just perfect. G2 not feeling face. I like what Twisted Minds tried there though, that little pressure towards top middle, but again, Petra, very, very cool.
I still think that something that was happening on Ascent that we are starting to see in this first 2 rounds that Twisted Minds need to avoid is that G2 have the singing boys in every single one of these rounds. They put the pressure onto mid, they condition you to do something. Now you go on to B, or you're in the mindset of, oh, we just break the wall. Yeah, it's just not the wall, it's also the slow. Now they're going to have smokes, now you have to anticipate for their rotations. So that is something that Twisted Minds need to be aware of in the way that they're working the map. Because we did not see G2 lost at any point in that round.
And we complimented their bonuses previously, putting that judge in really uncomfortable places. Now, I think it's going to be like the wall, with Vanya in front, which may allow Lexa this kind of security. As Mimi just dips away, wall's going to be there. If Lexa creeps up closer, Vanya's probably got a dead to rights. But beyond that, you got to look at the rest of the map here. It feels like an expectation towards top middle, a little bit of a lean towards A. Already got shouldering on the corner. Akita on the other side of things, just trying to take their time through mid. They're trying to take some slow, steady sort of map control, it looks like, and Lean going to be forced out of this. Careful there, could have got swung on too.
Surprised that she uses her utility a little bit more, also falling into Akita. And it looks like walking towards A.
Oh, god damn! Akita's built different, man.
My
like,
Guardian
what was
doesn't
that?
shoot like that, I can tell you that.
I thought she was dead.
Yeah.
She was just like just in front of the corner, so couldn't really backpedal comfortably. Finds 2 like that. Are you serious? What are you meant to do if you're Twisted Minds? And now there's a judge in a new position. Does get clipped. Lean, good try. Oh, again. These are rifles, Amy. That's rifles against you. That's a battle. You're not meant to win those.
It doesn't make a difference to her. Very well worked with those close quarters, understanding how to play off of each other. At the beginning of the round, just inserting her in a part of the map that might be troublesome for the side of Twisted Minds. Sometimes so much that they completely forget about it and decide to go elsewhere. A little bit of missed timings, because we do see Akita being stunned by that bridge stun, but thanks to her movement and not a lot of follow-up and the rest of the utility falling out, we do not see that follow-up from Twisted Mind. That is not an easy one to get down. It cost them 2 players and the round ultimately. G2 with the perfect read.
Look at this. Yeah, you're right. Perfect read is the right call here. Vanya's positioning seemed tailor-made to catch lean on this push-up, right? Avoids that breach kind of utility. Lexa, though, big shot. Maybe a chance. Oh, Vanya! Man, can everyone just aim like gods today? Why is everyone beating G2? What the hell is going on? I know it's only against Sheriffs, but I thought Vanya might have been in a little bit of trouble there, you know? Maybe surround a little. Nah, all good, all good. Oh, dude, this is rough. Akita, comfortable. They've got everything they need.
Is now when we expect to see an early timeout? Do we still want to see how this map is going to breathe? Of course, as you said, it was just Sheriff's. A very quick execute for the side of Twisted Minds, just getting the spike down, trying to go through market. But G2, this is the moment to not be aggressive. Like, you've already given it for a few rounds. Like, the plan that they have for the beginning of each of this rounds, it's so impressive to see. So well prepared, so known that Sunset is going to be, most likely was going to be the map pick for the side of Twisted Minds. We do not see the timeout just yet. When we look at ultimates, Akita, you know, she has one, she could have had 4, and you would still believe us. And if you didn't, you'd be stupid.
Ay, kaya pala mas pumapatay.
Online and has that to work with.
Okay, so look and see if Akita needs it. Current positioning.
Ano yung
towards A after that initial contact with Petra.
Sabi ko kaya mas pumapatay na si Akita ngayon kasi hindi siya nag-o.
The Hunter's Fury, but
Last time panay off, panay out, no?
They're starting to take map control deeper. They're starting to be a nuisance. They're being such a problem to play against. These slower defaults almost, I don't want to call them defaults really, but these slower explorations are just now getting punished in so many different ways. You've got a 4-play stack on A now. The spike's still down by spawn, and there's the re-explore. Akita does find one, but Marty at least going to get the trade on Petra. But still, player advantage towards G2. They hold numbers.
Yeah, they hold numbers, but look at the investment also that Twisted Minds has to do towards that left side of the map, just using the drone, expecting someone to be on the other side of that wall, and G2 has completely given up B. The spike still needs to be retrieved.
All the timing on this, Akita might have another target, but does actually either stun. But it feels like they're now coming towards this side of the map, right? You can put a little bit more stock behind it, so it might feel better actually about having 3 players here. Akita's willing to challenge, though. I wouldn't be surprised to see Akita just walk this smoke at some point. Akita's been on it. He's playing for the dissipate on this one. Smoke towards CT. They are coming this way. And he's got a Akita's on an island, very well handled by Twisted Minds. Suddenly looking a little bit better off here, but 12 seconds. Vanya, it's down at Amy. Once in play, HDM on the site, and HDM could do with this one. Control there for Amy, and a lifeline for Twisted Minds.
Yes, and one that they needed, especially just being one player down, already had to rethink the round. The good thing is that little by little they were eating up space on that map, trying to get onto A. Very important also to wait for Vanya smokes to dissipate. But very good duels taken for the side of G2, trying always to go for the advantage, but Lada hated the most. Absolutely pivotal to them winning this round. It's just one, hey, doesn't matter, it is their map pick. We're going to see amazing stuff coming up, and I think that maybe even that was we are going to be seeing the timeout coming in from the side of Twisted Minds. I think that the timings, and again as I'm saying, the conditioning that G2 are having on the map might be a problem towards the rest of the half. So having a chat now, it's probably good timing. Never mind. It's tech boss. I tried to manifest.
I love that you were like, no, it could be tactical. There's a reason. It's probably gonna be. It could be a tech pause into a tactical. The worst kind. But let's review what we've seen so far. So we can kind of roll this back to the fact that G2 have started winning pistol rounds. That's a little bit scary. That worries me.
What about the other 3 that followed?
Also worrying. But again, it just feels like if I'm looking at things that I class as good ideas on defensive side, right? We talk about aggression, we talk about you know, coming up with something a little bit unique on your bonus rounds. All of these things are happening with G2, and I like it. It's very hard to get away from Akita, who's been pretty much everywhere. It's all looking good. Now, Twisted Mind's able to answer back in the 5th round. They have a good couple of ults here. So this, if there's a plan in mind, is a great time to apply this.
Absolutely. G2 going back onto that aggression right at the beginning of the round. And Amy's going to join them. It's 4 of them.
That's going to be heard. Anyone deal with the drone? No, that's going to catch two. Mimi's actually in a lot of trouble. We'll have to get out of here. But can Petra do the same? They're a little bit stuck now towards mid.
Petra, iniwan.
Swing and forced to fight, and does find one before falling. Twisted Mind's finally doing some damage back, and Mimi making a bit of a mess of that one. Can't quite shut down on a kill, but Vanya. Oh, that ult from Cypher could not have been better timed. If Vanya got there a second faster, it could have been a different story. But they already have deep control with HTM playing deep back site. This looks like Twisted Minds finally have a really good chance at getting a nice back-to-back sort of round here. Build up the money. Couple stack towards CT2, waiting for that push out. There's not many chances here for G2.
Okay, Tess, obviously it's just going to be closing out the route for the side of Twisted Minds, but watch out because of what this round is probably going to tell us. G2, even though that was a tech pause, I treat it as a tech pause because I love to see that once they got faced with that aggression, they invested the utility. And probably that was in G2's head, like you're trying to make them use utility, especially when you look at lean, when you look at the dash and everything for the way that to execute onto side. You are looking for them to use that utility before they go onto side, so you don't have to deal with that later. But if Twisted Minds decided like, okay, you want to do this, we're going to do it our way, you're going to be faced out with a lot and duels that are not going to be looking your way. Twisted Minds, again, just going for mid. Girls, you want to go again?
Yeah, it did feel a little bit weird that no one dealt with that Aldrone in middle. It kind of disrupted the entire plan and then gave away the game.
Ang sakit naman nun. Nalanig cheer.
From G2. But credit Twisted Minds for finding the opportunity to punish it. And there goes the ult. Here comes Lean. And away we go. But Vanya standing tall, and G2 just the brick wall defense. That spike is unrecoverable. Oh, and look at these sharp shots just down a Toka in a 1v3. Now, problem's the spike though for me, Bea. I'm seeing it's gonna be so difficult to get back.
I think the Toka's thinking the same, Laura.
Yeah.
Well, at least Vanya doesn't have a judge.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay, so
yeah, it's Vanya.
Look, the thing I'll say as well is G2 able to kind of keep things back on track very quickly, and Vanya getting that kill pretty much denied any start. Look at this, stunned up, affected by the ult, still fine.
Again, the timing in some of this utility, especially when you have so many initiators, you're also accounting for the duelist to have a little bit of the part of the initiation. And either it's perfectly on time or the time is completely missed. And for the side of G2, having players like Vanya that is always going to be on top of their game, and sometimes you have to tank some of the stuns because we know they are cosmetic. So at the end of the day, you still have a fair chance of getting on top of that. Yes, it was 2 brilliant rounds for the side of Twisted Minds, but still conversations need to be had. Okay, the pass thing was not a timeout. But yeah, for the side of G2 is, again, girls like ahead in the game. What happened in that aggression a couple rounds ago onto mid that we need to avoid? What are we looking for, and what are the reactions that we can see? Because they have so much mobility to just get out, especially now that Mimi is with the operator. This should just be another layer on top of the pressure they're already putting. But I'm surprised to see that Twisted Minds is exploring a lot of mid, not just maybe that is one of the things that they need to change and just have a very fight for aiming to fight.
Well, this was the thing that I was kind of told, was they were quite direct towards site. They like their site hits. They good executes, good scaling onto it. This does feel a little bit different with this mid exploration. I don't know if this is an adjustment since last time they met potentially.
I don't know if it is because of what G2 they do love fighting mid.
It's last time they met potentially.
I know.
This could be the first time we're seeing it, but also it does have that ult in hand for Lean, so a good chance to be bringing this into effect. Petra playing so close though, but does get pinged out, so does need to fall away.
Something that changes definitely different for this round is Amy not playing there onto B, but we already saw that the smokes from Vanya had the expect that they wanted to. They had to use the Aldrone just to clear up that space and ultimately gather that orb. So now that you have all that, you have Lean, you have Toka, you have guns, how are you going to deal with the rest? Mimi is going to back off, already rotating through the defender spawn. And look at how deep that wall is. That is already a lot of info. That is already a lot of delaying.
Well, I was curious that HM didn't deal with the Prowler, but this might be why, because it's a double fake. HM was waiting this deep, kind of sat outside of it, heard the Prowler, decided to not shoot it and deal with it to maybe imply presence. And this is what they were looking towards A. So I thought that could be a perfect way to sell it. Still pressing Z, but no, they've gone for the double fake, but it's been red now. G2 a little late, but the paranoia looks like it's going to affect maybe 2, potentially 3. All now coming on, we've got ults everywhere. This should be a shutdown. This is a big investment. Okay, he's still investing hers, Amy's still not invested hers. It's Vanya to fall. Now Mimi's got that operator, so again, you're looking at her as potentially wanting to keep this in hand. Lean to the right, toe to the left, 2 on site. How has Akita found a fair play in this? I do not know. Amy's still she's got it down. Waiting a second, Rest comes in. Now Let's the force to swing, but where's the trade? Is on site and hasn't been fully cleared yet. This is trouble. Amy, what a round!
Grabe mag-trade to.
Got the rest, got 4 kills, and goes nuclear for G2.
A very necessary round actually for the likes of Twisted Minds. We were highlighting how good it was, how they were working the map, a little bit here, a little bit there. Where do you think we're going to be going, getting a pick here and there, also knowing that G2 had to retake with that operator. And it was already going to be a very difficult task, but having Amy staying alive, just being able to rest, being able to hit this shot as well. 4K for her, and another round for G2. Of course, you know, not a lot of smiley faces, because that was a 5v3 with the spike down. That slid through their fingers.
And now the money's broken, man. That confidence has to be so high for G2 here. And look who's back, and look who's in the right place. Vanya does a lot of chip. Look at the state of the HP. Marty affected, Toka, Lean, and now it's just gonna be
Yan, sita mo sabi si ulti lang may.
3v2 though. Doable. It is doable. Is there recoverable weaponry? I guess Lex has got a Vandal.
Yeah.
That's something. It's something.
I mean, with how much those stingers do, I don't think you even want the Vandal sometimes. But they do have the spike in control. Amy is still further away. They're going to put that smoke onto Mimi. Just going to wait it out, clear the site very, very slowly.
Pop flash. On contact, yeah, and they turn. Oh, it's really nicely put together. Petra and Amy in unison. It's just lovely to see. Let them know. Let them know. Let them know.
Oh,
Let them know.
Toxic usage.
Was she doing it to hate it the most? Oh, I miss them two together. But that is life. What are we going to do? This is one of also the brilliant examples of the many things that Euro can do. You can still play supportively for the player that is playing onto side. You have an operator in hand. Your flash is just going to be just as effective. Amy just rested 2 rounds ago, and she's 3 orbs away. So that is very scary. And Akita just 16 and 8. Just
G2 look prepped. I'm a bit scared how prepped they look. I was worried from the pistol, let alone now. As it feels like they've actually evolved slightly further, right? It feels like they've got a really nice beat on the game, a really nice idea of how Twisted Minds want to play, and Twisted Minds aren't getting the same sort of gameplay they've got before. Now, this is a very direct approach, something that we're waiting to see. Now, Akita's taken that space behind them, though. Now, this feels like it's been noted. Akita is being checked on, and now gets set up. Perfectly played in off the back of Vanya's contact. Akita can keep patrolling. No one's really denying her until now. Perfect chance for her answer back. Toka could at least deny that, so it could open up the chance that there is that rotation.
And G2 are going to decide to take a little bit of space. Petra's going to spot the players fairly soon as well.
Oh, Amy and Mimi slipping the net again. That's a spike dropped.
Giggle.
Vanya gonna get over to the right place now in the right time. Dark goes in. Gonna reveal 2. That's good information here. They've still got a fight on their hands. G2's confidence isn't really waning, but that paranoia was far from perfect.
Sa pa Amy, sige na, parang may rest ka na.
5 HP and a bit of a dream. Needs to get that spike and get to sight, but it's easier said than done. 5 bullets.
HP na lang yan.
Mimi on patrol. Got her locked down 8-2. They are unworried.
And you should be. I think that this is what happens when you poke the bear. What I'm seeing is G2 setting the pace and the tempo of every round at the beginning. And now that Twisted Minds are being a lot more direct with their intentions and what they want to do, G2 are in the position where they have to respond. And they love that. They absolutely love that. Okay, now we're going to go into mid. Now we're going to push at this time that you do not expect. Now we're going to put this player here. So you thought you had an answer. You gave G2 exactly what they were waiting for.
You know, in the game when your mental's getting affected like this. And again, Akita! How many doubles, how many kills, how much variety will we see? And look, we know it by now.
Grabe. Ace na. Ay, nabusan bala. Sayang.
Almost on for the ace. But this is dominance again. It feels like
Spike
map
crush
one
ba?
was the
Grabe.
worst, but better,
Grabe si
I guess, if
Akita.
you're a G2 player or fan.
Dapat pala di niyo
What are you
pinag-off yan
meant
eh.
to do, Bayer? I can't find a way out from this.
I mean, apparently Akita is just playing a different game. We're just here to watch her play, to watch her have all of this impact. The wall with Amy, so many things that you. I expected to see that more on the attack, or maybe if they continue to Twisted Minds to triple down onto it, maybe to see that wall above the smoke and here, there, and that.
Sakit yung kamay.
The proactiveness, the amount of ideas that they still have to explore, they're just an absolute nuisance to deal with. And Mimi has an operator, by the way. You know, just do not forget. There's layers. Yeah.
And I feel for Twisted Minds because it's compounding, right? The aggression keeps going, the confidence keeps building, and that weight of this game feels heavier and heavier. It's so hard to play out from this. When you talk about experience, you talk about this sort of thing with G2. You've got, look who's been played in here.
Nice na naman siya.
Does she get out of this or does she need to? Amy's still got her back, but she's fall down fighting. HCM trying to put in numbers, put in work. And Petra trying to get a little too curious. Their confidence finally ended. Yeah, and maybe that's what's needed. 6 kills takes the round. Toka's timing. She's got it. Nice. Catching Vanya on the walk up. Big chance here. Mimi gives away the game as well. Has to show presence eventually. This could be 3.
The drone is most likely going to spot her as well, and the clone.
Spike planted.
Spike is down, and Toka just finishes it. A little bit of a.
Nanginginig na yun, no? Nanginom na red.
Nakabahan na.
If I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
Yeah.
9-3.
Nanggigigil na.
Just finishes it. A little bit of a, overkill. Having the old one, but it's the last round of the half, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Yeah.
9-3.
So, I love they took that small mistake that
Sa'yo, laruan mo.
Nawala yung audio.
Nawala.
Ayan, thank you. Sige lang.
All right, coming back in. 9-3. It's a strong scoreline. Now, last time these two met, Bayer, it was a bit closer. Scoreline-wise, just going to refresh my mind. It ended at a 7. Yeah. So, I'm trying to find.
I think it's more the mental.
Yeah, that's
I think
what I'm looking at. That's what I'm worried about.
Everything's working for them. We could even think that if that thing in the last round didn't happen, this could have been a 10-2. I still think that the Twisted Minds have it in them to turn this one back around. At the end of the day, they really like this map, and they should.
I just want to see, give me a reason to believe. Now, I've been given that by Akita. When I first came in and after the year I'd known G2 had, I was like, ooh, where do I put them? Not sure. This puts me right back on track. I think they got gunners here. Then they can refine the rest. Give me something to believe in, Twisted Minds. I want to see it there with you. Give me that idea. But now I know HCM is desperately trying to put in a performance. They are doing work. Everyone else needs to find that too. As G2's path continues towards the A site. HCM and Toka, the two players trying to hold this down, Finally going to get the support from Marty as well coming through. This could be a great help here. But Akita, a little ahead of the others here, comes out of the stun just about now, but loses life. HCM and Toka in unison going to find a couple of kills. And HCM doing the dance, right? Buying time on the side. Brilliantly handled and does some good chip damage. So Amy and Mimi, the last two alive, but Mimi's found a path forward here, Bea.
Yeah, and they're just gonna walk, I must say, run onto the other side of the map. A 2v2 after all that confrontation onto A. And Amy's just running to get the spike down. Mimi's just going to wait onto mid, finding a closed door.
Oh, the timing, Marty. Trying to gap close on that, but Mimi's managed to slip the net, but it will be called out that she's going towards CT, right? That's known information here. So it should be a lean on guard duty, but Amy, I went nuts before. But two to find. Oh my god, that was a spot. It wasn't a kill or even a chip.
Sorry.
No, there we are. Twisted Minds taking the first step in a very long road back, but a needed one.
Yeah, that's how we start building, okay? We get the pistol, you get another one, there's only 4 rounds apart. We need to see the conversion though. In the first map, we had a little bit of a scare there on the second round, but good to see that this one is on the board. I love to see also that they give the space. It's very important to understand that when you're playing against the Sage, the wall is eventually going to go down on the attack. I know this is not Icebox. You're probably more used to like thinking in that way if you're watching. But for this one, segmenting the side, not allowing the players coming in from the defender spawn to join the fight, also causes what we just saw. A lot of people reloading, trying to get the last bullet out to just pick up a gun from the floor and just trying to get a kill. It ends up being very, very messy, but Twisted Minds comes right on top. The balls on the court playing very standard for this.
I've seen 21 kills
warming up
for Akita. What the hell? Let's see, Ling. Oh, Petra should be dead here. Petra should be dead here. Big farming chance for Ling.
Let's
go. The game is gaslighting her.
Ling, you know where she is. There we go. All good. All good. Here we are. No threats yet. Akita is a little bit close, but it's okay. I say that with fear. I say that with fear. As Amy's found HTM, and that should be a plant. What weapon was recovered? Okay, Akita's got an SMG, and that's about it. So it's not crazy. It's not the Bulldog snatch from Petra, but that's
baka ano lang siguro sa kanila. Yung IGL lang.
Takes away Marty. Now we're down to 3.
Baka di makafocus. Yung parang kanila Mel. Yung lahat nagsasalita.
They're going to be also spotted in their position. Ooh.
Amy's okay. So on 74. Got to smoke towards CT to play in. Again, you've got to imagine this works out in their favor if they... Oh my god, there was a bit of damage in that. Lex is a little lower. Vanya, one to the left, spotted. Takes down one time now. Can't do any more. Toka, safe hands in the end. He got a bit too close for my liking, but a round is a round.
Man, I'm sweating. Like, I'm suffering so much as I see Amy. I see her getting the spike down. By the way, 1 away from her ultimate already.
1 away from her ultimate.
Second half. But yeah, good to see the Twisted Minds. He just gets this kill here. As I was saying, warming up to that operator potentially and how they want to establish this round. Now that the buy is also going to be in for the side of G2 after them losing so many rounds. Let's see what the plans are, like how aggressive and what areas of the map G2 is going to be mostly interested in. Unless Lauren decides otherwise, in which case we will just fly up this graphic and we will
start
even me. It's not even me. It's not me.
I want that lip come Lauren, it looks amazing. You're blank on me, it looks amazing.
I don't know, man. I was trying to read the chat and see what's going on. Yeah, one of us is doing it. I'm kidding.
Yeah, let me take a look at that.
It's okay. Jack's having a chat. Here we go. Come on, Jack. What's happening? What's occurring? Jack's frozen under pressure now. Now he stopped typing now.
Hello.
Jack, Jack, he's working on getting us information. He says, I'm going down there now. I'll let you know. Gear issue. Okay. Lee's doing his job. Headset issue. Very short issue apparently. Should be fixed.
Unless Dash very short. For anyone that is feeling out of the loop.
Yeah, unless Dash very short, he was talking about Jack, which maybe he was. I don't know. Again, it's who knows? We don't know these things. We're figuring it out. It looks like we're good to go. Maybe. Yeah, we're
No,
back.
but your mouse.
Thanks for dealing with the waffling. Right, so Twisted Minds on the bonus, and we loved what G2 did on their bonuses by being specific, right? Being intentional with it. So let's see if there's maybe something in mind. Maybe a little bit harder considering the state of what's remaining here. It's not a lot, but maybe bring something in.
G2 trying to explore, trying to force some kind of fight onto mid. Twisted Mind just giving a little bit of that space, being more reactive.
Sino ba IGL? Si
And G2
Petra?
moving in as a pack. Funny enough,
Si Mimi.
it is actually Mimi that usually stays like watching the back and this and that, even though you have Amy,
Alam ko
but
si
you want
Amy
Amy
eh.
to get the spike down. You want a creative wall to just
Tapos susunod
catch
si
your
Amy na yan.
opponents off guard. And of course,
Yep.
Gita.
There we go, Akita. Once again, trying to find HTM, who's been pretty solid at holding towards side. Decides now's the time to probably give it up. Not able to really complement that position with Poga when they only have a Sheriff, right? This is trying to be reasonable. A little bit of chip done, but the plant's going to be in play. Vanya very much ready for what's coming through here. And it will be a 5-play retake. 5v5. Post plant always gets a bit messy. I get a bit nervous if they get too far ahead, if that's a recoverable rifle.
May nagsusoba naman dyan.
Slowly but surely, trying to deal some damage, trying to get something off that wall. But the delay is amazing coming in
Mas
from
gusto niya siguro yung Prowler.
one after the other. That bridge utility with some stun. And Lex is also going to go down.
So yung ulti niya.
Here we go.
Gamit na ko.
Any more?
Yun nga eh.
Poker, Lean, can you cost them that one more rifle?
Kasi ano, up
It's
and down
huge.
eh, no?
And I don't know if they can get away on site completely.
Full
at
pa
times.
rin
They actually might lose out a
elevated.
little bit on this one. I do want to see what's remaining.
Ang ganda ng ngiti, oh. Ngiting papasok sa game changers, oh.
Like that. I'll assume they kept all 3 rifles. How about you, Claire? You going for all 3?
Assume that too. I'm gonna, yeah.
No,
I wanna
tayo,
assume that
nabus
too.
na yun.
I also saw that Lean was close to the 4K, so I want to see if that operator is going to come into play, or how are we going to structure this defense. What are they going to do towards mid as well, if they're just going to allow G2 to have that space. They usually play as this is a perfect example, just leaving Lexa alone in one side of the map and reinforcing the rest a lot. Just to play for that utility, and that operator is come online. Now Mimi.
Oof. Again, Lean was such a big impact in map 1. It got them some of those rounds that made the game feel a bit more competitive. But at this point, looking at early work being done, Petra already going to find Marty, and there's that res. It's Toka's got a lot of work on her hands. The problem is there's already a player so deep. You've already got Petra exploring here, clearing sight. Maybe there's a little bit of worry of HTM being around, but at this point they can clear that pretty comfortably. And I'd be curious to see if HTM actually swings it. She does. Takes a fight on Vanya, which is pretty risky coming back in this lane. But exceptional work from HTM. Plant. Now going to come down. They've made this manageable. Akita trying to get involved though, and the paranoia not affecting her. So she's got control on this and goes further on the fight. They double up on it. And HTM is kicking into gear. Not sure why we're not observing the player who's done so much, but finally we slip into it. And as Amy is just on that corner, didn't get the plant down, and HTM might have been the hero here. The Twisted Minds needed.
Takot na takot sa slow orb.
Going to go down to B1.
Bak na bak sila sa slow.
HTM, just 45 HP, but she already did enough for this round, using the smoke as well.
Gusto mo yan, kaya mo yan.
Amy.
Ay, sayang. Naku, kumain na.
We didn't catch it sadly, but her playing up that, getting ahead of the curve,
Yun yun, diba,
played up through
HTM?
short was exceptional work from her. I mean, difference maker, genuinely.
Yeah, absolutely. A bit of a booster moment. You're not expecting to get the kills, and then it's like, damn, we missed all of that. But I think that for her, also acknowledging where she's playing, acknowledging also this round, we went from that 3v5. We went from a 3v3 to a 3v5. We're getting the rest just like.
surrender.
3v4.
Hindi. Ba't sa G2?
And then it's just everything to just go onto the side. The investment also that G2 had to make with those smokes and to make them break just off, they didn't have those to execute. So they had to take a little bit more of this risks that are not that calculated. And seeing Twisted still overcome the hurdle of how that round was looking and transforming this into a win for themselves.
Wala na point na nung kalaban yun.
Timeout apparently. And see, so they also, like, Fox is playing, acknowledging also this round, we went from that 3v5, we went from a 3v3 to a 3v5. We went from that 3v5. Sorry, we went from a 3v3 to a 3v5. We're getting the.
I'm not sure, but does this unlock the confidence? That's what I'm looking at. Is this down to make the move? 10-6 feels like a very different scoreline to what we had on the half, right? That totally changes the atmosphere. This suddenly starts feeling a little better, a little bit more reasonable, a little like it's within touching distance. Now, look, last time I think it was it 7-13, I want to say? But still, Twisted Minds getting closer. HTM 18-12. Toka in unison. They've been both playing towards that A site now, and it's been looking good. But Akita has a Guardian. Now, whether that changes much, not in this one. At least not in this round.
She'll have her ultimate for the next round. Not the perfect buy for the side of G2, even though they already hit those double digits. The spike is already walking towards A. As you're saying, look at where Vanya is. Maybe making some noise will cause them to rotate and you can catch someone off guard. Breaking that is definitely going to cost something on the minds of Twisted Minds.
Lexa looks like a character we hadn't unlocked yet. It was just fully silhouetted. That was incredible. HTM though, super solid in this, and I like this adjustment, right? Previously,
Lexa parang character na hindi
na unlock. Been a bit of a nuisance. Now already a little noted though. So G2, I think Mimi's seen, yeah, that swing there. G2 identified that position maybe a little earlier, just being very cognizant of it. Default comes in, and this scaling on site feels very different. And they've done this on a broken buy. It's Sheriff, Guardian, and Stinger. No, Petra's corner. Oh no. Someone check on it. There we go. Lovely. Thank you, Toka. You get anything you want for checking on that. Otherwise, it would have been a yellow card. Potentially red. Amy's still around though, but utility should clear the position. It does. Toka again. This is the compliment I can't stop paying enough between Toka and HTM is controlling this side. Mimi, nothing to do here. Lean's done well, sure, but again, it's that lovely little synergy on playing back into the side. Good, diligent utility work, clearing those corners, not falling for any of that naughtiness by the wall. Much better. Now, Twisted Minds have hit that 7th round. This is what they got to last time. It was 13 that then G2 walked away with. So can they best where they were before?
I think absolutely. I think also that the something is shifting in the air in this round. I think that the retakes that they're having time and time again, I think that it's not only understanding where you are strong, which is those retakes, which is also understanding that G2 should have an almost guaranteed plan with the utility that they have and the way that they've been working. So as you see, those 4 rounds that they won off the back of retakes, they are very willing to give out that space and just retake it. Mostly on A.
All right, big switch up here. A lot different going on. Mimi instantly on the ult, though, going to look through. Going to spot HTM. That is a big switch up already. The fact that they changed this around. So do they continue on this pathing? It looks like they do. Paranoia towards main. Mimi commits towards market. TP to CT doesn't work out. Akito is back on the space. Looking for a follow-up body to drop. Finds Lexa. Great trades from G2. Being maybe the cure to their woes. Now, Marty and Lean, it feels unlikely. Trying to play retake with an operator here, very, very difficult. You've got Marty as well. Yes, they may be able to get something done towards CT, but beyond that, I struggle to see where they can find that next step.
Slow mo na. Bagal mo mag-slow.
There's still a chance. Is the operator downtown to look for the fights? Is anyone going to clear Mimi here, though?
How much fun do they have on this? I hope that they're not going for this in just a desperation maneuver, because they really don't need to. Twisted Minds are in the upper hand, but obviously facing 11 feels uncomfortable, but they're fine. Saving the operator, get out of there, keep that in check. I do want to check in on their finances and make sure they have that full purchase going
Save
forward.
up, save up.
I mean, but they also have the odds
Ulit-ulit na
coming
yung
up
ano
too,
niya
right?
ni Waylay.
Marty's not too far away. They have 3 already in hand. These are key factors. They can bank on these. G2 invested a lot of theirs into that round.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that this is one of the rounds that they needed to win. Maybe it was a little bit of an overspend, but it has to come from the fear of the rounds that they were just experiencing, of maybe Twisted Minds changing the gear and just going on a faster retake this time around. We saw Petra also using the Nightfall. But all in all, a very, very good split. This is one of the many examples of the amazing things that you can do with Yoru on this map. Didn't realistically need anything else, but love to see that there's support from the rest of the players and whatnot, and they need their confidence back.
Is this all in? G2 maybe do they commit on this? Yeah, they do. I really thought they were going to back away, but Toka comes him off at the knees, finding 3 quick kills. It's Vanya to finally stop the Rock, but by now they've got the man advantage. 3 players standing for Twisted Minds against the 2. And how fast Lean is on this. Get you
Ang tagal din pumit yung Nyx eh.
idea, Lean. Caught in that lovely third-person overview. Just Vanya alive. And G2. I don't know why they went for that committed A hit. I feel like they could explore the map a bit more. They didn't need to go all in like this.
But Toka's doing such a good job in this second half.
Sino ba yun?
Also talking about her and coming into this map and what she had to offer. I'm surprised that they keep want to be hidden A with so eagerly when you see that if they have like a little bit more like catch the
siguro pag save.
See that probably they've had an easier time.
Tapos wala na talaga sila mapitas. Yung nakaplant na.
Spike goes down, another retake for the side of Twisted Minds, but the round as we expected, and now 11-8. This is perfectly doable for the side of Twisted Mind, and they're starting to snowball, Lauren.
Like, did G2 think they would just be like, wow, they won A1, so they're definitely, we're gonna go back then. Like, I don't know what the plan was. It felt a little bit too, I don't know, to underestimate HTM and Toka again, and the scale. What the plan
Balance.
was.
Chamber.
It felt a little bit too. You find the 3, but you found 3 individual fights like that? G2. Let's see what we can do now. Now this is a bit of a different round. Only HTM here.
Yeah, so here's the thing. At some point, Twisted Minds like, for sure they're gonna be this round, right? Like after the time that we've been given them.
Look at the rotations. They've got everything there. They've got everything to work with. It shouldn't be too much of a problem there. HTM can hold the backline. It's Vanya. Wait, it's Vanya finding 2. Look at this wall. Oh, it's filthy. These aren't recoverable weapons though. They are very, very difficult to get back into hands. So for G2, they will be still with the Stingers. There's been a lot of ults used though. Marty still got hers. That could be key here. Do they want to use it? The Paranoia waiting for contact off maybe the back of the court. Lean waiting to go in. And here come the odds. Can G2 survive the flood coming forward? Amy doesn't get cleared on the first wave, but the second does. Marty clears it. Mimi swings. Petra finds it. Marty's still alive as Marty's problems start to mount. G2 locking in 12. Finally looking a side that we know they can be like. That's much better. The crossfires but also HTM was never going to be able to hold back 5 like that.
That was a different type of beast. I think that from now on, just play the Stingers if you're going to be playing inside of A and with those close quarters, if they're going to go on to you, because that weapon clearly needs some balance. We've been saying that for a while, but having that investment, having that wall, as I told you, I expected this kind of like creative out of the box, not just like, you know, just second the map, creating a little bit of a niche for them to just play in, but different approach for the side of G2, a round that they did not expect it to win necessarily, but could be good in transition. And for the side of Twisted Minds, now they've invested a lot of ultimates, maybe too many. You know, like maybe it was a lot of noise, maybe there was some clear lines onto the do's and the don'ts. The Stingers are what they are, and we have to live with that. G2 to get the second map on this best of 5. Do not forget, everybody, one of these teams will be going to Game Changers Championship at the end of this month.
The thing for me, that round was won and lost on Vanya on that wall. That was insane. They had a win con for that. I thought against those 5 ults, it was checkmate. That was surely the the turnaround. What do they have now? They have the TP with HTM and Lexa with the Cypher ult. And they Lean's going in. Lean's going. Oh my god. And Toka then picks up the site. That's a lovely little bit of a combination play between the two. Toka work again. This time press on the B side and they're not really willing to go up this main control. Finally slip away from it. But Mimi gonna get caught.
She loves those lurks, trying to get in all that chaos at the entrance of B to have impact. We're speaking about the ultimate.
Pasok sila.
And hated the
Pati
most
sila
feel,
plans.
getting a little bit of info about what is happening now in B lobby after getting the rest and a player down. But ultimately, a lot of utility was invested in that first engagement. Changes in the setup as well. With that aggression,
Hindi, yun yung game na yun, yung hinihintay pa. Pati to,
camera guarding every single entrance. Twisted Mind should just wait. Look at what Petra is though.
Sana manalo. Para maglaban sa jowa.
Oo nga eh, sana nga eh. Gusto ko makita ng live.
What does Petra do about this one? Lexa gonna see a lot of players here.
Amazing.
Paranoia is really good. Lexa then swings. HTM in unison, in combination with his players, but Petra can bail them out. Now what does Vanya do? Doesn't have the TP but can run away. But it's still a 1v1. Lean's still here. And now the options for Vanya become slim. Not none, but slim. Spots out Lean. Does she take the individual fight? 13 seconds. The choice is pretty much made for her. Has her smokes back in play, but Lean's getting closer. TP on towards site. And Lean should just be able to deny here. That should be done. I think that's too late. Yeah, it all good. Okay, Twisted Mind still with a life in this.
She couldn't win the round, so she made a decision, and she was gonna get the ultimate no matter what. So, just to assert some dominance.
Tataas na tuloy naman.
As you're saying, like Hated the most, what is playing so well on this map. Same for Toka, same for Lean. Probably the to-do list and the priorities have changed a little bit into what they want to do in this map, but they're doing it so well. The having this micro at the beginning of the round, something that we were seeing constantly coming from the side of G2, just putting your opponents in the situation where they have to make a decision is working wonders for them.
Lean trying to set the tempo, set the tone. Akita. And again, if I'm on G2, I'm just trying to avoid HTM at the moment. Those paranoias have been like heat-seeking. So damn good.
Absolutely. Just walking onto the side. Didn't work on the previous round. Having more numbers.
No, HCM's not here, so maybe there's a chance. The Toka's around, which also makes me a little nervous. Let's see, one way. 4 others splitting up closer. HCM en route. Lexa, pick your poison, left or right. Hard to have the full information. Opts for left is perfect. Great reveal again. This time, Lexa.
No.
This time, it's where the buck stops. There's no getting past her now. As Vanya, this can't happen again. G2 not finding solutions, not finding ways out. And not finding that ever lacking last round. Gonna still go for this though. Can't block it. Gets the spike, and with 25 seconds, what do you do?
She wants to try again. Like this is the third time just in this map that we've seen Vanya on a 1v3. Trying to get the round for the side of G2 Gosen. Time is not in her favor. She will manage to get the spike down this time around.
But unaffected by the utility, can she divide and conquer? Can she find timing? Valorant timing to a T. What are you meant to do? But let's roll it back here, because again, Lexa, exceptional work. Really, really very good. Have to, big credit to that. But how? A G2 not scaling out that position well enough, able to trade out of it. How are you able to divide so many players like this? Yes, the reveal was great on the first, I'm putting question marks with G2 here. They're making mistakes, and Twisted Minds are capitalizing on it every time.
I think that the freeze times are not being good enough, and also like once you break the utility, you have to make a decision. If you freeze, you have to freeze for longer, so they buy that you're actually rotating, but you're just executing very, very slowly. So that allows for Toka, for Marty, and for Lexa to have the performance that we just saw. all the supportive utility falling onto the side, and Lexa just having a field day from the same exact position. Just trying to change things up because the economy is not the best for G2. Mimi's going to go down to lean 2 rounds, and we take this to overtime. Lauren, are you a believer?
Honestly, yes. At this point, I absolutely am. Toka, don't get caught by this. Toka, please. Thank you. Oh no. This is not the round that they make a mistake, right, Bayer? This isn't when it happens.
No, it's not this one.
Okay.
Vanya's gonna end up in a 1v3.
Okay, I'm getting nervous though because the paranoia is really good and Amy's traded it. It's still a 3v2. Amy doesn't have the ult though, but at least can get the heal off. Vanya not able to get a rifle here. No quirky wall to be had. Still has a slow, I'm pretty sure here. Lean getting closer. Won't be able to probably get sight before that runs out. So, second time for Rescue on the plant now. All from the same side. Not splitting CT with that wall in place. Vanya does get the upgrade too. I'm still nervous. Okay, first one in. Ignored. Amy goes for the second. It was the right choice.
Vanya na naman natira. Gigigil na yun sa kakampi niya.
Too much work.
Sayang.
Twisted Minds now knocking
Kala ko
at
parang
the
yung
door.
clutch mo eh.
Brilliant round for them, and of course, this one is the one that matters the most. Can Twisted Minds translate an amazing defensive half that they had onto the overtime? Is the confidence back? Have they been building up to it? At the end of the day, you have so much utility with that amount of initiative. It can have great impact, and of course, I'm going to say it is a timeout. Right? Yes. It has to be, right? If you have one, you either lose it now, you cannot save them, right? For the just use the one
Sure,
you
parang may pang-buy naman.
if you can.
It's panic stations, man.
Drew seems calm.
I wouldn't be.
Yun na nasi-stress no. Nanginginig na eh.
It's the way we've got here, right? Some of these rounds for G2 look messy in their scale up. And look, we hold them to a high standard, right? It's G2. They've won just about everything.
Do you reckon they go B now?
No.
Oh, this is the thing, right? What do you pick? How do you avoid the synergy between HTM and Toka for one? Because like Toka's been great as well as setting up others. Yeah, she's done great herself, but like those darts have been solid. The paranoia has been perfect. Do you try and send someone in fast? Do you try and go aggressive? Do you try, like? What options do you go for here? This is what I'm looking at is what's that final thing that you throw into the mix?
Yeah, and the same way that for Ascent, I was saying like Lean and the operator is like such a win condition. This map is all about teamwork. When it has been on point from the defense, absolutely amazing. We get the Twisted Minds that could well perfectly win this match. But on the other side, we have a G2 that should be able to respond to these things. Where are the ideas? Where is it falling a little bit too flat on their side? Can they close this one out? Are they going to have to face the overtime? And what is that going to do with their
serious?
mental? No, Lauren, are you serious?
Sorry, I saw the audio issue and I'm
Tekos
getting
na
tilted.
naman.
I'm gonna have an audio
Tomek
issue.
and Ringers were on camera as well.
Ako yung natitilt eh.
I'm not paying it. I have to pay attention to the crowd. I'm going to start name dropping just so it's not only.
I'm starting to tilt. You know, it's probably best that you do that instead. Let's hope this is fixed soon.
Hey, sure. The 13, 12, the timer's moving. We should get back into it.
Okay, we're good. Yeah, we like to leave that as late as possible. So now we come back in. Let's see what we've got here, right? Operator out for Lean. No ults to bank on though, but that's not really been a key thing. On the other side, Petra's got ult full purchase in play. Okay, what are we looking at here? G2 opting for mid and a little bit of B, but a good aggressive start from Lean. Petra can't afford to die here. She has the ult to play in. Invest it early and they're doubling down. They're going hunting. No one's there to save her. Petra pinned in the corner. Akita's found. It's looking like we've got OT, surely. G2 cannot find a way in here. Hell back in place. Spike now lost. And for Twisted Minds, such a dream come true.
If Amy gets one, she has the rest. Maybe could change things around. Twisted Mind, such a good read onto this round. Such a great plan of execution. I just don't know why Petra was taking the back. Why, Lauren? Why was that decision made? Of course, Twisted Minds are thinking like, oh, Mimi's one away from her ult. So is Amy. They're going to go for the orbs. What do? We put the operator there. We send Toka with her so she can get across the wall or whatever. You know, like she has all the info. There is going to be a refrag, and G2 just 30 seconds left. Falls onto that. They already had a plan of like what they wanted to do on mid, but the proactivity coming in from Twisted Minds.
Oh no! No! It's
too
Lex
far
is
to
still
rest.
here. Yeah, Lex is still here. It's okay. They come. No, the ult's gonna get it done. Lean clears. It's a 2v3. They do have ults, but they don't really have the chance to use it. Hard to make a crossfire with this. Amy has to give away position, get spammed. Yeah, this makes sense now. Mimi can't deny the defuse either. There we go. It is going the distance. Fully deserved by the form. The Twisted Minds found themselves in, Bea. They elevated hard. I don't know how the hell they got there, but that was an insane upswing.
There's so many walls that you can like spam, just like at the corners. I love the way that we're seeing the double initiator utility have that much impact into the game. Like Amy just turns into an easy kill. Amy turns into an easy kill. Who says that? Who says that? Seriously. Just because of all the utility that they're saving, they're correct with their timings. We also see in the kill department. And of course, this is our first overtime of the series. Now it's time for G2 to go back in the defense. Of course, the mental, you know, have to think of where they're standing right now. After what was a 9-3? 9-3 curse? Anybody?
Yeah. Yeah, maybe it was. Maybe that all makes sense now. Amy, this defending side was never the issue, but it's harder to be aggressive, which was something that we were complimenting them for, right? So now they say a bit more passive. Maybe this gives the room for Twisted Minds.
Wall's gone down. It's going to be not instantly broken. Yeah, there's a gap there already. Lost that timing. What is Twisted Minds going to do with all this? Mimi takes a little bit of chip damage, only spots one, but the eyes for G2 are still pending on what's happening in the middle of the map.
Twisted Minds getting to work the map
used to
more
be
here.
fine by herself. Let's see.
Yeah, but this late walk down towards tiles. Look at Mimi. Mimi slipped through. They have no idea about this, and Mimi should be on for an absolute hit here. Marty comes back in, and actually managed to find Mimi pretty comfortably at this point. This was now Mimi having to evacuate. She can't get out in time. Lexa catches her. That was a gifted chance. I thought she was on for a sitter there. And Akita gonna get the one way to play on what Lean was hoping for then, but you can't really disrespect it to that extent. Held up on that choke towards A. Akita's still prowling around, gets to fall back towards CT.
Look at Amy already wrapping from the back. She is going to find that trapwire.
And with the time, she doesn't need to do too much here. They've got 10 seconds. Petra has to be prepared though, as here comes the swing, a lovely reveal from Petra. Now Vanya knows what's on her plate, but with 5 seconds, I don't think they've got time for this. Yeah, it's done. All you gotta do is live, and Petra wants to take a couple down with her. But with the time, it's gone. And a mistake from Twisted Minds after what was such a great end to that regulation time.
Sino kasi mangot na, sabi niya sino ba kasi yung nag-surrender kanina.
Thought that the momentum was on their side and that they were just going to close it out. A very good disrespect in that one way. And also very important here, Vanya, even with 2 HP priority, she gets the smoke down. She knows that is the way. She doesn't stay alive, but they win the round. G2, another chance, just as if they didn't have enough, to close this map, to put the 2-0 in this series. Oh, look at Lean. Already pushing it down to mid.
There we are. Now, but look how deep G2 are sitting though. You can take all this space. You can take tiles. That's brilliant. Yeah, it's but also sitting on like a deep default is a pretty good way to deal with this sort of aggression. There is going to be a question mark of what's behind us as well. They don't really have util behind them. There is no anything. And now they've got the right read. It's 5v5 on the side. G2 aren't fooling anyone here. Whole lot of util with Twisted Minds too, but they're going to go for this. Nikita, backside, still driven, still deadly. Finding one, but Mini and Unison good trades for Toka, but they trade better back for G2. It's Lean, who's the last one alive after all that uphill work. It's a fall apart now. 1v2 chances. Not over yet, but the timing not quite there to catch him.
Takbo.
You could just start running, of course. Still wanted to make sure that there's no someone coming from the back.
30 seconds left.
And now the defender is actually going to be coming from the attacker spawn. The spike is going to go down. Very open plant for them. We saw G2 playing this post plans not very close together, and this could be an issue.
Oh, it certainly is. It took a while to get there, Bayer, but I don't want to say let down, because that sounds like a negative, but I wanted that to be as competitive as regulation.
Ihi na si
grit
Petro.
and determination that was shown there by Twisted Minds was as competitive as regulation. The grit and determination, it just fell apart under the pressure of OT. For now, we will be handing it over to a break Bear, but when we're back, we've got into the unknown, and then we can kind of really get into the thick of things, but my worries start now.
Welcome to the grand finals of VCT EMEA Game Changers.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Game changers.
We're making history.
It means so much to us.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. As long as I'm good enough, I can go as far as I want.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
Makain. Sige, ano yan? Akala ko hinahanap mo si Kwek Kwek, kaya sabi ko kumakain. Eto, kumakain.
Nakain ko si Kwek.
Kwek. Nakain yun eh. Ano yung third mo?
Welcome to the grand finals of VCT EMEA Game Changers.
Di ko ata naglalaro dyan Twisted Mind, sabi ni Smurfette. Pero hindi, ewan ko, baka magaling sila dyan, tinatago lang.
comeback in the end for
Ay,
Twisted,
pasok
but we
yung
have the real
liquid. Ay,
comeback
pasok
here,
pala talaga yung
joined by
liquid.
Wood and
MABR
Ruins,
na
of
pala
course, from Team
basta.
Heretics. Now, before we jump into the game, I just want to ask you guys, how's off-season going?
November 20.
It's fun. We are resting, and I'm
Sa
just
taas
enjoying my
ko.
time with my friends and stuff. You know.
MABR,
Not
ano?
really playing the game, so yeah, it's just fun.
Sa baba.
Of course, we have a new face over here, so
Yan,
comeback.
MABR,
I think everybody wants to know,
Wada.
all your
Yun yung
fans, how are
kalaban.
your English lessons going?
Very good. Yeah.
Very good.
Let's
And of
slash,
course,
ano
Boo, you
yun?
learned your English from having Benji around all the time, right? So he's gonna have to deal with that.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
really fun
then.
to learn with Benji and Neil and Weber. They're all English, and yeah, you are learning quite fast, more than like lessons.
I don't know about spending time with Neil or Weber, but,
Anyone
you know,
are
each
pa.
to their own. Now back to the game. Of course, it was very nearly a real comeback. So,
2 o'clock.
what do you guys think happened in that second half? I'll start
Sige,
with you.
start
Boo.
ah.
What was it about Twisted that gave them a lifeline?
Sila ano, yung
I think
mga
it's like
toxic.
Their Soa was really good. Like I think like
Si Yuri.
she carried almost like half of the game, and then they couldn't just finish because I mean the reason of the comeback was G2 trolled a bit.
Beam?
So I think that's the reason.
Great analysis, Boo. And you, backstage, were
Yeah.
a top
Si ano
tier
yun, si JD.
Twisted believer coming into this series. Why do you think that they could pull off the reverse sweep?
I think they have talented players. I watched them like few times. I think Lean was going
Stretch
crazy
siya,
multiple
oh.
times
Ano, quick.
old games, so I think they can win.
Okay, nanay.
I thought it's like all my friends said G2 gonna win 3-0, but I said the Twisted gonna win. So I think it's gonna be a great reverse sweep.
You two have pulled off a reverse sweep before, so very quickly, what is the secret? What do Twisted need to do? How do they lock in?
They need to get like really good toxicity from their coaches. Like their coaches needs to be harsh.
And do you believe in Twisted, or do you think G2 3-0?
G2 is the 3-0.
He was the friend you were talking about. And lastly, from you as well, Rians, what is it that I guess Twisted have to realistically be able to do? Because Abyss is a map that they haven't even played.
I think they had a lot of time to prep, so if they
Yun yung nakakatakot eh, hindi pa nalalaro
if they
eh.
win this map, I think the G2 gonna crumble with it, you know. So they have great chance to
Really
come back
different
if they
siguro.
worked for Abyss all week.
Well, we have at least one Twisted Mind fan here in the venue, so let's see if they are able to pull off a reverse sweep.
Welcome back, everyone, to VCT EMEA Game Changer Stage 3 Finals. G2-0 in the lead at the moment. Was it joke that funny, or like what was that face?
No,
like
it was,
what?
I'm just wondering how many times we're gonna bring this. Well, we
So
can't
many
really, to be
times.
fair, past this point. So
Yeah, no, this is
your
it.
final moment.
It was my last chance.
Yeah.
It's also Twisted Mind's last chance. We're being completely fair here because this really was the map that was their map pick. We thought they'd be able to secure it in some way, shape, or form to actually make this a little bit competitive. And although they were able to push the COT, it was not enough.
Yeah, and I wanted to see a little bit of something, which we did kind of get to in the kind of later half of that map. And to be honest, I'm surprised they were able to bring it back. I think the last time that we saw Sunset from both of those teams, it was G2 that looked the more dominant one. So I want to say props to Twisted for being able to make it look a bit more competitive, especially given how dominant that first half was.
I wanted more though.
Yeah, it was
I did want more, yeah.
I do think that it is a really good showing for Twisted Minds, and you know, obviously that conversation
Dahil
was
pala
already
mag-usage,
constantly
no?
about the reverse
Isa
sweep.
China na
I do think that it does
Oh.
go to show that they're definitely not out, and this was the Twisted Minds that we kind of had expected to see, I guess, a little bit more so on Ascent, and I do think that that's through playing the aggressive game a little bit more, kind of keeping ahead of the utility and kind of getting in there and
Pangalan
getting a
nito?
few first picks at least, and that's
Pocket Sage. Ice
I love how
Box.
most of you are sugarcoating this. I,
Oh,
however,
yeah.
will not participate
Ice
because
box.
I am a little bit disappointed, to say the least. This is what I would have liked to see on map
Pocket
1.
Sage
This is
na
map
Neon.
2. I wanted them to take this. Unfortunately, because it's their map pick, unfortunately that didn't go their way. And if anything, G2 was even more so quite online, especially in that first half. And Amy, a player that you highlighted before we even got into this one, Billy, saying on the stage, but has been really influential last time we saw it. And it feels like that was the case again today.
Yeah, I think this round in particular as well, we see G2 find themselves in this 3v5 post plant, and it's just so rough because you check the positions of Twisted, like it's so difficult difficult to be able to get back into this one. But Amy is the one I want to highlight here because, of course, she gets those couple of picks. She manages to get that res online. And I think what it comes down to in this round for G2 is the fundamentals being there, the experience being there, and the instincts as well coming out from Amy. Really just showing the wealth of experience that she has as a player and the roster overall as well.
Yeah, there were several times we were like, trades across the board. You know, it is this kind of G2 we're expecting to see. Like Billy kind of said, these fundamentals, those mechanics that you expect to see coming into play, and we really did see that in the first half. And of course, you've got to highlight Akita again for the absolute incredible performance, going 21-12 in the first half. So I do think, you know, the first half was looking very, very dominant for G2. Of course, the second half was a bit of a fake comeback, but
it was, you know, the content game classic where they like to keep you on your toes, give you a little bit of heart attack, make sure to bring it back. That's what we got out of them. But Akita, as you already touched upon, the first half, insane, incredible. The second half, you know, a little wonky up and down, but still, like, her stats overall really do highlight, Billy, how big of a spearhead
Grabe, 200 pa yung ACS niya.
100%. And even though she did quieten down towards the second half of that, again, another map where she's pulling out over 300 ACS. What more can you ask for from your duelist? I think of a couple of rounds where she had that almost ace, the constant proactivity that she was having across the map as well, working on the defense through mids as well, like we kind of mentioned before going into that, to keep an eye out for. Yeah, just great all in all from her.
I do think in general as well for G2, they had such an aggressive defense. Sorry, those are two words that are very similar there. So to gather that information to then allow Akita to kind of take space on the other side of the map or go in all guns blazing sort of with her team and that utility. I just do think that it seemed like it was going Twisted Minds for a second. That information was sort of against them without their knowledge, and therefore kind of still winning out those rounds that looked good for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I think I also want to add, like, we have highlighted a couple of players here on G2 that are amazing on this map, but I think the real difference I've seen from Twisted and G2 so far throughout this series is the team play and the synergy that's coming through G2. I would argue that Twisted Minds were able to get back into that map because of individual moments from individual players. We think about Toka having a couple of rounds where she got some good kills. We think about HTM and the way that she was able to utilize her utility as well, and like they were just being able to punish G2's mistakes through individual highlight moments. And I think that that's something that they really need to figure out going into this Abyss, considering that it's unknown territory.
And that's what I want to talk about now, because at the end of the day, a reverse sweep is needed from Twisted Minds if they want to go to GCC. If they want to get the title of Stage 3 champions for EMEA under their belt as well. That is a huge feat. We've seen them do it against GX, but I also want to highlight that when we were looking at that reverse sweep versus GX, there was a little bit of a swapping in and out of players in that situation. G2 is not coming with that today. G2 are the full five-man roster, and they are absolutely ready to go for this. It's looking really scary because, as we already heard, Abyss, Meg.
Last time.
It's not looking good for Twisted Minds. We've not seen them play that on Game Changers this year.
Devil's advocate. That means it could be great.
True.
Doesn't mean it's not wow.
I do have to say though, highlighting Toka again, I think in making this reverse sweep happen, Toka was a big part of against Giant X, and again coming back to a performance like she just had on Sunset. Obviously, she's warmed up and ready. If she does choose to play an agent like Sova going into Abyss, it should work in her favor, in theory, right? Again, we don't know. This is all speculation because we've not seen them play it, and that can work in their favor, like Billy said.
Gusto ko kasi basagin yung Valo Sundayy.
Yeah, we don't know what to expect, which is exciting. And I don't want to be like doom and gloom on Twisted Minds need to reverse sweep. They have been able to do it before. I think what's most exciting is that G2 Gozen are one map away from going to Game Changers champs, which we didn't know was going to be possible. We kind of had a feeling that coming into this stage, they might have had to make it to the grand finals of this stage to be able to go to there. That's where we're at.
It's very exciting. And if we're going to talk a little bit about Abyss, I don't know if
let's bring up a map update. Let's see where we're at in terms of this best of 5 series, because we've already done and dusted 2 maps. I want to see every single one, the whole 7 of them, including the bands. I'm going to have to look at the graphic, okay, and really point out to the people who are watching this that it is indeed one map. Yeah, that's crazy. Scary. Scary if you're a Twisted Mind fan. If you're a G2 fan, this is where I wouldn't get comfortable
ewan ko
either.
It is-
I'm not gonna lie.
The last time we saw
Hindi ko
G2
rin
play this
gets.
as well, they did have a sort of role swap.
Ano
You know,
bilan
we've
nila?
been used to seeing Amy on that Astra role. She
Ano,
took
Lotus
Cypher.
Haven.
Mimi again coming off that Euro and picking up the KO. This is the definition of them going back to their comfort roles on a map like Abyss. They're fully confident and comfortable coming into this map.
If you do, however,
Map
note
5,
the
wag na.
trajectory
Sayang
of the
na.
stats.
Next
It
season.
went from
Yeah.
very one-sided to OT to
Talaga ako
maybe
Ascent pa rin.
swinging one way or the other on
Ay,
the
Ako
business.
Ascent.
Ascent.
I think you might
By
be
the
trying to
school.
reach there.
Ascent din.
I'm
Yes.
not.
I'm trying
to make
It's
it
a little
naman
bit
din.
cool to you. No, do you know what? Like, I really do hope that Twisted Minds
Ako,
come into
ano,
this and
Ascent.
completely blow our socks off with a complete surprise.
By
and-
split.
Triple Sentinel.
Sunset.
We're not seeing that on Lotus, so why not? You know,
Maybe.
Hindi, parang mas gusto ko na pala Sunset kaysa
Cypher.
You wanna
Ascent
talk about that?
by
Like,
Do you want to
Sunset.
explain to me
Oo.
how a triple sentinel would work on a Abyss, Meg?
Okay, wait, what side are they starting on again? So we have them starting on defense.
Gusto ko
Great,
mag-siege
brilliant.
din.
Yep.
Just don't let them get onto site, period. And send
Just remember to
Yeah.
win.
yeah.
But
Do you
that's
know what?
you have to win
Mahirap
this
nga
because
dun, pero
like, when you're looking at
na-enjoy
the
ko siya.
stakes here,
Parang
like,
siyang,
as much as we
parang
touched
kasi siyang
on it
Ascent.
earlier, where we're saying, Billy, yeah, Twisted Minds coming into this, they're not, you know, they're just taking it day by day. They like being the underdogs. They're not taking it too seriously. Like I feel like the second you
Nice.
step onto that stage. And you have that bright light
Sino?
shine on you. You see everybody in the crowd. You see your opponent standing next to you.
Well,
That's when it
Guys.
hits you. Like, wait,
Yeah.
this
Ano
is the
ba,
this is
Abyss?
the best of 5 series that is keeping me from
Killjoy
playing to get
yan.
the soul
Ay,
to
hindi.
compete internationally
Ano ba
from a
gamit
team
niya
that
dyan?
came all the way
Cypher
out from
pala?
contenders. Like
Cypher pa
the
rin.
pressure is there.
Ang alam
Of
ko,
course, but
Cypher.
like we spoke about the kind of experience that the players have on this Twisted Minds roster, and they're not shy of being top 2, top 3 placements in game changers before. I'm looking at HTM, I'm looking at Marty, I'm looking at Lexa, I'm looking at majority of these players have been able to make deep runs in the main event previously. It's just getting to that GCC, which is perhaps a pressure point. But I actually also want to pick up on this triple sentinel conversation
'Cause you
that you're having
believe.
on Abyss. No,
You
do you know
can
what?
see it.
Do you know what? I just have to remind the people at home that we are on the old patch, and maybe if Vito was in play, cool, run it like 100%. But we are of course playing on the old patch, so I don't know if we're gonna see a triple sentinel.
Ang hirap pang
I
hold
do
ni
think at this
Vito,
point as well, I
nakakainis
think
gamitin
Twisted
pag
Minds are definitely
defending.
past potentially, you know, the overwhelmingness of
Okay.
being
Walang
there
pa-
on stage,
walang
half
pang
present,
slow eh.
and we saw that on
Walang
Sunset.
pang
They
delay.
definitely looked more comfortable coming into that second half. But I
Eh,
do wanna
madali
touch
pa
on what you
masira
said
kung
earlier
mayor
again. I
yung
think this is
kalaban.
not the time to
Pinoklone
rely
lang,
on
tapos
players
nahuhuli.
individually.
Wala
I
na.
really hope that what is happening off stage right now is that they're having a talk about how they can help support each other.
Kasi
They're
di
not
ba pag
relying
Sage,
on that individual player to
Slow
bring them
lang.
back.
talagang
And I
slow
want
lahat.
to
Oo.
know,
Talagang
like, obviously
madedelay
you
eh.
can't know what's being said in the coach booth, but like,
Ayun pa.
I want
Kahit
to know what
i-push
he's
niya.
actually bringing to this team, what Vladkar is bringing to this team, because
Maganda siya sa
we heard them
attacking.
speaking a lot of smack
Kaso,
talk before this series,
defending.
and I feel as though we're yet to
Nakakainis.
see
Parang
what
hindi
that
siya
actually looks like
sentinel.
in the server. So if they're going to do it, it needs to be here on
Parang
Abyss.
siyang,
And if we're taking Mimi's
Flex.
prediction, that was
Oo.
G2-0.
Oh, was it 3?
Yeah.
Sorry.
So, you know, sorry. I mean, you're getting there. We're getting close. But for
Pero masaya
G2
mag-ulti
as
para ako
well, at the end of the
naka-Reyna.
day, we've touched up on the pressure from Twisted
Tapos
Minds side
hindi
of
ka
things,
matatakot
coming
sa
into
mga
the underdogs,
util.
having played all the way through contenders. But for G2's side, Meg, this was a rocky year. Not a rocky stage, a rocky year. You're going back to, as what Billy touched upon, the formula that used to work. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. But you're now here on this stage in front of fans, yourselves as well, with the expectations, and you want to make it to that international, because can you imagine a timeline where G2 Gozen is not on an international?
I do think G2 fans have had a bit of a shock this year because, again, if we're looking at the year as a whole,
But it's
they
the
had a
roster.
very dominant start to stage 1. They were looking really good, and then it sort of just fell apart from there again, as we mentioned earlier, with those kind of role swaps, the roster changes. Something wasn't working, but for G2 fans, I know how passionate they are and how much they want to see their team make it to Seoul. And of course, it's really, really brilliant for them, I guess, to be in this position now. And then on the other hand, you have Twisted Mind fans who have been so invested in their journey and followed them and supported them to be here today. I almost feel like you have to kick in and remember that there are so many people on this journey with you, and maybe that could be the driving force for Twisted Minds to bring Abyss over the line.
Yeah, pressure is gonna break pipes or make diamonds, and so far, you know, both of these teams are falling into different camps. Like G2's coming out on top here, Twisted Minds, they're they're stumbling. They're crawling towards that finish line, if anything. And Billy, this is do or die for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, and I feel like I kind of like said this last week when we saw them come up against Giant X, but again, like they came out and just blew all of our expectations out of the water because of the way that they were able to perform, because they were able to have that reverse sweep. I understand being on the stage, it's a different expectation, but I actually feel as though that's when G2 thrives, is in that kind of environment, having the fans cheering on them. We've seen them on stage so many times. It's just whether or not Twisted Minds can actually live up to that energy, look at what's actually in front of them, and like you say, appreciate the moment, Meg.
Yeah, well, and also to mention that Mimi and Petra are GC EMEA's highest trophy winners. You know, they've won 9 trophies between them, and I just think that is obviously taking the pressure off them a little bit, because
9
they've got a
trophies daw
lot
si Pedro
already
pati
on
si
their
Mimi
bookshelf, whereas
sa buong
Twisted
GC.
Minds, it's
Ay, sa
very
buong
important to come
EMEA.
away with a win today.
Sila daw yung
And again,
highest.
as well, make it to Seoul.
If anything, make it competitive.
Silang dalawa.
I think as well, when you're looking
Yeah,
at
it's number
G2 and how
one
they
trophies.
finished the second half of that map, you don't want them to be getting complacent now that they're 2 maps up, now that they know that GCC is on the line, and now that they know that they are, you know, the favorites to come in and win to this one. I want to make sure that they can actually be able to close it out in a dominant fashion, to be confident in the fact that we are sending such a dominant top seed team to GCC, because let's not forget, these teams are fighting for that top seed.
Tingnan mo si Juliano, nanalo na
Also,
Valorant,
not
lumipat
to
na
shut
naman.
down the Copium episode
CS
slightly,
dun eh.
like, G2 did kind of, you know, start the whole reverse sweep trend. So
Kasi
I feel like if
nanalo
there's
sa
anyone
CS
who's going to
dun
know
naman.
how to shut down a reverse sweep and maintain that kind of confidence and not get complacent, like Billy said, it is G2 Gozen, you know. As much as Twisted Minds thrive as underdogs, I don't think G2 Gozen are going to give them an in here. I don't think they're going to give them a way back in, whether it's one match that they take. I do think that G2 Gozen know how to win a best of 5.
I love an underdog story.
No, I
Like, I
don't.
love an underdog
Anong
story.
team?
Yeah, like I want to see Twisted Minds push it. As much as I just said, yeah, G2 should be able to close this out on a 3-0 so that we can be confident in our top seed. Like at the same time,
Mabagong
we're
team.
on LAN. It's a grand
CS din na. Hindi na
finals.
kasi nanonood.
Wouldn't be mad if we ended up going to Corod as that final map as well.
I
Like
think we
it's
can't
so
even
good.
make our mind up.
Yeah, because we just love both
The thing
teams.
is,
like
Twisted Minds has shown us that G2 can compete, but that is only one half on one map. The consistency needs to be replicated, but if I was in the G2 camp, and I'm pretty sure this is exactly what happened, they would have probably got a little bit of a stern talking to, because that second half was not what we're used to.
And as Vut said, you know, sometimes you do need a harsh word from a coach to kind of say, hey, listen, let's lock in here, you know, this is... everything's on the line.
But that's for both rosters. And that's a scary position that Twisted Minds find themselves in. Although they're still all smiles and laughs.
Lean ISO, I'm so here for it if she does lock in. I'm very much
No.
here for this. It gives Lean a get out of jail free card. Like imagine Lean has 2 opportunities to sort of isolate that first blood and come in and be that aggressive and have 2 moments. And again, of course, we are seeing an expected composition
paba
here,
yung ISO,
a
ah.
little bit of a mirror matchup besides
May
ISO.
shield
But
yan,
I guess Mimi
Ganda ba naman
KO
yung tutok
here is
yan?
such a strength, right?
Loko.
Billy, having that
Si
KO
Op
to
yan eh.
sort of shut down sort of any of that aggression and get that early information.
yeah, if you're gonna have Marty and Lean running it down at you as well. Marty's first time on Yoru, and it's here in this decider match, which is kind of crazy. And Lean on the ISO as well. It's not something that we've been able to see quite often. We kind of know her as that Waylay. Those are the 2 things that are obviously standing out to us right now, because it does kind of feel like, okay, they've gone back to the double duelist that they have tried on Binds previously that obviously didn't work out for them last week.
Yeah.
So it's interesting to see Marty and Lean again be put in this position where they're having to jump onto that double duelist and play it out. But I have faith in HTM's IGL and I have faith in the theory crafting that's gone into it.
It's definitely
Saan
another
nag-practice
opportunity
yan?
for
Sa
Twisted Minds to prove that they
Corinthian.
can make the only opportunity for them to prove that they can make that double duelist work, as we've seen from G2 Gozen so far today, and they're now coming away from that. You have
Late sila, no?
the
Nag-double
tide changes,
duelist.
the story flipped. Can they
Kung
flip
kailan yung Asia
and
double
change the
sentinel?
game and bring it back
Ay,
to the
oo
reverse
nga, no?
sweep? You're
Diba
gonna have
dati
to.
panay double
If
duelist
there's
timer?
anything this roster
Ngayon
is
lang
able
sila
to do
nag-double
is to
duelist.
perform under less than ideal circumstances. From contenders to stage 3 finals on LAN, Twisted Minds have done it all, but their real competition now is G2
Oo,
Goza. It's do or die
nakakatuwa
for Twisted Minds to head over to GCC, but G2 Goza wants a clear road. Can they do it? Let's find out on Abyss with our casters,
Dati sobrang
Puka and
liit.
Pez.
At saka hindi po
We'll
yung
find
stage
out. It
nun.
now turns into essentially a best of one, right? That's how you gotta look at it. Twisted Minds can't afford to lose, and within fucking distance now. They're putting that ticket all the way to Korea. Now, what we were saying though, Bea, is we are in the unknown. We don't know where this map truly fits in the current form, either side truly. So where does your mind go?
My mind and my eyes go to Marty playing the Euro like for the first time.
Well, early contact, and Toka going to pick up where she left off. Already, again, a player that has certainly become someone in the forefront of my mind after that exceptional performance in Map 2. However, didn't turn into a win. And this is still not done when Vanya can run through two players, set up to succeed by the work coming out from Mimi as well. It's down to a 3v3.
Yun na naman yung daga.
With the spike down.
Oh, look at Amy.
Wrapping up.
Look at Amy. But the other players on the side need to buy time. Amy's done well to get one, but it's still going to leave HTM standing. But look at the HP. Only 5 to play with. And again, didn't catch it on the screen there, but I'm sure it was a safe catch from Mimi. Down a little bit deeper to make sure no one was making it through. And I'm a bit nervous about this now.
Round one. Let's go back to the conversation I actually wanted to have about this. As the desk was highlighting, yes, we have seen the double duelist before coming in from the side of Toka. Now it's weird that for this third map, actually the is G2 not going for the double duelist. Seeing Mimi on K was like taking a step back, and actually Twisted Mind just doubling down, having lean on that ISO. And now Marty moves on to the Euro. As I said, I don't think that she's ever played it before. She's played all the duelists, but the Euro is not easy task. But just a 1-for-1, she knows how to work with the flashes. I expect great.
Kaso pag ganyan sa atin, pag naagaw na ng kalaban.
You and me both.
GG na.
Okay, never mind. Akita's going to go down.
Yeah. Akita's been stopped a couple of times now. Not having the same sort of success, but she has the rest of the team to bank on. It's a really well invested second round.
Right? Right. It's the spike is down.
I mean, it's getting a little bit dangerous considering there is just 2 players, Vanya and Petra, the last 2 alive. There's still a Sheriff with lean, and they've noted Vanya on the side. Petra needs to do a lot here. It's easier said than done. Shock darts, yes, but doesn't get the shot she wanted. Can bank on these. Try and draw some attention. Great shot. Oh, there she is. Pair of hands.
Another 4K for her. We saw it also in a second round that looked very, very different from the one that we just witnessed. They managed to convert, but of course the economy is not going to be there for the side of G2. Watch out, because one of the most important things with this composition, and probably that is going to reinforce this very strong retakes that we have already seen from Twisted Minds and that we expect to see from this half, is just having that shield with the ISO, having a second chance of a very good hit. So we're going to see how that one plays out. G2 looks like they're just going to be sending it, forcing Marty out of position.
But these rounds have felt close, right? That pistol round felt close. Again, this bonus should be almost nothing. Akita's not got her footing yet at all, as Marty is looking very comfortable on the site. Support system with lean there. It's just Sheriffs, really. Not going to find much impact, as Amy last one alive with only a ghost, so this should be a formality here. And a needed round. Marty's now also going to have ult, which is great to come into, you know, that first real purchase coming into this next round. Just Mind's going to make it through, though, only suffering 1 casualty.
Now is when the fun starts, now that we're going into the gun rounds. I want to see how Twisted Minds is going to deal with the space, how much pressure they're going to put. As I said, G2, they love going for their ults. They have very good ult rounds in this map specifically, even though they do not have the Euro and whatnot. I think that they rely a lot on that. So just fighting for those extremities, not allowing them to gather those orbs. I think that at the beginning in the first round, we saw something like that from Twisted Minds, where Marty was just super ahead onto A. Apparently, everything's going to go down to mid.
And again, the flash though. The desk was talking about it, but the flash is sent out by Mimi. You can see that historical pedigree she has there. Those pop flashes, those high flashes for the swings. So nice. Going to catch Marty trying to make a nice little play up middle, but it actually got Toka as well.
And then just running onto side. Amy has been locking this down so they can do that safely. The utility from Lexa is still waiting onto side though. Mutations coming in. They go.
Yeah, Akita is going to take the space towards maybe default plant spot, and a good shot there from Akita. Finally shot down by Lean, but they've suffered in numbers, and HTM has the paranoia, but a little bit disconnected from Lean here. And Lean's going for this one alone. Kind of wanted to see a bit more synergy between the two. That felt a bit individual.
Yeah, and now Spike planted. The most has to think, we're going for this. Can I save something better than this Bulldog? Should I try and do some damage here?
It's all about timing and a little bit of luck. First contact scene, Mimi swings, and then you're going to be looking at who's on site. Vanya, again, security there in droves pretty much. But I've got to say, rolling my mind back, I do love that flash in middle. I can't get enough of it. Just seeing that again, seeing the best of Mimi, kind of setting up Akita and setting up the others. It's just brilliant.
I'm surprised because, so with the ISO, you have the wall that you can send to prevent these things from happening. And actually, like what I expected when I saw that aggression is seeing Lean just using the wall and then Marty probably flashing after it or just trying to use that as coverage. And I really hope that they have found their lesson if they're going to go down again onto mid.
Ulti na to.
I see Lean there.
Yeah.
But there's no aggression this time. Starting glance from G2, but going to be falling back to what looks like an A piece.
Strung together G2, only Amy in the back. Her utility, her camera, just spread through the map. The orb should be free if Mimi wants her ultimate as well. Pretty close.
Yeah, Akita one off, Mimi one off. So nearby. This is tough for HTM. Again, you've got to look at the fact that they only have an SMG. I don't know how G2 have identified it, but they have. Right side for it, but they do catch on Akita, so that's the front line denied. 1v1 and comfort for Lean apparently looked far too simple. In the meantime, though, site has been taken.
Now I want to see Twisted Minds just leaving a little bit of space, 5v4. Never mind then.
And Amy caught a bit of a drift there, maybe expecting the smoke to still be in place. Offset on the timing, but Petra with the trade. Now going to see the investment of Marty's ult. Had that for a little bit of time. Pop flash in. Do we commit? They're going to have to soon enough, because Mimi's still putting up a stance here. Putting up a stand, the last one alive being Petra, a 1v2. Not impossible. HTM still going to get the upgrade, and there's the ult though. Going to have to use it now. Let's get the tag. Going to get pressured. Oh, played this so well, Petra. I don't know how you do it, and has the dart too. Marty, what are you meant to do here? Petra knows, hopefully her timings. She absolutely does, but again, stolen away.
No, yun eh.
Played in the end there, from both of the teams, like Petra, and just getting that kill with the Hunter's Fury. I did not see that one coming. Well, what I did also didn't see it coming is like just doubling down on the aggression in the position that she had already acquired. Because I was thinking like, you have the Euro ult, you've been so good in the retakes, just get the ball rolling, just play this easily so you can start building also your economy towards this half. As we're saying, it is completely do or die for Twisted Minds in every single one of these rounds. Yes, they managed to close this one. Take the hit, but of course G2 not having all the money in the world to play for this round.
No, their buy's been so put in place. How do they clear Marty? They don't. Akita looks uncomfortable here. Compared to the other maps where we've seen her looking incredibly strong, doesn't look like she quite knows that kind of, you know, protocol for taking the site. Mimi looks fine, however, finding Marty. Vanya with a classic. What? How is Vanya with a classic doing this? Does get at least a somewhat of an upgrade getting the Guardian, but dead to rights now. As the plant's going to be in, but a very weird map so far.
Just to move that position. 2 spikes going down.
Yeah, Lean's quick to this though. Much faster to make it over, and you've got to keep in mind Petra's HP is low. Great catch towards Amy, caught a little asleep at the wheel with that utility in hand. Now Toka, the last one standing, they know both positions. She tries to skip a little bit deeper, finds the isolated fight on Mimi, and Petra, low on HP, Hey, Petra again, man. How many times will she be the backbone and the safe pair of hands that G2 needs?
I'm just so surprised that she managed to stay alive with such low HP. You could see the Twisted Minds players just going and trying to hunt her down. But Mimi having her back, of course, is Mimi and Petra. Did you not expect that she was going to have her back? Brilliant round for them with the complicated buy that they had. Not only that, also going onto side, Akita completely shut down by Marty. Decided Marty then to stay onto the side and just fight from there. Heroics also from Vanya with the TPs and just being an absolute nuisance to deal with. Oh.
There we go, okay.
I
do worry if Akita does slip into a bit more of, I don't know, a higher gear. It just looks a little bit out of sorts right now, but this is a good farm round again. And Akita's the one who wants, so if they can build that up, that's already 2 points towards it.
Meron, di ba nila yun?
2 of them dedicate towards B side, and they're already on the move.
Oh, alam ko.
Amy's just going to reveal all the positions a couple of times, and G2 just running on towards A. The spike should go down with no complications, as we see Twisted Minds. It's Abyss. I feel like if they don't jump off the map at least once...
I mean, this would be probably the round for it.
Spike planted.
If you want to kind of deny Akita any further build, by all rights, they should be setting up Akita to try and farm these last 3. Which it looks like they're somewhat doing with the outdrain there.
Just looking
Petra's about to get reported.
I assume, like, helping Petra and Akita building up their ultimates after we've seen what they're capable of with them. Maybe not Akita last round, but you get the point.
Yeah,
Thank you. I know that she wouldn't let me down.
No, I mean, maybe for Toker and Lexa, they think they can live through this, or is it worth trying to cost them the rifles? Not really. Petra's going to get halfway back to having the Hunter's Fury now. So for G2, that's a win. That's an absolute win. I think the rest for me is now just seeing and keeping touch on throughout this map, even in a win, how comfortable Akita looks here, because we've seen how good Akita can be on maps where she feels comfortable, has that kind of play-in, has her lines. This is an Eco Cobra round. It's the more standardized one I want to be keeping a check towards. Again, I'm just learning as we go with G2 on this map, especially with Twisted Minds here. Okay.
The 11 and 2, you go.
Petra having a little vintage rollback.
Grabe naman kayo.
Marty to lock down this side, protect that ward. Just put a little bit of pressure on G2. There's decided to peek at mid, just in case Twisted decided to push.
Ooh, here we go. And Akita goes down. A tough start here, but there's the operator note to continue on this pathing. Because what's the plan now? You don't really have that same dive, so you're going to need good utility. What? Not where it should have been, because Marty is given complete freedom. This is a mess and a mistake, and G2 will not be happy with this. It's down to the vintage duo, Petra and Mimi, who are putting in an absolute performance. But now it's just Petra on Earth has gone into her this map. Still going down swinging, but going down nevertheless. And the plan looked flawed from G2, trying to scale in towards that A side.
Oh, but this is such a problem from G2. We thought Lean and that operator were going to be the nuisance, but of course it makes a lot more sense for Marty to be picking it in this kind of scenario. And we just saw the effect. And this is something that I saw at G2 in the times that I've been watching them play. I think is a direct idea to have towards them and what they can do on this map. Look at the left side of your screen. Marty's the only one that does not have her ultimate, and she's only 1 orb away. Going to go for the funny one, just trying to get a little bit of info and then TP back. G2 again, put in a little bit of pressure onto mid, throw in some utility and trying to force Twisted Minds to a fight they do not want to take.
And this is a great chance for them to start closing in on that scoreline. Akita this time wins the fight. Takes away a lean, and that's a big first pick essentially at this point. Marty's still patrolling around middle, but has a good idea that someone might have split the net, which is Amy, tucked in towards that box. Not alone here, but it is going to be pathing towards that A site. So you're going to look towards HTM. How much can one player do? Going to try and smoke themselves off some security, but Petra's already
Yun
cleared
nga rin
off, and that's
nakakainis
what
sa
we need to take
ulti,
its
Iso,
space.
no?
Amy now swings in middle, catching the lurk, and this is hard to hold. There's so much for Twisted Minds to worry about. Toga gonna bail him out at least with one here, but HTM gonna give away some of the position. I mean, HDM still doing great from backside. Held this for a long time. I thought someone might have actually known about this. Oh, Amy's lurk.
Dagdaga.
She was already good for a couple, if I'm not mistaken. Finally coming
And in
into
this
fruition.
positioning, she's almost put herself back into a normal position though by going towards heaven.
Check PC,
And
check
now the Hunter's
PC.
Fury commented it last time. And again, Petra still gets the body to drop as Vanya. When he put on guard duty is probably the first port of call to swing, so they know half can be achieved. And there it is. This time G2 crossing the T's and dotting the I's. Finding form as it matters. And denying a spiral back in here.
I still love to see that the rounds are being incredibly close. Do not forget the context. The elimination from the entirety of the circuit at this point is downed. And this is a map that Twisted Minds have not played. So having all of these ideas, like trying to identify their strengths and whatnot against a team that it's pretty good at this map and has also the fundamentals that G2 has, is very difficult. And I think that they're putting up an amazing fight. Also, for Akita, getting that first kill instead of taking a first death in that round was so important for her confidence.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And now, half by here, Sheriffs and Marshall attack at least comes through towards Mimi, but you see side's already taken. Akita trying to take the space on site. Does go 1-for-1, but at least will get foot towards site. I don't think that weapon could be particularly policed at this point. So G2 not taking too many risks here.
And Vanya already TP'd onto A. She's just going to go closer towards the defender spawn. Spike is going to rotate. A lot of silence on their side.
Sa mid. Daga.
Obviously, I think that Twisted Mind needs to look to do a little bit of damage. At the end of the day, it's just a 3v4. You can still make it. See some damage taken onto Mimi, you were mentioning.
A little bit more,
Spike
and
is
I'd be
down,
happy.
and this should be number 7 for Giant for G2. I miss them. I haven't cast a Giant X in ages.
It does feel like a minute, doesn't it? Vanya going to be waiting, and actually does get the final HTM and be token to give it up. And Lexa's just maybe able to give it up to Spike. I think she might even opt for the safer way out at this point. Vanya's still nearby. You're not going to get much more out of this. Yeah, so Vanya, it's not the end of the world if Vanya farms it up, but still, at this point, I'd like to see maybe a timeout here.
Oh my god, that is so
That is
cool.
actually so cute. That is so cute. Way to go. But I would like to see a timeout. I think the Twisted Minds can't let this game get away from them. And they look competitive for a map that we didn't really know where it's at. But, they look quite good. It's not a terrible scoreline. It's not completely out of touch. We've seen some good looks here. I just worry it starts to slip away.
Yeah, and here's the timeout that you asked for, and I agree. I think that, yes, Petra's having a field day. We can see it there with the 14-3. But I think it's also important that the protocols come into fruition, especially once you get a player down. G2 has a response to every single time that Akita goes down or whomever is dying first. They still have a second layer to it and what to do with that. Where do we go from there? If they put pressure here, like, those protocols are definitely there. And I think that's probably what's missing a little bit from the side of Twisted Minds, because we see these scenarios where they're like, oh, we're in a men disadvantage, we freeze.
Mahal yun.
I want to see them go back into
working
for them, those retakes and whatnot, given the space. Just put Marty in a very compromised position and allow G2 to take the space. You have to watch out on mid because Amy will take that lurk anytime.
Yeah, I think if we get into the layers of it, there's a lot to deal with. You're right. Yeah, it's like you look at kind of, as you said, the lurks coming out from Amy have been very good. I don't know what the easy solution. I mean, if there was an easy solution, they'd do it. But hopefully the coach does have something in mind. Marty did very well with that operator before. Love to see that find the footing again. Ult to play with as well, but G2 starting with that mid control.
Why are we not just giving up one side completely?
And Toka, oh no. A disjointed fight in middle is not the solution they were after. This is a big purchase Bayer. That was an operator. That was Toka, who's been really, really key. And now the sites look so open. They've lost the ult on Marty. That's a disaster of a start.
Yeah, absolutely. 5v3 already. We see them already walking onto mid. On the side of Twisted Minds. G2 going on to B. Spike should not be very difficult to get down. Also, they were giving it to Vanya. I'm surprised they're not giving it to Mimi, probably for the last round. Okay, never mind.
There we go.
Just passing it along. The hot
Pick no
potato.
pick no.
Another ultimate available for the side of G2.
Oh, Amy's heard this. Gonna now know there's two there. Calls in Petra for the support. Petra gonna at least deal with the shield, but Liam gonna get that right back in.
Basag yung shield.
And I guess the worry of where Lexa is will kick into effect eventually, but they've got 3 players on the case, so Amy's just buying time. Lexa slowly but surely trying to play through heaven. That's both players now identified. And Twisted Minds need this. They just can't quite take away Amy. Oh, she just juked them. 8-3. And I hate to say it, but all of those people saying, you know, G2 this, G2 that, they might have been right, and it might be a 3-0 at this rate.
Yeah, I think also there's so many rounds where I know that they end up in this 5v3 situation. I hate to say that because it sounds very stupid. Oh, if you get a kill, you're most likely to win the round, well, obviously. But for the side of G2, I think that is having such a great impact on the minds of Twisted Minds. Like the way that they act is completely different. Like even on that situation, look at their economy right now. Maybe like saving a gun or two for this last one could have been more important. There's no damage that you're going to deal to G2.
Yeah, it does feel like it's just a bit of a, I don't say formality, but they're just
patay na naman siya.
I don't want the last map to go like this, Lauren. I think that's what you're trying to say.
Yes, pretty much. That is exactly it.
Because
Because
kasi
we've seen what Twisted Minds can do on Sunset. Only last
Di
map.
ka pang
A
duelist.
little bit of resilience, that ability to really dig in, fight the good fight for their side, be willing to take in the distance, pull off the comeback. Yeah, you lost an OT, that's fine. It's a best of 5, you're not done yet. This attitude, I'm a bit worried about. Now starting to fall foul to some of the issues before, and all of this is heard. Amy hearing all of these steps. She catch anyone?
Oh, she
They were
knows.
looking for it, but now they're moving. And she has help here. Petra's joined her this time, so it does leave it a little bit light on the site, but Vanya can buy time with the paranoia. Now you're looking at them being herded here. Akita making it around quietly. Surprise, Petra's got another. They have been absolutely cornered on all fronts here. Now 9-3. They pulled back this scoreline before. I don't think this is the one that they can do it through. But I'm hearing we actually have an interview ready. So we having I don't
Si Vanya, pasmado ata.
9-3. They pulled back this scoreline before, but Bea.
Yun na yun. Smurfy.
Smurfing. Report.
Why no save? Oo nga, ba't defending pinili nila?
Oo nga, ito lang duwidis yung... Hindi ko rin gets. Siguro last na nila naisip na mag-duwidis kata.
The game is great, but the best part about this job is being in Istanbul and surrounded by bona fide game changers, EMEA legends such as Roxy.
Ayaw mo na maglaro.
First of all, Roxy, congratulations on your new title, being the GC ambassador. Talk to me a little bit about this.
Thank you. I'm just happy to be here, and like basically the GC ambassador means like I'm the voice of the players. Like you can tell me everything you have on your heart, on your mind.
Ayaw na maglaro.
To make the GC better, and I will do my best to make it into reality so that every player can be happy and all problems will hopefully be solved if there's any.
I can't wait to see how you're gonna get everything sorted. I love that. Of course, back to this map, ISO Yoru. How can they pull this back in the second half? Surely it's gonna be fine on the attack.
Yeah, surely. I mean, it's the 3-9 curse. They have a double duelist. I've seen Marty on duelist. She's doing well, and Lean obviously like it's a duelist of trust. So maybe they can pull back. We will see.
We will see indeed. Thank you so much, Roxy, and enjoy the rest of the event.
Okay, Roxy didn't look all that confident in the comeback, but she made some good points. The double duelist, what they can achieve with Bea, give me some hope. Give me hope, Jim.
She knows,
She knows
ball.
ball.
It's Roxy.
That's true.
You know, she was
True.
also in G2.
Yeah.
In KC.
Oh,
She
we're
knows.
in
She
game.
knows real ball.
We're
She knows the
casting
real
off
thing.
a screen, and I
Can we
think that's
see the
Akita
game?
walking middle. We will hopefully, as Akita has just gone and played deathmatch down middle. They are not going to let them take a break. They're not going to let them take a breath. At this point, they want to push this one home. G2, they're not exactly going to be kind about this. They want to cut to the throat and quick, right? Do not allow time for a comeback. These pistols haven't been great for them. There has been chances. We saw it on map 2. But Bayer, once this now starting to look a little bit more concise, I want you to give me some win cons. It probably was going to start with a pistol, I assume.
Yes, I was going to start with the pistol. You know, like the plan and everything we didn't get to see. There was some action there onto mid. Then Hito decided to go on to A. You think, oh, it's only Vanya there. That is a lot. That is a lot to have to deal with. The rotation was already coming in. Damage has been done.
You saw ba yung
This
banda?
put a bow in it, put a fork in it, do whatever you want to it. This one is looking done. At 10-3, Twisted Minds, do not go out with a whimper. Try and claw something back here. You are a good team. You're a damn good team. You've had close games. I know that G2 just elevate. They get harder and harder to play against. But still, give them a fight back. Show us what you can do here. Because obviously the tickets to Korea, to GCC, bank on this.
I'm still crazy about Petra's numbers.
So gusto mo Korean ni
Akita
Petra?
also just having that aggression onto mid. Sometimes she's gonna go down and she's perfectly okay with that. The force coming in from the side of Twisted Minds. They didn't even manage to get the... Did they get the spike down?
I don't believe so.
Either or. For G2, 3 rounds away. They need to convert this and they have to expect that there's going to be some sort of investment coming into this one. Probably that's why they respect the space.
Yung parang may ano pa sila, show match.
Okay, Amy again already chipping away. Marty barely able to get the shot back at this point. You gotta look at the buy, it's stingers with light shields, it's not much. But at this sort of range, you might be able to see Twisted Minds, maybe find some stability, maybe able to create a bit of chaos. Lean on site. Toka there, doesn't have dart back yet. Curious when that's back through. Didn't actually catch that the first time, but Petra's got hers, so that could be the springboard after this out drone. Clears close, sees nothing. Akita now allowed off. Allowed to move forward. Checked on the back of the side. Toka, there she is. There's the team we were waiting for. Resilience, resistance, and the ability to fight back. Mimi can still do damage, but not damage enough. They're not done yet, but it is a long way back.
Managed to get at least one upgrade on the side of Twisted Minds. For them, playing together, just playing as close as you can, forcing those close encounters. Very clean for them. Also on the side of G2, not having a way to really stack up that molly to have the impact that they wanted. Akita going out of a smoke and finding 3 players pointed at her with stingers. That's not something you want to see, unless you're a Twisted Minds fan. Which, of course, is going to be a long and difficult way. But hey, you managed to put G2... the situation of just going with classes for this one. I would have jumped.
If the win con wasn't going to be achieved in round 1, you find it in round 2, which they do.
Yeah.
So this is it. Build up, round by round. Lane trying to lead the way. Let's see if they can get that ult building nice and early. There is still Vanya on site. It's Lexa to claim. Petra very unlikely to do much here.
Spike planted.
Well, actually, drop... Okay. My bad, Petra. I'm going to stop doubting you. You can do anything you want. Oh my god, Akita, what is that? He's only got a classic, but still gets a damn headshot too. But HTM finding the end lean there. Comfortable. Collecting. 3 alive. The rifle remains, and the Guardian collected.
Guardian collected, they can upgrade from that Stinger. It's important that the ultimates also start coming online for the side of Twisted Minds. They need to snowball. I want to see, especially you were asking me about win conditions, I want to see how strong these executes are, especially when G2 adapt and they start to, what do they do when there's some initial pressure. I want to see how G2 explore the map and how they are going to respond. Especially because of lean. I want to see how are we using the walls, how are we trying to be a team player within this.
Alright, Akita. Not an easy fight to win at the start, but you have 3 players beside you and potentially a flash on the way. There it is, pop, flash and swing. Akita takes back that A main space and actually hunting a lot further. Gotta be cautious, not overstay welcome. They were willing to brawl on that, but I'm looking at Petra in the middle. This timing, Bayer, does she get the window right?
We can only wait.
You and me.
Did she miss the ult? Oh, we missed the ult.
Good.
Well, Mimi won.
Which is a little bit
Patay
worrying.
na naman.
because,
Huwag ka na mag-ulti yan.
Mimi comes out comfortable, has all the utility in the world still, knife, flash, everything. And if they try and go middle, Petra's here. Unchecked on. But the timing is everything. Spotted Lexa. Great reaction, but Amy on the swing too. Gonna take down a body with her and keep this at a 3v3. Maybe a split through towards that vent side. Paranoia goes in, but they're away.
Mimi already in their backs.
30 seconds
Looking at
left.
hated the most position right now, just trying to cover those rotations. Is G2 looking to get together? The spike still has not gone down. It's going to be Lexa. She's also going to have her ultimate just in case, you know? Would have gotten the same from just
the
kill.
Ingay ni Mimi.
A bit of that, but Akita not clean enough on the first, but does get the follow-up. At least to the initial bits of damage, but Akita now not really got given much chance here. Akita
she's
doubting her.
going
She's
for
popped
it.
the knives. Okay, Akita, what? Show me what you got.
Grabe. Kaya pala. Kaya pala. Oh, tumayo na. Uy, wala pa. Wala pa, wala pa. Wala pa.
That is what she got. Not a second to hesitate. Not for a single moment. She gets the kill. She knows that the clock's ticking, that the spike needs to be defused, and there's one more player to be defeated beforehand.
Like, I'm taken aback.
Nag-set siya sa knife niya.
What are you meant to do? If you're HTM, you're sat there like, what the hell just happened?
Woo! Yes, Drew. That's what you get. That's what you get in G2 Gozen. He's absolutely living for that.
I mean, she has killer instinct. I'll give her that. That's wild.
Here.
Okay, 5-11. She doesn't want the same scenario to happen as what happened on Sunset. She wants this done. Early pressure in middle though, and it's only Petra here, Bea.
You say only, but she did put a lot of pressure in the previous round. Two players have made their way through.
Dito na naman siya.
Oh god! Vanya leaves him in pieces up towards
Tabi mo
heaven.
ba
Lexa
niya?
at least gonna take her down and get the info for that.
That Hunter's Fury didn't hunt much.
Galing mag-judge ni Vanya.
The information's there, the spike's gonna go down, and G2 all together.
Lexa, that's one. Being toyed with, that's two.
Addition.
Lexa fancies her own time in the sun. Token
Sayang naman yung patay ni Vanya doon. Gigil na naman si Vanya sa inyo.
They're not done yet. They're doing exactly as they
Surrender
needed.
na naman.
The way that Lexa was playing with that position, because usually you have 3 players, you want a wide swing, but just because of the baby door, you cannot really do that safely, you know? So just managing to isolate those kills, put it into an easier scenario for celebration, for Twisted Minds. It's still not G2, 2 rounds away, yes, but you still have so much to play for.
Okay. Well, this round feels like they'll be on 11 for another, right? Twisted Minds, chance to take steps back. Don't. This should be fine. They went for an A stack, it ain't here. All good. Plant in, safety.
Wala na siyang shield.
All together on the side of G2, they're just waiting on A. And now the question is, are we jumping? Are we, what are we doing?
Yan naman sila si Petra hindi tatalig.
Yep, off we go.
Yeah.
Kaya nga, yung pangit ng cameraman eh.
I mean, if you're G2, you're already getting close to the most important ultimates. Getting Mimi to get hers, that would be a plus. Petra also one away. But just don't let them kill you. You have both of them. Oh. Any damage is good damage.
That's true. Let's see if they can find any more. Mimi's dead, sure. No. No.
She doesn't have time.
No. No, not even close. Petra. I think they took Toka. I think Toka got a little nervous, but that's fine. They can rebuy around that, right?
I got nervous too, and I think she has the right to be nervous. I would have been nervous too. As we're saying, well, managed to get
naman, Jins.
full of them.
But for the
Kasi
side of G2,
talo yung
it's about
G2 eh.
resilience. Just the map is going to go deep. You only need a couple
Pag
of rounds. Just
nananalo yung
gather those
ano,
ultimates, do a
hindi sila
strong
nag-react
retake
eh.
or something like that. We have been seeing them giving them a lot of space on the sides. Like that is okay. It looks like the floor is lava for them.
No, kung dito yan, tapos home, hindi home court. Binubo na yan.
7 rounds they sit on now.
Yan,
They
ako
get
yung
past
volleyball.
this. We're gonna get a bit of a game on our hands.
Sama na ugali.
For now, they have to try and approach what looks like the B-side to begin with, or at least the consideration is here.
Naka-challenge tuloy.
Try and clear the utility first and foremost.
Just waiting right now, maybe going back, gathering that orb. Got what we wanted. Broke a little bit. Next, we're trying to see if Petra is again going for some sort of pressure.
Yeah, Keto close enough now to swing off this. Bloody hell, that was quick. And a stick from HTM, but Akita's reposition is perfect. Great for the follow-up on the second. Now what? 4v3. What do they have though? They've got site control. Still a little bit of util in place. And yeah, exactly. Spike's now down. Anything for the post plant? No big util for that. But still, a 3v4.
Line and G2 have been struggling. They have to clear everything just thanks to their smokes. They have all the info.
Yeah, flash on close, smoke down towards main.
It's fine, like Lex I can tell her.
Yeah, paranoia doesn't land towards Toka, but Petra gets her. Okay, this is now getting scary. HTM has to play into the one way. There's nowhere else to go. And G2's patience pays off. Now within touching distance. Only one more round left.
Comfort for the side of G2, and as we see it in the faces, of course, for Twisted Minds, they need way too many in a row in a map that they have not played this entire year. And now they have to do it in the grand final. Like, even if the ideas are there, the pressure, a mountain at the beginning of the day, I was telling you, Lauren, I think it's so smart for G2 to not jump straight into the abyss, because anything could have happened then.
Gutom na.
Just leaving it for the third.
Nahihilo na siya, hindi kasi
You know
nag-breakfast.
how to win this map.
They do. They sound like... I'm just sitting here waiting to see, is there anything left, right? Is there more the Twisted Minds can do? I fear that now we're starting to see Akita get into that bigger form. Starts to look a little bit sharper. That last round has 2 really nasty shots.
I honestly think that goes into the... She's willing to take the risks. And sometimes that is going to mean... well, the times where she was like caught up in Lean's ultimate might not be the best example, but she's willing to take the risk. We see every single time that we're in her POV, when a flash comes in, when there's a flowers, when there's this, she 100% trusts the process. Sometimes she's gonna go down and sometimes she's going to be good for 2. And we're going to be saying, oh my gosh, she is amazing. She honestly trusts what they're doing. That is why she's so difficult to deal with, because you cannot throw her off her game. She's always going to be a nuisance. And for the side of Twisted Minds, there's just too much on their plate right now.
And it is hard, right? Because, again, we've had Petra having this mad performance too. On the other side, Toka to me has been a really quiet, unsung hero too. Map 2 was exceptional, but here it's an aggressive start. Vanya instantly wants to set the tone and tempo, take it over that A main space.
I think it's also very important because if they're setting up to use some utility, the pressure is on them, and getting a pick there would have been amazing for Vanya. Just by herself, one-woman army onto A. Rotation's already coming in.
Marty's gone close, but the trips are there, so there should be an audio cue at minimum. Oh my god, the timing on this. There we go. So they've given away the slight attention towards B, but keep your eyes on the spike. Does it commit towards this route? Marty is noted, but Amy respecting this enough to give up site control to an extent. And Marty trying to take as far as she can here. There's the first contact.
Diretso lang to pumiki.
Ay, ba't ka tumalon? But Petra doesn't seem to miss with that Hunter's Fury Bayer.
So not always good for one. Amy is going to go down. 3v3 situation. Mimi has her ultimate if she wants to for this retake, but there's not much more utility that you're going to be able to deny the drone from Petra, or you shut down from Lean. Maybe being a little bit too eager, they're not.
And there it is. It's actually popping the ult, but Petra's lost it. She's been so good.
Easy game. Easy lang.
Pixel out of play race, but for a second you thought there was a chance. G2 breaking Twisted Mind's heart and booking their ticket all the way to Korea now. Game Changers Championship is now locked in, and it feels like it wouldn't be right without seeing G2's name on the list.
Yeah, many times we speak about how G2, they go on points, they don't win the stages, and this year it was close for them to not win a single one. They win the one that matters the most, the one that guarantees them to be in Seoul, and it had to relieve so much pressure off their shoulders, not thinking that they have to yes until this very last minute. And I think that this was a great showing for the people watching from home, and especially their opponents, to get a little bit of a taste of what GCC is going to be like. You thought that after this year, G2 was out, that they were not the force that they once were to be reckoned with, but they are so back. I still think that there's a massive ceiling for them to reach, and it's very, very far away.
Such an impressive run from G2, and to see them having to work for it, having to reinvent themselves over and over and build themselves back to the form that we know they can reach. Curious now how far this team will go, but they've locked that spot. That trophy is all theirs.
Ano, ang gaganda ng ngiti ng dalawang tita.
Naman sila. Okay, magkalat sa main.
Oo nga eh. 2 taon na kayo 3rd place.
Gusto ko SRD ulit.
Gusto ko rin.
Gusto ko rin hindi ako pasok na.
First game pa lang SRG2 na, no? Okay lang din. Sa ano ako, sa China ako. Ano ako sa message.
Ano yung binayaran ni Banyo?
Ba't ang awkward nyo?
Nakakita.
Nakakagaraw. Bigat daw eh. May medal. Ay, dog tag.
Sorry.
Ba't di medal? Ba't dog tag?
Dog tag lang ang pera.
Ano yun? Meron yan. Kaya nga G na G sila eh. Bigat na si Akita sa trophy. Sa maliit pa pinabuhat eh.
Yung bigat na.
Ses de namasa.
Kay Banyo lang kayo ng masa.
Ve tekrar G2'yu tebrik edelim. Gerçekten mükemmel bir performans. 5 maçlık bir seriyi 3 mücadelede bitirmeyi başardılar. Tabii onlarla ufak bir sohbet ediyor olacağız arkadaşlar. Hala günün sonuna gelmiş değiliz. Ben burada sizlere
Ayan na, binibigay na. Hindi ko na kaya ang
beraber
bigat.
röportajlarla tabii ki G2'yla bakalım onlara neler soracak, nasıl değerlendirecek seriyi. Yisu, you can take over. It's your stage now.
Thank you very much. No, it's our stage. It's actually all of our stages. But first of all, massive congratulations to you guys. I'm hoping we have a microphone for you. Yeah, let's give you a mic. Let's get you a mic. I'm not going to start with you, I'm sorry. I will want to start with Petra. It has to be you, Petra. Now, I know this year has been quite difficult for you. You've went through a lot. So, two questions. First of all, how did you regain your confidence after everything that happened? And second of all, how great does it feel that, you know, it's validated, all the hard work that you put in with this trophy?
Well, yeah, first I had to just play a few games to get it back. I didn't get it back straight away. But the confidence the teammates and the coach gave me was like a turnaround for I think 2 matches ago or 3 matches ago. And I feel a lot more comfortable now, so yeah. And the second question was?
The trophy kind of proves that all your hard work
yeah,
worth it, right?
We worked very hard. I think I can easily say we're one of the most hard-working team from EMEA. I mean, we are the most because it shows now, right? So, yeah, it pays off.
Tabii öncelikle Petra'dan başlamak istiyorum. Kesinlikle Petra ile ilk başta konuşmamız lazım. Bu sene senin için çok zorlu bir seneydi. Çok fazla şey yaşadın ve buradan bir geri dönüş aslında sağlamayı başardın. Kendi kariyerin adına da önemli bir yıldı. Hem bunu nasıl başardın bunu sormak istiyorum. Aynı zamanda kupayı kaldırmak nasıl hissettirdi bir yandan bunu da kanıtlıyor diye Yinsu sordu. Petra'nın cevabı çok net, evet, benim için çok zor bir yıldı ama yavaş yavaş birer oyunda tekrar hem kendi özgürlüğümü bulup hem tekrar oyunu sonrasında adım adım aslında birazcık daha tuğla buldu. Sonrasında kazandığımızda da şu anda en fazla çalışan takımız ve bunu da kanıtladığımızı düşünüyorum. Avrupa'daki böyle bir ekibe sahip olmak da bizim için çok mutluluk ve aynı zamanda şans verici diye belirttim.
Next, Amy, another champs. Congratulations, you're going to be going to Korea. I feel like I don't remember a time where you're not one of the best players. You're always up there, and somehow you always get better. Where is your ceiling, Amy? When does this stop? When do we actually get to see like 100% power, Amy? Because every tournament, you're just better.
I think it will never stop. I'm just going to keep growing, and that's just my goal. I want to be the best player I can be, so I'm just going to be working hard. And the day I want, I'm going to retire. So.
Oh, okay. I hope that's not anytime soon.
Daha iyi gidiyorsun. Bir kez daha seni Kore'ye giderken görüyor olacağız. Seul'de görüyor olacağız ve kupayı kazanma fırsatı da buldunuz. Ne zaman senin %100'ünü göreceğiz? Ne zaman potansiyeline ulaşacaksın? Her turnuva daha iyiye, daha aslında güçlüye gitmeye devam ediyorsun dedi. O da yani tabii ki buna devam edeceğim ama bu sonsuza kadar devam edecek. Eğer zaten bunu yapamıyorsam da büyük ihtimalle emekli olmayı düşünürüm dedi. Böyle de ufak bir aslında şakayla karışık cevap var.
Next, Mimi, I feel like this is almost like a game between you and I at this point. Do you know how many titles you won up until this point with Petra and G2?
Yeah, right now we made double digits. This is our 10th title with GCC from 2022, so pretty cool.
Yeah, that's crazy. That is an insane number. And I always ask you this, and I love your answer every time, because you say that it's always different, right? No tournament, no win is ever exactly the same. So what is different about this title?
Well, I think the biggest difference is the fact that if we didn't win this, we would have not made champs, right? There was actually something on the line this time. And I also think that put in that extra work from everyone and that extra motivation. We all knew that it was all or nothing, and we gave it all.
Tabii seninle çok fazla konuşma fırsatı bulduk. Geçtiğimiz dönemden beri çok fazla turnuvada yer aldım.
Gusto kay Vanya may ko.
Bir oyuna döndün. Sana hep aynı soruyu soruyorum ve sen de hep aynı cevap veriyorsun. Bir kez daha sormak istiyorum. Bu turnuvayı, bu finali farklı kılan neydi? Cevap bence çok net ve çok güzel. Eğer bunu kazanamasaydık Champions'a gitme şansımız olmayacaktı. Bizim için çok daha zorlayıcı olacaktı. O yüzden bu anlamda çok özel. Ya hep ya hiç mentalitesiyle yola çıktık ve bugün burada galibiyeti almayı başardık.
Vanya, first of all, I think everyone here wanted to see you win. I know your dad and your friends are in the crowd as well. So what's the support been like? What does it mean to you to win in front of them?
Eh kasi hindi siya comfy sa role niya eh. Pinagdulitis ba naman?
Hindi na pala need
here as a team because I played normal again.
English.
I don't know.
Maybe naman.
If there's anything you want to say in Turkish, go for it.
Kendiniz için teşekkür ederim hepinize. Desteğinizi hepimiz hissettik takımca.
Uy, dami fans.
I forgot to say something. This win was for Jix, so...
Oh, okay.
For Jix.
That's cute.
Vanya buradasın, kendi ülkende aslında kendi evindesin. Çok fazla topluluk
Hindi
şu anda izleyicilerde, taraftarın var, ailen burada, onların burada olduğunu biliyoruz. Senin için bu desteği görmek nasıldı, sana nasıl hissettirdi dedi. Vanya'da bu zaten her zaman çok güzel bir hissiyat. Normal oynadım ve kazandım. Bizim açımızdan çok da güzel bir mücadeleydi. Aynı zamanda şunu da eklemek istiyorum ki bu galibiyet Giant X içindi diye de ufak da bir mesajını vermiş oldum.
Akita, this is your first big, GC trophy. Was it heavy when you lifted it? It was heavy? You guys are all used to it. I feel like you know how heavy it really is. And for you, I think it's also about confidence, right? Because when you're so confident, no one is better than you. You are the best. How does it feel to win it, knowing that you played with full confidence and you played an amazing final?
Well, obviously it feels great. I'm happy that I win with my mates. They were really good support for me. They always tell me that I'm the best and just go for your picks.
Are you excited for GCC?
Just go to the siya pala ganun siya, panay pick lang. Sabihin pala, kaya mo yan, pick mo na
Senin
yan.
için tabii ki aslında ilk büyük kupa, aynı zamanda ilk sahne deneyimiydi. Nasıl hissettin? Gerçekten çok iyi bir oyuncusun ve favori olarak da gösteriliyordun dedi. Akita'nın da cevabı gerçekten yine aynı şekilde güzel. Bu kadar büyük desteği yanında görmek benim için çok fazla özgüven sağlıyor. Takımım bana burada aynı zamanda tabii ki yani koçlarım ve yan taraftaki oyuncular gidip istediğin gibi pikleyebilirsin, rahat ol, çekinmene hiç gerek yok gibi özgüveni verdiler. Ben de çıktım ve oynadım. Bir kez daha Kore'ye gidecek olmak da tabii Game Changers için Champions'e gitmek nasıl hissettirdiğini ekledi. O da tabii ki mükemmel hissettirdi. Çünkü Kore'ye gidiyoruz. Benim açımdan çok heyecanlıyım diye bitirdim.
There is a reason I saved you till last. You'll find out in a second. But first of all, you went to champs with Exit. You won Masters Madrid with Sen, which is insane. And now you've won another title with G2 Gozen. In Game Changers, I don't think many people can have the repertoire, the CV you do. So what does this one mean to you?
I mean, this one means a lot, honestly. It's like my first proper project, head coaching. And I mean, my team makes my job so easy, right? So I can just enjoy the process fully. And I'm having some of the most fun I've had in my career, like up to date. And this feels really special because we really did put a lot of work into this and we really wanted to make career. So it feels so good.
How does this compare to Madrid?
I mean, honestly, it's on the same level.
Yeah?
Like in terms of accomplishment, it's insane. And the journeys were very similar. It's just a lot of hard work and just a lot of belief in ourselves, and it paid off.
Okay, I'm going to let you translate that because I have another kind of nerdy question for you after this.
Thank you. Özellikle tabii burada çok fazla başarı elde ettin. Öncesinde Champions, Madrid geldin. Şimdi burada Game Changer sahnesinde İstanbul'da yeni bir takımla yeni bir başarı elde ettin. Burası senin için nasıl bir süreçti? Bunu nasıl kıyaslarsın diğer başarılarına göre diye sorduğumda koç tabii bunun çok daha başka olduğunu söyledi. Madrid'e kıyasla özellikle gerçekten tahmin edilemez bir seviyesinden yine aynı şekilde bahsetti. Burada ilk kez head coach, ana koç olarak çalıştığı için de bu bir aile olduğunu
Ikli-ikli sinabi niya eh.
Lastly, Drew, you're going to be heading to GCC, you will be going to Korea, and the game is going to be very different when you get there. So, early doors, what do you think is your biggest win condition? How do you guys tackle the new patch?
At saka yung patch nga kasi.
Like goes in place. There's going to be a lot of things thrown at us and we're going to have to change a lot in a very small space of time. It's not going to be easy. But if we just keep playing the brand of Valorant that we play, like we stand as good a chance as anyone else.
And what brand is that, do you think? What is your identity right now?
I mean, you guys are seeing it. Just a lot of talent, a lot of belief, a lot of firepower. Like, we can run over anyone.
Game Changers'a gittiğiniz zaman, Champions'a gittiğiniz zaman orada aslında sizi neler bekliyor? Nasıl kendi oyununuzu değiştireceksiniz ve adapte edeceksiniz? Oraya nasıl hazırlanacaksınız? Çünkü hani süre baskısı da var aslında, birazcık bundan bahsetti. Koç da burada evet değiştirmemiz gereken şeyler var. Kendi oluşturduğumuz kimliği birazcık daha ortaya koymak istiyoruz dedi. Insta sizin kimliğiniz peki ne dediğinde görüyorsun çok fazla yeteneğimiz var, çok fazla çalışan oyuncumuz var. Gerçekten verilen güzel bir emek var. Bunun sonucunu da yine aynı şekilde Game Changers'da Champions'da almak istiyoruz.
And very lastly, very quickly, you know I'm going to ask you this. I ask you this every year because you guys win so much. Who are you got your eyes on? GCC. Who do you want to play?
Her name, yeah.
Who do you want to play? Yeah, who do you want to face?
I mean, we always want to play Shopify.
Shopify?
Yeah. They have to play?
Yeah, who do you want to face?
I mean, we always want to play Shopify.
Shopify?
Yeah. They have a new lineup. We have a new lineup.
Okay.
We're ready.
Shopify, everyone?
Shopify.
Shopify, alright.
Yan. First game, Shopify agad. Para magpustahan na kami.
They didn't make it last year, so they seem better.
Her sene size soruyorum kiminle oynamak isterseniz Champions'da. Herkesin cevabı çok net. Shopify, onların yeni bir takım var, bizim yeni bir takımımız var. Ve biz aslında hazırız diye ufaktan da şöyle bir özgüven mesajı gönderildi. Bir yandan da tekrar Liquid'le ilgili oynamak isteriz diye de
Well, thank you very much, you guys. Congratulations once again. Your Game Changers EMEA 2025 Stage 3 winners and heading to Korea, G2 Gozen.
Ve artık biz bugünün sonuna geliyoruz. Katılan herkese çok Teşekkür edelim. Ve artık yavaş yavaş karşılaşmamızın da sonuna geliyor olacağız. Bizden bugünlük bu kadar arkadaşlar. Kore'de, Seul'de görüşmek üzere. Son kez G2 için kocaman bir alkış.
Pagalingan ng duelis, oh. Pero nakalaban naman na nila si Dodonat dati eh. Medyo may idea na sila.
Minsan pa ata sa duelis sila yung mga...
G2 Gozen, your GC EMEA Stage 3 winners. They were looking down the barrel of a year of no G2 in GCC champs. They said, not this year. We're back for another one. Fortunately for Twisted Mind, this is the end of their Cinderella run. They're in the pumpkin, heading back home. The clock struck midnight. But G have done it once again, and they wouldn't allow any other... honestly, I wouldn't have wanted any other way. The fact that they're able to close it out, I think this is beautiful for them, considering the year that they've had. A little bit of ups and downs, but they're once again back to conquer it all.
Yeah, I think they did it in such a dominant way as well to remind everyone who on earth they are. You know, this is the G2 Gozen that we know and love. We spoke about the roster changes and the issues that they've had this year, but being able to, you know, come in, win out stage 3, which other than last year they famously used to lose, like we spoke about earlier today, and now they are going to be heading to GCC as that first seed for EMEA.
Yeah, it doesn't feel right not to have G2 Gozen at game.
Meron na eh, wali yung link nila eh.
Ayun. Countdown na. Ang cute ng logo nun.
Ayoko. Daming tao dyan eh. 26.
Grabe. Lahat nagaan na eh. Habol ng loot.
Nangyari.
Bukas pero sabi ni Bandi.
Meditate nila. Ito ito.
Hindi pa pwede. Sabayan kita matulog.
Notification dito.
Ngayon nga eh. Nakaalis ko lang dyan eh. Nakakausap ako, hindi ko maintindihan. Lulit lang.
Sabi.
Hindi ko maintindihan eh, kaya nga umalis ako eh. May sinasabi siya tungkol sa shark eh. Nung nakakuha ako ng shark, hindi ko maintindihan. Pagkasel ko, tumakbo na ako.
Ba't may fishing rod dito? Iniwan mo fishing rod mo?
Ay! Oo nga, akin yan. Yung pula. Balik ko.
Kinuha ako.
Okay. Okay.
Pwede naman pag-complete ko.
Kasya na pera natin. Tanga na. Base pati mining.
Tama na. Tama na muna to.
Ikaw, kung gusto mo, go lang.
Gusto ko lang talaga bait ko. Pinaubos ko.
Sige.
Game changers. It's about competition, pure happiness. Like a crazy experience. We're making history. It means so much to us. It's good to be back.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. As long as I'm good enough, everybody's getting up more game. I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby. 全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
Two teams, one best of 5 between them, and a ticket to the Game Changer Championships on the line. Welcome, everyone, to the Valorant Game Changers America's Last Chance Qualifier presented by Verizon. Yesterday, we saw 3 teams battle their way out. Only 2 remain today, and cannot wait to get started with the finals. My name's Sierra Dawn. I'll be your host for today, and joining me on the analyst desk, we say hello again to Emily. And welcome in to Ash. Ash, how are you doing today? This is determined the final team here in America to make their way to championship.
I'm really excited. I think we were talking about it during the first cast of yesterday as well, during that round robin stage, that this was kind of what we anticipated that grand finals to be. I'm super stoked to see which teams we're going to be sending off.
Ay, ito, pinulutan kita nito.
Yeah, and this being the second day, Emily, what we got to witness yesterday, it was a long day of Valorant, but boy, was it
24, tapos pwede lagyan ng pouch.
The result of that round robin from yesterday. Of course, we had to narrow it down. 3 very worthy teams, and we had to say goodbye to Akave Esports, unfortunately, and Wadada and MIBR are going to be the 2 remaining teams to battle their way out today.
Yeah, I'm honestly still heartbroken about the Kave loss and not being able to see them make it today too. I think we're all a little surprised with how the matches went yesterday. You know, MIB are having that dominant win against Wadada and Akave having such a close or 2 close maps with MIBR. Like, it was kind of like a big swap going from the start of the day to the end. But overall, it was just all great Valorant to watch, and I'm excited to see these 2 teams in the grand finals today.
And having seen that matchup play out yesterday, of course, in a best of 3, MIBR definitely looked to be in strong suit going into today, but we'll have to see how they play on the day and how they're going to be hitting the field. But based off yesterday, it's going to be strong. Looking over at this MIBR roster, there is a reason that they were one of the top teams. I mean, the top team. We got 3 teams here, guys, that we were talking about. And Ash, it was a team that, too, they've just been top of their own region, just barely falling short. And they look on point to get that ticket.
Yeah, it was definitely heartbreaking here for MIBR in that Brazil finals to land that 2nd place and miss out on that opportunity to get the fast ticket over into Game Changers Championships for this year, but they've been so consistent. This core as well within Sayuri, within SRN and Mel, they were top of Brazil during 2024.
Alam ko si Mel, Sayuri, pati SRN.
Return to Game Changers Championships after falling short and landing that 2nd place up against SRG during the last year as well. All of these players are so hungry to make it back.
They're also just a super well-rounded roster. Like, they're not super reliant on one person. And it feels like, well, we have SRN who's been popping off almost every single match. But even if SRN isn't having, like, as good of a game, there's always another player to kind of step up and take that spot and just have a pop-up game of their own. And also, going into today's best of 5, because they went 2-0 in their best of 3s, they have a 2-map ban advantage, which I think is going to play a huge part going against Wadada, because they do tend to rely on maps where they can run their chamber comps, where they can find find the most success on that chamber. And normally when you're talking about bans, you can either A, ban your ban your weakest map or ban your opponent's strongest map. But here, MIBR gets to do a little bit of both.
I mean, they definitely have a lot of things going their way today. They got such a well-rounded team. They have the map plan. They have that confidence as well. Something that we was talking about a lot yesterday, and we had the opportunity to get a couple more words from about yesterday's matches.
Yan. Gina agad.
O primeiro jogo foi tranquilo. Acho que a gente chegou preparado na
Lahat ng yaya mo nun. G agad ako eh. Tapos di tayo natutuloy. Hindi pa tayo nakikita nun eh.
Eu acho que a gente meio que se preparou mal pro segundo jogo. Em relação a essa pausa, eu acho que isso também ensina muita coisa a gente, porque eu sinto que trouxe meio que o nosso tipo, os problemas que a gente estava tendo antes um pouquinho à tona de novo. Não é que tava tipo igual antes também, mas eu acho que a gente tava bem. Tava todo mundo com muita vontade, todo mundo muito feliz, então acho que isso ajudou bastante também, mas definitivamente eu acho que a segunda MD3 ter sido mais difícil foi bem melhor pro nosso time, pra gente poder dar uma conversadinha sobre o que rolou ali nesse momento, pra gente se entender e realmente botar um ponto final. Eu acredito que essa final vai ser tranquila, vai ser de boa, lógico que depende muito também da nossa postura, mas eu acredito que o nosso time é muito, muito, muito mais que capaz de ganhar essa final de uma forma bem de boa. 3-0 foi dormir logo, assim.
Not even just to win out this best of 5 grand finals, but to win it comfortably. So Lisa can just go down to bed. I mean, it's a team that coming out here. Ash has definitely had this through and through.
Oh, 100%. And also when you think about how that series between MIBR and Wadada went yesterday, you really can't blame Lisa for feeling that confident going into today's best of 5. It was so strongly on the side of MIBR, and for Lisa, it would be her first time trying to get over to GCC.
No, the rest of the
team, again, trying to make that return to the big stage. So that experience on this team definitely, I think, fuels that comfort and confidence heading into today's matchup.
And looking at today's matchup as well, of course, we've gotten an opportunity to talk about some of the players, but there was a player we needed to highlight just a little bit more and talk about SRM. This is somebody that in the respective Brazil Grand Finals was just absolutely popping off. We got to see that again yesterday. Their LCQ run has just been phenomenal.
Again, you gotta think about the fact that they are that record holder for within Game Changers when it comes down to the most amount of kills within one series as well as within one map. SRN is a player that just cannot be stopped. And it's obviously not just them, right? There's so much great setup that is able to happen from the remaining players on the side of MIBR, but SRN is just this very confident player that you can always count on to be making those plays within around. Whether it's those moments where the team is maybe down in numbers and they're trying to go for a fast flood retake, you'll see SRN swinging out with like an op in hand, just taking those risks that are necessary in those moments to really turn those rounds on its head. It's just so impressive, their ability to do so, be so mechanically gifted, but also the consistency at which they're able to consistently lead in these stats.
That consistency too was so nice for MIBR throughout their series. We got to see an MIBR that was quite comfortable in a lot of these spots, and it helps when you're duelists getting these 3K, 4Ks, no ifs, ands, or buts. And that's something that we've really got to see come alive in their series. We talked about even in their respective finals. Something that we kept touching on back was when we saw this in their grand finals before. 44 rounds, over 120 kills, and they didn't get to 44 rounds yesterday on Abyss, we'll say that. But SRN definitely was kind of putting on performance that if it did go that distance, looking to try and break a record. So it's definitely going to be an MIBR. They got their star duelist. They've got a lot going their way. But Wadada, I mean, Emily, they got a lot going their way as well. This has been the team of North America. It's been one that's always been able to contend near the top. And when you're looking across the board, a team that goes to their own style, but one that works so well for them.
Yep, let's see. Their big bread and butter of winning their matches is setting up that chamber. We've talked about it countless of times yesterday on stream, but there's a lot more that goes into that than just looking at the stats page. Because if you look at the stats page, you kind of just see Starbound on top almost every single match, and it's just like, oh, Starbound's the star, Starbound's kind of carrying the team, but that's not it at all. When you really watch, they do such a good job at setting up Starbound. Everyone individually has their own highlights and shining star moments too. Like we have Juno, we have Astralis that had insane clutch rounds yesterday, winning 2v1s, 3v1s, and bringing them back into the game. And everyone, as much as an emphasis goes on a Starbound on this roster, everyone does such a good job at contributing and making sure that they're able to get away with these rounds and get away with the comps that they want to play.
And for this Wadada team as well, maybe yesterday's performance from the get-go wasn't exactly what they wanted when we got to see them face off against MIBR the first time around. But of course, it was a team that Starbound had spoken in their interview yesterday. A little bit more nerves, everything else. And of course, for a little bit more insight with the team of what happened yesterday, we got a couple of words from none other than Astralis about the match.
It's stressful, but it's so exciting, honestly. We definitely picked it back up. On the nerves, none of us have really played on stage before except Starbound Power Pixel, so a lot of us were really nervous and shaking. Like, I swear to God, I had like craziest shaking the whole time. But I basically told the team, like, hey guys, we're not playing to be in their mind. We're playing our game. They have to figure us out, not us figure them out. Like, they should be scared of us, basically. We were just so worried about how to counter them, how to trick them, how to fool them. Like, no. Like, they should be doing that to us, basically. We do our own game, we do our own play. So then we just started playing our own game again, and things got a lot easier, a lot smoother.
I mean, hearing about what went wrong playing their own game, Ash, I'm excited to see Wadada's form today.
I definitely am as well, and I think that Australis also talking a little bit about those nerves on the stage were something that we noticed during that first series as well, and we saw the adjustment from this team too as the day continued to go on. Once they had to play Akave later on in the day, we saw them getting a lot more comfortable on stage, and that ability, I think, to refocus on playing their own game really shone through during that second series there for Wadada. I think a lot of that synergy that Emily was talking about was something that was missing a little bit in that MIBR matchup, because as Astralis is saying, they were so focused on trying to counter what the other team was doing. But once they hit that flow state, all those pieces started to fall together once they were able to really focus on how they wanted to drive these rounds.
And going back to what is Wadada's game, right? What is that style that they're trying to build around? Emily, it's the narrative that we building not just the entire weekend, but the entire team that we've been following Wadada, Starbound, and this chamber. I mean, the setup, the composition, everything kind of revolving around getting this chamber online. The chamber that once Starbound is popping off, kind of just seems unstoppable sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, we've been watching Starbound this entire, and it's been the same consistent gameplay coming from them the whole year, every GC, every match that they play, and we've highlighted their stats so much, but I want to talk about the mental that goes into it now that they're at a big tournament and on LAN. Not only do I feel like they have the strongest mechanics on Wadada, but also they're the most experienced. They're the ones that are able to be the calmest, cool, and collected, and bring their bring the team to have that same energy going into it. Like they said, like Astralis just said there, they were a little nervous going into day one, but I'm sure Starbound was there kind of supporting them and getting them back into the game, going into their last best of 3, and hopefully going into today so we don't see the same mistakes and same kind of wishy-washy rounds in gameplay that we're not used to seeing from Wadada.
And I think that's going to be really important as well, considering, again, Ash, this is a matchup that we got to see play out yesterday up against MIBR. It was one where Starbound wasn't necessarily getting all of those first kills that they would have wanted. So MIBR definitely have a bit of an idea, but again, with talking about that change of mentality going into today, it should be definitely a lot closer.
It did feel a little uncharacteristic when it came down to some of those first engagements, but we saw Starbound absolutely warm up later into the day, right? And again, it just comes down to that focus and being able to play their own game. I think one thing that I'm really looking out for, though, from Starbound and the rest of Wadada is just really being able to take care, depending on which maps that we're going to be seeing, on how MIBR are trying to control the map, because they very much so have that understanding of the win condition where if they can put Starbound or Juno on an island as that solo anchor on one extremity, they're so good at trying to swarm around them and really being able to like isolate them in that fight and just take them out of that round. And that's something where Wadada are going to be very keen on their positioning and utility that's going to be able to help them get out.
I mean, talking about utility, talking about those key moments, talking about key players, 2 other people that we have to highlight going into today's match. We have to talk about Sayuri and talk about Power Patel. Kelly, because these two, first off, chef's kiss, awesome. But as well here, Emily, the impact that they have on the team and being able to set up these rounds as well as just the calling is going to be so key in today's match.
No, for sure. Well, especially because they're calling in two very different styles. Like Estrella touched on, yesterday, Wadada was struggling because they were not focused on playing their own game, which is something that Power is going to have to bring in today. They did it in their last best of 3 yesterday. Should see the same thing today, where they're setting up Starbound, Power, setting up the rest of the team, like making sure Starbound can get in these positions to pop off, and also just making sure everyone else on the team is supporting that, supporting those first picks on both the attack and defense. Whereas on the side of Sayuri, you're not only setting up SRN, but you're also calling to kind of counter Wadada, because instead of focusing on your own game, you also have this insane chamber op that you're gonna have to deal with no matter what, and you're gonna have to use everyone on the team and every piece of util to try and push that back and not let them get an advantage on that.
And again, when you're looking at Wadada, that is the one that has to change, hearing all of that impact and what they need to be changing up in today's match, and of course, making MIBR be the one to react to them. I'm curious exactly how that's going to be changing up, but Wadada still have an uphill battle ahead of them. Looking at the map picks and bans, again, MIBR being the higher seed based off of their results yesterday, we're able to ban out both maps of choice, and Ash, that's going to be Crowed, Haven, Gone, and Abyss first on the dot.
And Emily was talking about this earlier as well, right? Like how important this veto is going to be, and for the side of Wadada, there's a handful of maps that are extremely their strong suits, Haven being one of them. So it's no surprise that MIBR wants to take that one out of the equation. I want to say that that is absolutely, without a doubt, the best map for Wadada. And now being able to kind of control how the rest of that veto looks, I think that once we get, if we get to that 5th map, Sunset is terrifying because we saw like how good the Sunset was for MIBR, but Wadada were able to bounce back in that very close overtime series up against Akave Esports. But overall, this map pick ban, I feel like is leaning pretty heavily toward, actually, I want to say like pretty even like here and there, and maybe leans a lot more MIBR as it goes deeper into the series.
No, I completely agree. Like, I think we've seen a lot of footage on Abyss, Sam, Vine, Sunset. The one map that I'm very excited to see today, though, was Lotus, because we've seen Wadada play that so well back in GC Stage 2, right? But we haven't seen it on LAN yet. And I think MIBR was kind of crazy for letting them pick that, because on Lotus, I think they play the best chamber comp that they have, or like best play around the chamber, sorry. Because they don't play it one-dimensional. They have a few tricks up their sleeves, and they have it where Chamber's constantly getting that first, second position, and getting success in that. So I really think this map could go either way. I think it is even. I think that Lotus will be heavily sided towards Wadada, though.
I think that makes it really exciting. I think even more pivotal for Wadada to be able to get off on the right foot here. Even if the first map is not quite it, but that second map, we saw them take a little bit of time warming up in yesterday's games. But at this point now, it's going to be Ash's stage they're more familiar with. They're going to be a little bit more in tune. And hopefully coming out of the gate swinging can make it a series that does go the distance. Because again, only one team can go to the Game Changer Championships.
And I think that's what's really important, is being able to try and start this series off strong here for the side of Wadada. For MIBR, with the experience on that roster and experience playing on a stage in particular, it hasn't been a problem for them to need to like warm up. They're starting hot in the server. But for the side of Wadada, it was a bit of that slower start, which is something in a best of 5 like this, where you, I think, fell so hard up against this team during the previous day. It's a bit more of that mental uphill battle, because you want to brush that off, you want to be able to kind of reset and then just start off on the right foot. I'm looking forward to Abyss though, because overall for this map here as well, I'm interested to see if Wadada have also made any changes, because they've had the opportunity to maybe hide a little bit more, since we've only really seen them play it once.
Yeah, that'll be something as well, because we got to see MIBR's Abyss yesterday, and it is absolutely terrifying. But Wadada could have that opportunity to try and counter it a little bit. And again, talking about the fact that they want to play their game, they want to make MIBR be the ones to adjust to change things up. But again, on the day, it is going to be 2 top teams looking to try and make their way into that championship. It's all down to one more match, this best of 5 grand finals between MIBR and Wadada. And it all starts now.
Inom lang ako tubig.
Meu maior sonho é conquistar o Mundial e é algo que eu estou pensando faz muito tempo. Começou esse ano, eu mudei minha mentalidade total e ainda acredito que eu consigo e eu realmente quero. Eu estou todos os dias pensando nisso, sonhando com o Valorant. É tipo algo que nunca senti na minha vida assim.
Mais uma na mira dela! Mais uma!
Ano ba ito? Huh? Bakit? Ba't niya naman ginawang Sentinel si Bastarda?
Yeah, I think definitely it's what keeps me coming back. I've been to GCC twice now, and both times it didn't turn out the way we wanted to, either for reasons like we had to play with a sub in 2023 and 2024. We ended up playing with a sub in our second series too. So it's kind of disappointing having those like 8th place finishers going into GCC. So I think with this roster and what we're able to accomplish, we have a strong hope of going to GCC and going deep into that tournament.
Dapat sumali na lang siya sa ano, dapat siya na lang pumalit kay Florescent eh.
Ela levanta, grita e é ponto pro time da WADA!
I guess like the LCQ is a little bit different than all the other tournaments because there's no prize money on the line or anything. It's like the grand prize is whether you come first or not and qualify for like the World Championship. So you just gotta play for all or nothing, and we're gonna give it our all.
Ay, sa bagay kasi natalo na sila second place.
Mesmo que a gente pôde, mesmo a gente sendo um time recente, a gente já...
Ay, parang hirap siya pagsasali siya kanila, men. English siya.
Que ia ser muito cinema se a gente ganhar. E aí a gente ganhou o Mundial também.
Algo extremamente denso, Bastarda!
Mga ano, Killjoy. Weird.
Gusto mo makita.
Naging yung jowa na lang ni Riz. Riz, mean ka.
Now for our players to hit this stage again, an MIBR that has been here before in front of the home crowd. One popping off yesterday. Wadada, the underdog, is traveling out to try and take this title, to take MIBR down. It all comes down to this.
In the stage siya. Parang wala na stage siya yan eh.
Oo.
Siya tayo ba dyan?
Saan di ba ito? Tungkol di Starbucks.
Uy, ako dun.
Uy. Hindi niya alam saan siya pupwesto.
Ay, magaling ito eh.
Sino?
Oo, pati nga nila yung dati. Alala ko mukha niya.
Doon tayo may Asian.
David Six-Star. Gusto mo ba magpala?
Pwede naman benta, magkano ba? Sa black market ata binibenta yan eh.
Ikaw yung sa kanya, ako lang.
Seeds lang?
Well, seeds lang.
Wait lang, dami kong teddy bear.
Love to see the energy coming out here for both of the teams. Ash, both looking comfortable, confident, everything else. This is about to be a banger series ahead of us.
This series means so much to both of these rosters. For the side of MIBR, it's about that core three trying to make that return after falling short in that second place during last year's Game Changers Championships. For Bastarda to also make her return to the big stage, and for Lisa to make her first debut. For the side of Wadada, it's this rookie squad led by Power Pixel and Starbound, who have previously been to Game Changers Championships once together on that Evil Geniuses Game Changers roster, and you can feel how hungry they both have been with MIBR's stunning performance yesterday, that consistency across the board, and Wadada's bounce back from that first series.
A difference in expectations, of course, both wanting to get this ticket to the championships. For Wadada, again, this unsigned demon of a team. MIBR coming so close to taking down Team Liquid in their own finals, just falling short. And now a lot of pressure on them. They're in front of this home crowd. They were so close before. They were flawless down yesterday, Emily. And a Wadada that's going to be changing things up to test them just that little bit more.
See how Wadada actually performs on this first map going into Abyss, because if we look at it, MIBR, they're insane on Abyss. They don't have to change a thing. They're confident in their gameplay. They're confident that no matter what Wadada end up pulling out here, that they'll be able to counter that, and they'll be able to take care of the op, not have that really get any sort of advantage. And but just looking at their stats on Abyss, I wouldn't be too worried either if I was in their shoes. I think they're still coming in with the same confidence that they have in this whole tourney, coming in with, you know what, we are here to make this quick, easy, and clean, and get back our opportunity to go to champs and hopefully win out.
Also, I think taking that thought about Abyss and knowing that on the side of MIBR, they favor that KO Jet composition. That was something that we saw Wadada struggling a little bit up against that KO. We've talked so much about how important it is for Starbound to be comfortable getting in a lot of those forward positions, repositioning across the map there as well. And that KO from Sayuri is something that could absolutely shut that down. I'm curious to see on the side of Wadada if we're going to see the return of that Sage Chamber composition, or if they've cooked up something new. They're going to be keeping things the same on both sides. For the side of Wadada, again, starting off on defense first, it's going to be a lot about how Starbound and Adora get set up.
Not changing anything up, Emily. I'm intrigued. So this is something, again, what have they changed in the server to go up against MIBR with?
Yeah, no, adding on to Ash's point, you're right, they're going to struggle against that KO and Sova duo, because not only do they have the chamber, but they also have the Euro, which doesn't allow them to TP out.
We'll have to see what they change going into this first map of the series, the grand finals ahead for the last chance qualifiers. It's time to head into Abyss, find out who's going to take that first point with your casters, Vansili and Lemon Kiwi.
Thank you, Sierra. The stage is set, but soon to feel like a gladiator arena. MIBR's dominance yesterday was undeniable. But beating Wadada twice, that's a whole different
Joke na. Wait eh.
Getting into this pistol, this is a weak point for Wadada out of what, 10 pistols we saw out of them yesterday. It was a marathon. I think Wadada only won one of them against Akave. So this is a whole different day. You cannot blame it on nerves anymore. And on the defense, of course, you'll have Astralis, both Sentinels actually on the right side of the map. What can stop MIBR? Well, they have vision, they have the information, and they're already on the site. SRN wasting no time after setting that kill record in the Brazil Grand Final. Hopes to leave carnage behind her. It already begins with that first blood. And look at that, you can't even cut through. This is so difficult. MIBR nearly flawless on this pistol as Adora waits to see how these Sentinels can get involved.
So hard to retake too. There's no recon, and you already have a late lurk from a starter. And at least Starbound's able to take it. 3 versus 4 to retake now.
Tumakbo kasi. Ba't saka tumatakbo?
So fluid early.
Walang pasensya.
Their peak. Big win condition for Wadada. We talked about this Sentinel play, but Astralis with 2 gets put down to the ground. SRN dips, dives, and dodges. Starbound at their knees as SRN stands tall at the top to prevent the spike and slices through the jugular of Starbound.
Naku, yun na naman siya, mayabang talaga.
As we mentioned, this is going to be a very tough game to kick off this for Wadada because you have SRN who's comfortable on this map. As I mentioned before, unfortunately I was muted, chat, my bad. But 50 kills
kill record on a single map, which is on this one right here. You see how comfortable they are moving into this series, into this map, and how dominant they were just diving into this B site. This is going to cause a lot of responsibilities around Astralis, or maybe even the Astra Juna trying to hold this over for Wadada, because if not, the consistent dives once again are going to be hard to deal against, and once again, Wadada struggling to get a pistol round in their favor.
Nothing changing from the Wadada setup, at least the early positions, rather being more forward.
And Cypher.
Huge for MIBR. But wait,
Ayun, si Bastarda. Ayun, inubos yun nandun.
now going without kills. MRBR are looking to make a repeat of yesterday. If things don't get rectified for
Hindi naman
Wadada,
smoke si Sayuri.
with the share of buys, that told me that Wadada were hoping to have a better effort in the second round, but I mean the odds were stacked against them.
And it's a very clean one for MIBR in that round. An anti-eco for them to stay back towards that spot, anticipating a push coming out here from Wadada. And they read perfectly. I also like the extra layer, putting in the Cypher to move it alone towards this B site. Only has the ghost in hand. She can find the information from the team for MIBR, and then could get the trades if needed. And who better than Bastarda playing this role to push forward for the team? She usually plays a duelist, has top fragged even for Team Liquid 2 years ago against SRG in the grand finals, and she definitely is showing even more agents in her pool and excelling at it.
Paper does beat Rock, but how about this sniper from SRN? Well, I don't think Astralis wants to show her hand quite yet. And man, she has leveled up her performance. Speaking of Astralis, speaking about Bind, how quiet the day started for her and how she stepped up, and now just that presence alone, the unknown. It's not really interesting to MIBR. They want to take this fight in mid as the drone from the defense gonna spot all of this. Picks away. Put a stop to this MIBR push.
Bastarda was a little bit eager going into that one, trying to get that punish, but that drone saw the walk-up. Already saw 4 players out of 5 from MIBR trying to go for that mid control, so Power already had their Guardian out and ready. It's an easy tap for that pick. Now you see to rotate over towards this B site, but for a fake, so it does pull the rotate, but thankfully we did wall up towards the A site before.
Oh, outlaw to outlaw. SRN tried to dance in the face of fire. And MIBR working the map more now that Wadada have rifles to contest them with. Now at the top window, it's all MIBR have to work with. Lisa is trying to draw someone down from their perch. This is just such an uncomfortable situation. Sayuri try and throw the knife out there, but 13 seconds. Wadada are drawing out the clock. And MIBR need to win this fight. It's just barely. They'll stand, and Wadada hold their ground.
And what I'm liking from Wadada so far is the patience that they have and the lack of jitters that we've noticed in their first match against MIBR yesterday in the LCQ in the round robins. They didn't look as hot to start. They still had struggles against Akave in that second series to finally turn up in that second map and dominate on the third. And even a tweets came out after the matches where Astralis and even Juna saying the land jitters are kind of out, still kind of there, but at least their shot are actually quite precise this time around to stop the bonus round from MIBR and try to tie this game in this round number 4.
SRN has had to slow down on these entries. Wadada are quick to flick and silence that duelist. They know that Astralis has been hanging around this A side. You do not want to be caught in the midst of that slow orb. You just will not be able to escape. And in the wings is Power Pixelay ready to punish anyone caught. As the wall comes up, immediately destroyed. Only a sense of safety for a moment. As MIBR hunt that Sage down, as Astralis has to fall back.
Still loving this movement right now from Adora, pushing all the way down mid. This should punish Lissa. Yeah, there you go. They don't have any more util for the A site for the post plant.
Really gonna need that controller. There's so many openings and Wadada creating them. Bullet holes across. Bastarda will silence the people on this high ground, and man, she's relentless. Now the neural theft going all the way. As Swadadana spotted at the top window. Starbound is not going to have the advantage they were hoping for. He's been supreme with the Outlaw before as Bastardo won away from the ace, and Juna sits at the top. Looking for her first kill as well. Now with the smokes, he's going to have to play some mind games, but now unable to drop and just will not have the time to defuse. But do you want to feed the beast? That is Bastardo. Of course you do!
And stand up indeed, Bastardo.
Joining
MIBR, looking to get back onto the GCC stage with a brand new roster. And she is going to be the tip of the spear if SRN cannot do it. Look at her move around that map. Everything started off so well for the side of Warada to control the Astra, not give a chance to get the pulse plant gravity well, and even any util to allow the attackers to get into the site. And Bastarda takes the matters into her own hands. The kills, the neural theft, even the camera baits out and jukes Juna into the 2 recall smokes and nullifies that play that she was trying to make. And that breaks the econ once again of Warada. 2 players now looking towards this B site. The knife is going to spot Adora and even a drone where Adora cannot now retreat. An opportunity to dive into the site and for SRN to open it up.
MRBR is so good at closing the gap when they want to get onto the B side. Difference though is Warada trying to double up and group together. And now deciding that the rotation is going to be key, and Warada just fell apart before they could rotate out. They didn't even stack together, but wait, this double walk-up from Warada is going to remove at least one rifle and give it to Astralis, who has the res, but this just does not feel very winnable. MIBR going to keep one in main as Bastarda is now just heating up. The trip triggered. Starbound in their path. Wins that against Bastarda. What is going on? Now the flank is open. The surround is possible. SRN still there. Mel, 5 HP. 2 versus 2. Spike is going to be the one that decides it unless SRN gets involved. MIBR, 4-1.
A good eco run in the end. And once again, a nice little plan around Warada to punish always this late lurk or this late positioning from the from Lisa, from Lisa trying to set up these stars for her teammates. So that allows at least a little bit of the game plan for Warada, figuring out the solution to try to upset MIBR in the map that MIBR has picked. But what you have to add on top of that right now for the side of Warada, if you want to confirm and have a strong finish on the defensive side, is making sure that your anchor players are actually doing their job and able to hit their shots. Because if not, these consistent pushes coming out from Adora, from Australis, it's doing a good job here to keep MIBR pinned and sandwiched into the post-plat scenarios of the sites that they choose.
Just this drone alone from Mel is going to tell you that Warada are standing firm front and center, so MIBR have to be careful. They want to close them off, force them out of the site. But wait, Starbound by themselves. Juna was able to get an important cutoff until SRN digs her grave real quick. But numbers are even. MIBR, the element of surprise and audio. It's silent on the other side, allowing Astralis to get that res. Now it's Warada with the ball in their court, and they're going to answer with their own Cosmic Divide, sealing in the site in their favor. MIBR going to be forced to fight in. They've been sectioned from each other, and there's even the Australis wall in the picture. MIBR have been out IQ'd in this round. This defuse will... You're just going to have to accept it.
It's so nice. And those are some of the things that King Fred has been drafted for his team on how they want to work this Astra and Sage Wall. And mind you, this is nothing new for this type of team. They've done it before in their own region, but also him as a head coach for the collegiate team with the university. They also pull out this exact comp. So you can definitely get nerdy around the Sage Wall and the Astra Wall. How much value that gets. You're trying to break the wall. You can't because the Astra Wall prevents you from doing it. And it nullifies all the util into the postman outside of the grab well from Lisa. So a nice retake towards the end, keeping things very clean, but also MIBR keeping a lot of weapons into this round. So they're not really out of the pit yet for Warada. MIBR still has a stronghold, still up in the hands of SRN, who's looking for the mid control. Warada trying to be proactive by pushing out towards this A main and put Starbound on that line to cover that spot. That will allow now Warada to over-rotate and focus on mid B control.
Power quickly. The main component to be giving that information to Wadada. Has to be so flexible within these rounds now to join up early on A, as you said, to try and go into B, but just that moment alone where Powerful is not watching mid has allowed this insertion of Bastarda. You've already given her an ace. Now waits for the pieces, the pawns to be set up for MIBR.
Gusto ko
Quick
yun
dashes from SRN if she wants to maybe give this up to someone else. Now being met from some force by the other side. It's an op 2 from Starbound on MIBR, now aware of, as they have to traverse carefully. SRN already dashing, trading up, getting rid of the op. As now this swing, it's gonna come in big from Bastarda revealing an easy double. Now living in the mines right free of Wadada. Now have to make a decision carefully if they want to keep this up. How good does this opportunity look? It all depends on if Astralis get a contact play on anyone that sits below. As MIBR want to keep Wadada honest, they want to keep the pressure on. And Power Pixelate tries to draw attention towards them. Has the Hunter's Fury, but time is of the essence. Wadada are taking too long to decide, so it will be a save.
And a small mistake, I think, in terms of rotating around the map for Wadada. Everything looked really good at the start to take that line forward on the A line. And at that minute mark, you actually wall off towards the top U-Haul, or I call it horseshoe here, right where Power Pixel is playing. So you can't really get that lurk from Bastarda into the A site. But what does that leave? It leaves a gap towards the middle hallway. The doors are going to be the audio cue that allows for Starbound to react a little bit better on how they want to take over that A site, maybe push out of that. And it seems as though Astralis was afraid of that moment. So she stayed behind her wall instead of rotating across and going for the 4-player stack on that B site. And by not rotating over, that allowed this gap to happen for Bastarda to move right through and get those 2 kills that we just saw on the screen. So a little bit of miscomms on how you're rotating around, but everything was looking good until then.
Wanted to at least put a band-aid on that and keep the op. Try to minimize the unnecessary risk. Wanna keep control of mid as well as Astralis holds down the main line as Power Pixelate unleashes, and MIBR stuck in spawn, but Bastarda tries to put the red carpet down in mid. A familiar route for them, but Wadada now be spotted by this neural theft that Bastarda has provided yet again. A winning round that was gifted to MIBR because of that information. Now you know what the setup is of Wadada and MIBR. What's your next move?
That's a great little ult that was thrown here by Bastarda, because that actually eliminates and cancels out the 4 pushes that we just saw from Adora. Adora's still about to get rid up by Melissa here.
Okay, Melissa goes past the defenses, but the op still rings true on the left side of the map as MIBR at least have the...
Dalawa pa natira. Clutch nga.
Kayang kaya.
Bilis kumilos sa Cypher.
Parang hindi Cypher.
Sa Amy, tagal ano yun, diba?
Bagal ni Amy, oo.
Sayang.
Ay, sayang.
na tuloy pumik yung Astra doon sa mid. Layo
Lagi
niya na.
siya patay.
Yan naman.
Ito lang natin dito. Sayang. Diretso naman na tayo dito.
Nag-whip.
Ay. Nag-whiff pala yan?
Oo nga eh. Yung slow orb niya nasa Holland.
Sana yung Cypher. Yan na, inubos na.
Sabi.
Grabe. Grabe sila ah. Koy, kumain ka na.
Looted ba?
Looted ba? Yung sa military na lang check natin. Hello, Kwe. Kain na ba?
Dito masarap mag-popcorn.
Oo. Kaya ang tagal maubos ang popcorn dun sa kabila eh.
Nag-off tuloy. Yung dami niya, babawian ka ng Astra.
Gusto ko yung skin niya. Sobrang cute.
Patay pa rin.
Grabe.
May dalawa pala napatay yun.
Oo, dalawa.
Hindi pwedeng isa lang, na-star na. Sage. Yung gusto mo.
Na, ayoko na. Balik na tayo kahit na nila Bastard ah. Grabe si Bastard eh. Tech pause.
Hirap ko sa NTL Sage. Kala niyo ba mabagal maglaro yan?
Baka akala nila mabagal maglaro. Hindi, pero nakalaban na nila last time eh. Patid lang. Grabe lahat yung magawa.
Grabe siya.
Grabe.
Sakit naman yun. Sakit kalaban.
Oo. Lahat may tutok. Cute. Sinta mo sa ulo. Kain ako. Patay na naman.
Galing pumitas.
Grabe siya. Senti ba yan?
Lalim niya no.
Senti ka talaga? Senti.
Di pa rin yung naigat sa si Bastarday nag-entry. Nandun na
Yun
sa
nga
iyo.
eh.
Patay.
Patay.
Kabi. Sino ba umawi sa'yo, Bastarda?
Nagigil. Dito na tayo, Pepe. Look lang ako sa pet.
Okay.
Trophy.
Disaster. Bilhin ko na yung ang base.
Sige, baby. Wait ko lang dito. Minsan may gamit dito.
May workbench kit pala dito eh.
Saan?
Sa trader, 100k.
Ay, wait. Ano workbench yung hood?
Ay, rag ata to. Hindi ko alam. Nasa building supplies eh.
I'll check nga natin. Baka
May
ano
unbuild din
yung
dito.
hood.
50k.
Ay, wait. Baka hindi na need sa gem trader.
Hindi, pero unbuild lang yun nandito. Ay, iba.
Pang ano lang, pang gems
Dito pala
lang.
yung toolbox eh.
Ito sa kabilang server yun.
Ay. 250k pala yung flagpole.
250?
Oo.
Ba't nagmahal?
Hindi, 250k ata talaga.
250k talaga. Mahal naman.
Nagpupush to mga to. Dahil fan si Bastardo.
Oo.
Mahal pala yung epoxy. 1.5 din.
Uy, wag mo benta yun.
Bakit?
May pinagagamitan ata yun. May bumibili niyan last time, 30k eh.
Kano?
30k.
Oh. Ito pala pinulat ko. Garage kit pala, piso lang.
Magkano?
Piso lang.
Piso lang, buti na lang. Bakit ganun? Tignan mo yung I can't sell pala yun. Kala ko pwede benta eh.
Alin?
Yung sewing needle. Pag binenta mo 5, pag binenta mo 5k, pag binenta mo 10k. Tapos ko.
Stinger usage. Ano yung kunin yan? Ang kulit ng sage, hindi pa pinlant.
Oo.
Copy. Hindi sila nagta-time out.
Hindi nga nagta-time out. Oo.
Saan tayo next?
Wait lang. Bumili ka na?
Oo, bumili na ako.
Bibili na rin ba tayo ng pang mining? Ay, bibili na tayo ng mga pang code lock.
Ay, nga pala. Code lock. Kano ba yun?
Okay. Wala lang yun.
Di nabibili?
Nasa sellable pala ako. Nabibili? 500.
Right.
Dalawa binili ko.
Right there, right here.
Okay na yan.
Alright.
Meron akong hatchet doon, tsaka handsaw.
Sige.
Okay na siguro yun.
Okay na yan.
Ay, hammer. Wala tayo hammer.
May hammer ako. So kung may hatchet naman, para hammer na siya. Dala na ba ako pair pang mining? Dala na ako pair pang bili ng mining? O wag mo na.
Ay, wala nga pala ATM dun.
Don't care.
Wala.
Sige, dala ka na.
Dala na ako. Magkano ba yun?
I think it is. No, I'm just kidding. How about a red one? That'll work.
Hindi ko sure. Magkano ba pera ko?
300k.
Dala ko 100 na.
I think it's a key. Get your red key to go with the red car. How's that sound? That'll work. That'll work. Yeah, I've been trying to get enough decent gear. I bought me a JPC vest, but I could go run AI because I have some bears that I'd like to sell. Go, man. Pick up that key. Go assign it to your vehicle, and you can pop.
Ay, wait, may bibigay ako sa'yo. Nagulat ko kanina. Hindi natin need bumili. Ay, saan yun? GPS.
Baka mawala.
Wait lang dami. Ano kong gamit? Ay. Wait. Do.
Baka mawala. Nilapag mo ba?
Hindi pa, wait lang. Ito. Nilapag ko na.
Okay. Dalawa na kuha mo?
Wait lang. Saan yung mga... Ano ko? Parang wala akong extra. Battery.
Wala akong battery?
Eto tama. Ang dami ko kasing bear.
Bastardo.
Ano ginawa?
Bastardo daw.
Eh, ba't nawala na naman? Ben? May battery ka dyan, baby?
Meron.
Pwede pa yung ako. Ipingi ako. Yabi, bugbog ah. Thank you.
Init yung laro. Parang may mga sama na loob sa isa.
Yun nga eh. Samantalang hindi naman sila magkaano.
Pabuliw na yun, no? Maganda rin may nagaganyan na hype yung team. Grabe.
Grabe.
Ay, na pa may ulti yan.
Oo. Wala, GG. Next map agad.
Lotus ba? Mag-erase ba si Bastarda?
Parang si SRN pa rin yung mag-erase.
Sa club naman yung cute ng logo niyo.
Yun nga eh.
Patay. Grabe. Ano yung soba nila?
Oo.
Yan na yung clutch.
Sentinel diff. Ay!
Wala ko titibag. Grabe top frag si Bastardo.
Grabe.
Hindi tigils. Pati sage sila pala.
Oo.
Oh, entry sage.
Parang yung Bastardo, parang yung Cypher.
Ayun na, may King of the Hill na. Sa EA
Saan?
City. Ito mo.
Oo.
Isa na lang yan. Walker, inabol ka.
Okay. Sinilip ko lang yung shed.
Grabe.
Grabe sila. Ang bilis. Mas stronger map pa yung Lotus. Hindi pa yun malakas.
Madalik si SR ah.
Grabe.
Mukhang babalikan niya yung SR.
Oo nga eh. Gusto bumawi. Binugbog sila eh.
Layo ba yung base sa atin?
Sakto na. Parang nag-mining lang tayo.
Sakto nga lang pala to sa ore mine. Lapit pala tayo.
Ito na nga, dito na tayo sa ore mine eh. May nagbibenta sharpenings dun sa P2P, 100k. Mahal naman. Parang lugi ka doon. Binili mo yun. Biling ka na.
Bili mo na agad?
Gulat ako.
Ka nagulat?
Bigla kayo sa likod ko eh. Walang tunog yung character. Lakas nung ano eh. Yung...
Hinaan ko?
Yung sound naman. Hindi, okay lang. Sakto lang. Nagulat lang ako.
Bilis mo naman bubili.
Hindi natira pang 25k.
May 10k pa ako. Ubus na tayo. Okay. TR lang.
Teka.
Parang mas gumaling sa Lagundi yung sipon ko. Ba't ganun?
Kaysa sa ano?
Parang Yusuf.
Hindi mas okay. Ano? Organic.
Sarap pag-loot dito.
Ano ba't may bumabay? Saan doon?
Diretso lang.
Mas okay pakiramdam mo ngayon dati.
Yung ubo ko lang nakakainis. So, anting sipon. MVP ba Sentinel?
Ang ganda ng aim na Sage eh. Ang weird ng chamber na pick.
Oo nga eh. Mahilig mag-up yan talaga yun, no?
Oo. Kaso hirap mag-hold.
Yun nga lang.
Puro pang sarili util. Yung slow lang yung hindi. Utong gana yun.
Ano yung tinutungga? Red Bull.
Bulat. Nakakape. Hindi ko alam kung ano.
Ay, meron din isa pang hagdan dito. Parang
Saan?
sa lumang base natin.
Ay! Papasok din?
Sa taas pa yung pinakataas. Pero pwede naman natin gawin ng elevated.
Stairs na lang.
Hmm.
Kasi dun sa isa, di natin magagawa ng stairs eh. Ang sikip eh. Yan, maluwag. Territory of the Hoarder. The Hoarder yung name nila. Hoarder yung katabi natin.
Naku. Kaya pala dito mag-base. Naku. Yoro si Bastarda.
Ba? Hindi na nakasayip.
Grabe.
Grabe sila.
Parang di na yung importante rules sila.
Aim na lang, no? Naglagay ka na flag, Abby?
Ito yung garage.
Dami na nating flyers. Parang sarap ng moonshine na.
Ay, wala pala tayong BBP.
Ay! Oo nga, no? Yung pala hindi natin nabili.
Wala ko, may dalut ako ulit. Puro book nga lang pala yun.
Oo.
Grabe.
Grabe. Ang chill nila. Gusto ko maging ganyan.
Oo nga eh.
Nakakaingit.
Vice pala dyan. O deadlock. At 3 senti na yun nila.
Ha?
3 senti yun sa wada.
Ay, oo nga, no? Ay, hindi, dalawa lang.
Dalawa lang pala.
Kala ko senti si Fade.
Akala ko rin. Mahirap mag-push mamaya. Magaling yung ano nila. Yung deadlock. Yun yung Sage kanina. Uy, mastar na. Likot mo. Nagpapawisan na to.
Oo nga. Yan ba yung Sage?
Fit ata.
Fit.
4K siya. Ay, hindi.
Pwede.
Yung isa yung Sage. Hindi ko alam nagamit na.
Ito ba't may ladder sa labas?
Ang bubong.
Makapasok ba tayo? Ay, makapasok pala tayo.
Ay, may cannabis dito.
Makapasok tayo.
Saan?
Doon ako dumaan. Sa ladder.
Paano? Matalon ka naman.
Hindi, need mo lang mag-drop down. Asan na yung ladder? Ito.
Tapos?
Dito, baby.
Dyan.
Mm-mm.
Ba't sobra to?
Oo nga eh. Pwede naman natin harangan yung part lang na yan.
Oo. Buuin natin tong platform.
Ay, oo nga, pwede.
Nagtatakip pa pala tayo.
Hindi, kahit yan lang. Kasi dito wala naman maaakyat. Ay, try ko. Ouch. Sakit. Hindi pwede din. Ito lang yung inanuhan lang natin.
Okay.
Ito pati itong main door lang. Sakit, hindi ko mapila yun dun. CR lang, baby. Nakalahati buhay ko dun. Ano?
Tatayuan. Naka-ace yung IGL
Sino?
ng WADA. Yung Fade.
Grabe.
Last kill niya pa si Bastarda. Tumayo na siya. Entry deadlock Sheriff lang siya dun.
Grabe.
Grabe. Iko? Ultihan ba? Grabe. Seryoso? Grabe.
Grabe.
Hindi na ba natutulog yung mga yan?
Gina G.
Nakakatakot.
Oo.
Ano na-retake yun? Hayop. Grabe. Pause sila. Ay, madilim na.
Eh?
Nasa lapag yung bag mo.
Naayos ko yung gamit ko. Nahanap ko yung ano ko eh. Yung duct tape.
Need mo ba? Meron ako sa bear ko. Pakotse.
Sige. Ang kalat ng gamit ko.
Naimulot eh. At dun ka sa team ng hoarder.
Yun nga eh.
Naka-Odin na to. Hirap mag-entry yan. Nakaka-cancer nito maglaro.
Oo, din.
Liwete pala yun.
Yes, sir. And?
Oo. Nakakaliwa yung ano niya.
Yung mouse niya?
Ito rin nakakaliwa. Mas maganda ba yung kaliwa?
Yung mouse ba?
Hindi, ito lang.
Okay. Ubus si Bastard.
Ba't may namatay? Sa kill feed.
Ay, hindi ko alam.
Roman niluto. Got killed.
Masagasaan.
Mapick pala ito ng WADA. Diyan magaling yung MIBR. Bakit?
Bakit nila pinikyan? Ang dami kong bear.
Kompletuhin mo yun.
Ha?
Kompletuhin mo.
Parang hindi na ako natutuwa. Ang dami kong bear. Hindi ko mahanap yung loot ko.
Ito ba yung Riz? Grabe yun. Inirikon.
Recon na. Oh, Mindif oh. Uy!
Alam na alam.
Oo. Ayun, duct tape ko. Wala, hindi na-repair yung teddy bear?
Baka singkit.
Meron ka?
Wala.
Dami tunes yung teddy bear.
Try mo yung leather, man. Ito.
Ito. Ay, yung duct tape eh. That's right.
Ayun.
Ayaw.
Singkit lang siguro. Alam ko yun yung pang repair nun. Ka-off na si Bastardo.
Grabe to.
Yung dalawa pa yung nag-retake.
Oo.
Ay!
Oh!
Ayun,
tumayo na.
Higil na yun.
Parang mananapak na to ah. Ba't galit? Gusto mo food?
Busog pa ako.
Ay.
Isda ba yan? Tingi.
Eto.
May sa isda yung karakter ka.
Sa cooking pot. Quick, quick. Down. Down. Baba dyan. Sasaluhin na naman kita pag nahulog ka dyan eh. Down. Sasabit na naman siya dun eh.
Kulit.
Kulit mo raw, sabi nanay yun.
Habol din nila. Hirap na hirap sila.
Gabi. Binulag yung kakampi.
Niya. Kanina pa yan.
Ano ba yan? Buti hindi napipikon yun. Ganda ng sensor. Grabe, ganda ng sensor niya.
So we have na.
Ay, nabaga na.
Pili tayo. Ang buka ko na mag-drive.
Ako na.
Gusto mo mag-drive kayo na. Gusto mo yung taxi?
Oo, gusto ko yung taxi. Nausog ko yung ping na base. Lock. Yan. Oops. Pwede pa ano ako dito? Invite ako?
Ay, nga pala. Paano yun?
Sa B? Ah, ito.
Ito. 'Di ba? 'Di ba? 'Di ba? 'Di ba? 'Di ba? 'Di ba? 'Di ba? 'Di ba? 'Di ba? 'Di ba? 'Di ba? 'Di ba? 'Di ba? 'Di ba? 'Di ba? 'Di ba? 'Di ba? 'Di ba? 'Di ba? 'Di ba? 'Di ba? 'Di ba? 'Di ba? 'Di ba? 'Di ba? 'Di ba? 'Di ba? 'Di ba? 'Di ba? 'Di ba? 'Di ba? 'Di ba? 'Di ba? 'Di ba? 'Di ba? 'Di ba? 'Di ba? 'Di ba? 'Di ba? 'Di ba? 'Di ba? 'Di ba? 'Di ba? 'Di ba? 'Di ba? 'Di ba? 'Di ba? 'Di ba? 'Di ba? 'Di ba? 'Di ba? 'Di ba? 'Di ba? 'Di ba? 'Di ba? 'Di ba? 'Di ba? 'Di ba? 'Di ba? 'Di ba?
And thank you.
Nagtagulan yung laban nila.
Ha?
Nagtagulan.
Oo.
Kaya?
Di na makasunod yung nagkakas. Grabe kayo.
Mukhang sobrang chill tuloy yung game nila, baby.
Oo, grabe. Parang yung laban ng SRG to last year. Parang ganyan yun yung laban nila.
Bakit? Grabe.
Grabe.
Hindi pwede yung Dodo na to. Tapat
Ha?
kay SRN. Si Dodo
Oo.
na.
Grabe.
Ba't ba natin pinanood to?
Grabe, ibig sabihin natalo na yung Liquid yan, yung team na yan.
Oo, eh, so
Hindi ang lakas din ng Liquid. Grabe naman.
Bumalik yung net sa kanya.
Grabe.
Grabe. Sayang. Ay, di. Sayang.
Grabe naman. Saan ka lang ito?
Nanap mo.
Buksan ko lang yung ano dito.
Ay, players ko pa pala. Grabe.
Grabe. 4 HP.
Catch. A bulldog.
Ay. Flip na dito. Ba't lagi sa AICT yung airdrop?
Nilipat na ba doon?
Wala, may lagi dun.
Baka di pa nakuha.
Oo nga. May door ba dyan, Debbie?
Check ko nga eh.
Okay.
Parang wala.
Wala.
Second floor lang, di ba? Wala.
Eh? Rubbish.
Gusto mo crossbow, baby?
Ano, baby?
Crossbow, gusto mo?
Ano yun, sorry?
Crossbow, gusto mo?
Fast mo?
Crossbow.
Crossbow meron na, baby.
Meron ka?
Meron na, thank you.
Kano kaya ito? Mura lang.
Di ko sure eh. Kunin mo na lang. Para makalaman natin. Shady agad, kaka-wipe pa lang.
Masyado naman yan.
G naman. Kotse lang.
Gusto naka-heli pa.
Oo, nagpapasundo na lang. Gusto naka-heli pa.
Hindi ba na ba heli? Kotse di ba ito?
Kulo.
Wala tuloy sumagot.
Wala pang may heli.
Tahimik ka. Attacker na sila. Masyadong matapang to si Bastardo.
Oo.
Ito may swing kit sakto.
Nice. Try natin.
Ito po, daming swing kit.
Saan ka?
Loob ng bahay.
May loot kaya dito?
Meron.
Ang taas ng tower.
Ay.
Ay, pwede nga to.
Check ko, may scope ako.
Thank you. Gabi ah.
Parang walang loot.
Wala, sure ka? Aakitin ko yan.
Ito sa midap ko.
Ay, inakit ko na lang.
Parang wala.
Baka may rabbit.
Rabbit?
Ay, parang wala nga. Yung yung maraming slot na rabbit, yung nakuha ko last time. Ay, parang wala nga.
Spray ka, no?
Ay, meron barrel. Kaso yun parang vanilla lang, di na bibenta.
Nakatalo sila dito. Nakakuha ko spray
Galing pala
can.
sila dyan sa Lotus. Ano gabi?
Spray can.
Anong spray can?
White.
Nice. Mahal ata yung yung camo. Yun yung nahanap nila last time eh. Pero mahal yun naman ata siguro yun. Ayaw pa patalo. Nalut ko na dyan, baby.
Gusto mo mag-loot ng kasama ko.
Dyan inun ako eh. Parang ibang workbench nga to, Bepi. Baka ito yung HUD. Ayaw ko kasi may logo nila eh. Bilhin na yun kaya natin to.
Kasya ba pera natin?
Wait, bili ko muna yung BBP na book.
10k na lang pera ko eh.
Compute ka. 100, 150, 200, 250. Ay, kulang ka. Kulang pa pera natin. Need 300 plus.
Hotel daw, nasa na yung yung service. Hindi mo benta tong crossbow. Lagay ko lang sa donation box. Off pa naman siya. Hinag lang.
Grabe. Grabe yun.
Yun lang problema yun. Masyado aggressive.
Oo.
I got money and stuff I'm sending you guys, but I did. Here you go, Teal. I'll brush something else. I grabbed all the ones I could find, the dog tags. So the two 2 million bees one and the regular bears came off of your grave mark. First just had some magazines in it.
Mine
That's
had
why
a
I'm
lot
trying
of magazines and 5 bears, 5 shoes, but the 2 million bees were hers. I didn't know she was hers.
So the one that had all the magazines, I wonder if they got damaged or destroyed.
Figured.
I don't know how that works.
I figure once it was in the grave market, it was safe.
Well, if it gets destroyed while you're getting shot at.
Yeah.
That's why I don't know.
I figured it.
I took my 50 regular bears, and only 4 of them weren't destroyed.
Yeah.
Derpy, I got some stuff for you, big dog. There's a pair of pants and a helmet for you.
Gulo rin ang gamit ko, halo-halo.
Ako yun eh. Nilito na ako sa gamit ko. Need na natin mag-base.
Patatas pa ako sa bag.
Oh, see, now look, where the fuck is my red vest? I picked up my red vest, that's all. Did everybody get a helmet? No. Teal. There's your helmet. Okay. Alright, so how do you guys wanna
Yung mga NVG na sila.
since I don't know what's what, there's 1.9 mil. How do we wanna
Gusto ko na yun ng NVG. Mahirap paggabi.
So, bumili ka na.
How about this?
Hindi ko kasi naman ng helmet dun eh.
I'm gonna buy the bus and then I'm gonna buy my van and I'm just gonna
Parang yung Iron Man na helmet.
Hindi nabili ba yun?
Suot nila.
I don't know. I really
Meron sa JI dun.
Oo nga eh. Check ko. Helmet. Mahal eh. Mahal na helmet. 30K.
Ito, may tactical helmet dito. 10K.
Pwede lagyan ng NVG? Tactical helmet. Ayaw nga no. Sige, bili tayo. Ano gusto mo? Yung green, yung isa? Ha? Yung isa, may ano yung parang desert yung kulay.
Yung desert na lang.
Like,
my thing is mine was there. Mine was there, so yours should have been in my mind. Yours should have been.
Because I pulled my first cross. So I figured that if I died, I pulled everything off my first cross, so I figured if I died again.
ito, Pepe. Saan napunta yung isa? Nakuha ba? Ay, saan na? Ay, saan na? Yan. Bili tayo NVG. Halika. Net yun. Drop ka.
Magkano yun?
20K?
Yeah, I'm upstairs. Alright.
Gotta give it to you.
Yun ang ba need natin? Mga may need pa tayo?
BBP, nabili mo?
Nabili ko.
Yun lang.
Yun lang.
Problema lang dyan pag di nagbuhat sa SRN, no?
Oo. Hindi, pero kasi si Bastardo ninjat naman eh. Ang mahirap pag lahat sila walang tutok ng din eh. Oo, yun nga eh.
Yun naman yun ah. Ba't ka kanina pa airdrop?
Diba? Ang tagal.
Na-stuck ata, sabi na di lang makuha.
Parang yung sa atin nun. Hindi siguro nasiset yun, no? Basta nahulog. Yung exact location.
Pa-4 na pala, baby. Pa matutulog. So, pa maglaro.
Sabi ko sabay tayo sleep eh. Sasabayan kita. Kung ano oras ka mag-sleep.
So, panoorin to eh.
Sige, after. Tapusin natin yan. Ano yan?
Toxic zone? Camper. Dala ko yung ano.
Atrasan lang yan eh. Hindi namamatay?
Oo, malaki yung issue.
Pag ito, walang laman talaga.
Labas ka.
Try muna natin kung mapapatay na to.
May barrel naman.
Ang kotse. Parang makunit eh.
Hindi layo mo, tapos tatak mo ako.
Sige.
Akit ako dun.
Akit ka saan?
Dun, sa camper.
Parang hindi natatalon. Wait lang. Maybe.
Hindi pa.
Wait. Lalapit ka. Ay, nawala. Ay.
Galaro na palang Valorant si Jisoo.
Jisoo?
Kamukha ni Jisoo yung Omen na kabel.
Sino?
Or yan ata eh. Eto. Si Juna.
Mamaya, pagdagan na. Ano gamit?
Yan na yung killjoy niya.
Yan na. Nakikita na natin.
Kaya talaga ako nagpuyat eh. Gutom ata sa Bunty.
Sige.
Ba't may score na agad?
Yeah. May ano ka, Pepe?
Ano yun?
Hansa.
Ito. Kill entry. Easy.
Oo, na naman siya. Yun namang need.
Oo nga. Swarm nga pala yun.
Kaya pala na-killjoy.
Saan yung workbench? Ay, kakraft pala yun. Saan yung ano? BBP?
Eto. Sinapag ko. Di makapasok ah.
Hirap.
Oo. May round na sila eh. Oh. Sayang. Isin ako. Grabe.
Visit ko din na rin.
Grabe. 5-0.
Yari. Improvise.
Oo. Napapatay si SRN ng up ni Starbound.
History ata yung dalawang yun.
Ah?
History ata yung dalawang yun. Tubig.
Grabe.
Hindi ko nakita.
4K. Kinuha mo yung ano dito? Lag dito?
Gamitin mo ba?
Kala ko nag-despawn eh. Hindi, pang ano sana yun. Pang planks. Para pag mag-build tayo door.
Dito iba sa loob.
Okay. Papa ako.
Ginigil nila kanina eh.
Oo. Yun ba'y tumatayo? Yung Adora?
Oo, yung Adora. Pati yung power pixel.
Grabe.
Kanina ang lakas-lakas mo.
Inrobay lang.
Tsura mo dyan, 1D.
Si Bastarda, sabi niya, ano ba itong mga to? Grabe, 7-0. Gawa.
Sure ka.
Okay.
Ang laki ng mata. Bilog na bilog.
Hello, patingin.
Pakit ka. Ha? Nan. Magalaw pa yung buntot eh.
Cute.
Aga mo naman magising. Nakatulog wala kanina.
Oo.
Ha? Kasi yung kinakausap siya eh. Kaya taas mo na ba yung clip to?
Tignan nga natin.
Tikit no.
Hindi ni mo mapalalo eh.
Naku. Paano tayo mag-royal?
Ay ko. Baka sabi niya, bababa mo na, tapos papataasin mo
May
sobra.
pikit eh. Wait lang daw.
Wait lang. Wala, ang cute. Ang cute-cute.
Sinok lalo.
Cute eh.
Ano siya, steer lang pala. Katumayo, cute pala dun eh. Sa wakas.
Hindi, wala na.
Habulin niya pa? Ay, pisat ka.
Oof!
Gigigil yan eh, no? Sa
Oo.
isang player. Bilis mag-overheat.
Yayain niyo si Bastarda, chill lang. Ang ganda ng first game eh.
Kinakawayan pa. Babay na daw. Huwag ka na mag-screenshot. 1D eh.
Bastarda. Siya nag-NP eh. Sa likod yung jet eh. Ay. Nagdiging ka na ba today, baby?
Oo.
Okay.
Sa wakas.
Smart ni Bastard.
Pigilan mo yung hininga mo.
Ha?
Pigilan mo yung hininga mo, tapos
Kinikinig ko na nga eh. Biruukan lang ako eh.
Pinlash yung team.
Grabe. Nasaan na yung book, baby?
Nasa akin. Bakit?
Lagay mo dun sa workbench.
Ay, kaya pala ayaw gumana. Ayumutan ko.
Yeah.
Namisinan ko.
Cute.
Tiulugan niya may BR.
Kami yan ba tumama to? Ang cute niya. Mapikit pa eh.
Ang talo pa. Parang lumulutang yan, Derpy.
Oo nga eh. Wall na lang kaya parehas.
Ano ba to? Wall?
Ano yun? Pintuan yan eh. Garage door.
Ba't pinto?
Ay, akala ko kasi gusto mo rin dumaan dyan eh. Pero parang mas okay dalawang wall na lang.
Oo.
Dito na lang sa baba yan.
Galit na si Bondi.
Bakit?
Ang galaw ng
Ba't
mouse
ganun?
ko.
Ah,
Wait lang, Bondi. Ay. Ate naman ni Bondi eh. Sagi lang eh. Garage car yung dito sa main ah.
ikaw, check mo kung okay sa'yo.
Sakto siya. Malapag ko.
Ayun.
Ano pa dilaan? Doon ka nag-groom ka eh. Isipunin ako. Hindi. Doon ka muna.
Hindi.
Bas ka muna. Malayibo mo. Ay. Ka dyan. Bigat ni Bondi.
Ang bilog niya nga eh. Maybe tingnan mo, parang mas okay ganito.
Saan?
Hindi ko na binuo. Ganyan na lang.
Ayan, ang ganda. Bagay sa
Yung design. Mukhang hindi pa rin tapos.
Oo. Tingin nga sa harap.
Kaso pangit sa harap eh.
Bakit?
Eh, may nakausli. No live triangle lang. That kasi pwedeng tanggalin yun eh. Parang naka-shape. Laging rectangle eh.
Okay na yun, mukha namang design eh.
Hindi naman na napapasok. Ay, napapasok pa yun pala. Need lang mag-crouch. Ba yun? Harangan na lang natin.
No.
Cabinet.
Pwede. Gusto mo lagyan pa natin barbed wire yan.
Sige, gusto ko yan.
Gising na siya.
Ngayon, okay na. Ouch. Sakit.
Ba't ganun? Ba't dismantle lang lumalabas? Nag-hotshot ginamit. Na-build ko naman yung frame.
Baka kulang pa yung planks. 9 pa lang eh. Isa pa gabi. Nahabol nila yun.
Happy. Si Reyna.
Ni Reyna. Katabi ni Teo.
cosplay yun ah.
Ayun, ito na.
Pantay na pantay.
Lagay ko na punta.
Ba't ganun? Ito magas pa rin. Sa labas.
Eh? Oo nga lang. Naman, hindi na ma-access yun sa taas. Hinarangan ko na ng locker.
Hindi ba makukuha yung locker?
Nilagyan ko code lock eh. Try mo.
Ayaw nga. Hindi na pwede pumasok. Paano ako bababa?
Dito, talon ka sa akin. Sa ulo ko.
Hindi sakto.
Ay. Bukasan ka pa rin. Ito na maglagay ng gamit.
Gabi.
Okay.
Loot goblins. Wrap it up.
Wrap it up. Maybe pwede pa, ano lang ng kotse saglit. Kunin ko lang isang ko. Thank you.
Sakto yung Rico. Ay. Yung wrist.
Lumilipad pa rin. Napangiti. Sabi niya, parang ako nagsatchel dun ah.
Race na race yung retake. Need you. Diyan.
Kulit.
What frog jet?
Wala, damage na naman yung teddy bear ko.
Isungkit ka pa?
Wala na, binalik ko
Meron
sa
pa ako. Ha?
Binalik ko.
Hindi mo binalik sa akin.
Ay, hindi ko binalik?
Hindi.
Wait lang, check ko. Baka nandito lang.
Ito, may isa pa ako. Di ko naman gagamitin.
Sige. Okay.
Gulong-gulo na salute niya.
Ang dami eh.
Nako, Judge. Ay, sayang. Clone yan. Ay, sayang.
Ano gagawin natin? First floor, yung mga workbench.
Mm-mm. Yung mga
Second and
workbench.
third, yung mga ano, storage.
Sa third natin yung mga baril.
Okay.
Ay, ano ba mas maluwag? Parang sila.
Mas maluwag yung baba.
Masikip pala yung second floor.
Yung maluwag yung sa pinakababa. Tapos yung taas pag napatag na natin, maluwag din to.
Ay, maganda. Tingnan mo.
Gusto ko first floor yung mga ibang storage.
Oo. Di naman napupuno ng workbench yan. Yung second floor maganda kung anek-anek lang. Mga pan-display natin.
Yun nga eh. Gusto ko sana dun yung, pati yung may teddy shelf kit kasi ako. Gusto ko dun.
Makita. Butas kasi ito eh. Naka-off na rin to.
Oo nga eh.
Pagod na tumayo. Binaril na lang.
Binaril na lang ako.
Up na naman siya. Uy, may ulti ka. Sayang.
Sayang? Sino yun?
Mamang mama yung sigaw nun.
Oo. Sabi naman yun.
Putik ka.
Naku.
Murder.
Grabe. Bastarda na naman natira. Tigil na si Bastarda.
Clutch.
Ba't naubos?
Pinush niya Jet eh.
Ano yan?
Walang control yung mga to.
Oo.
Natawa siya.
Ba't kasi pinulot?
Para kay SRN sana.
Vandal yun, patay yun.
Ano ultihan pa si Bastard? No. Hindi rin eh. Talino naman na.
Overtime.
Palante.
Oo, bus na. Bagal nila eh.
Galing mag-ulti na na.
Sakto lagi.
Nakabal nila eh, grabe. Ayup.
Grabe ah.
Dalawa na naman sila. Grabe.
Grabe si Bastard. Oo, just si Bastard siya lang gumagawa.
At parang mas na-stress tong Omen. Seriously. Ito mumaya lang eh. Bigyan nyo na yung champs niya. Gusto niya raw.
Gusto niya mag-nalo.
Tumalbog pa.
Tumalbog. Hindi yan. Reasoning.
Kaya ba't ganun tumama? Diyan na agad to ah. Tekpas. Nabunot yung mouse ni...
Nag-off yung PC sa Yuri.
Sa Yuri?
Sa Yuri ata eh.
Sa DC.
Naku, paano yun pag ganun?
May ano at, may pass naman dyan eh.
Makaka-recon ba yun pag ganun?
Oo.
Kaya off yung computer? Akala ko pag na-exit na, hindi na makakabalik. Kasi di ba ano yun? Kasi pag custom, di ba ganun?
Ewan ko dyan. Di ba may competitive na dun sa custom?
Pero
iba
pag umalis ka kasi sa party, pag bumalik ka, di ba? Kasi pag nag-log out yung game mo, pag na-exit yung game mo, na umaalis sa party, nawawala sa custom. Ewan ko ngayon, dati ganun eh. Dati ganun.
Nasipa
Kaya dati
niya
pag
ata
nag-custom ka eh.
May nagkakasam ka ano?
Pag may na-DC, need umulit.
Nag-go 5v5 kayo dati?
Minsan, ano lang, 3v3. Depende ko ilan kami.
Kasipa niya sa'yo. Yunot ng pusa niya.
Ang kulit. Ang gigil.
Round reversal?
Kasipa. Ha?
Sabi. Padaro ganun.
Nag-off na yung PC.
Ano ba nangyari nun?
Pulo. Ayan o, nag-exit to. Ulit. Mula round 1.
So tall. Itignan na yung stats niya.
Parang FF na lang kung ganun.
Sa Yuri kasi.
Sinisipa kasi. Nagbabawal na technique.
Ay, nabunot.
I love you, Pepper. I love you.
Love you. Ang daming tayo na no.
Ang cute ng penguin. Ang taba.
Pantactive eh.
Mahal daw yun.
Gusto ko na makahanap ng ref. Pupunuin ko ng pagkain.
Oo nga eh. Ouch. May zombie.
Ha?
May zombie.
Init talaga mag-electric fan. At ko aircon.
Aircon ka?
Ate. Ate, lalamuin ka. Nakaisip
Mag-gargle ka
pa lang
kaya?
kasi kanina umulan eh. Napinatay ko yung
Tapos biglang
aircon.
init.
Uminit
Saglit
talaga.
lang yung ulan eh. May bagyo pa no.
Ba?
Ikaw na bebe mo lagay ng gamit para kung ano gusto mong placement. Meron siyang yung shelf, pati yung coffee na kit.
Nangyari?
Ulo, tech posts.
Ano yung pinoprogram pa?
Baka. Nalagay ko na yung mga pang ha. Seriously.
Workbench?
Ito. Yung ano tawag dito? Pang mining.
Okay. Mahirap pala lagyan itong base na to.
Bakit?
Kulay pula lang eh, hindi na-place.
Na-place yan.
Ay, oo nga. Ba't kulay pula kasi? Kala ko need mag-green.
Mga nagloko lang.
Center natin yung bears.
Yung
mga bear. Center ko.
Sige. May screwdriver ka? Bakit nalagay ko?
Hindi ko pwede hammer dyan.
Pinay ko nga hindi eh. Baby, pwede pa ng kotse? Alam ko na yun ako
pala nalalabas?
Hindi. Kung sino lang naglagay. Alam ko mayroon ako dyan eh. Nagulat ako kanina. Ayun, nandito nga. May mannequin kit din ako dyan.
Tapos kaya sa car? Tagal naman yun, lumamig din yung kamay nila.
Si Yuri kasi.
Inom nga ako ano? May init? Wait.
Hindi.
Wala pa rin.
Wala pa rin.
Si Dave biglang namatay. Sa chat to. Kaya daw siya
Ay,
namatay.
hindi ko nabasa. Nag-ano ako dito.
I lost everything, I died, and lost my car and boat. Sabi pa natin magbo-boat tayo.
Oo nga.
So wala na tiro.
Dami kong gamit.
Di pa sapat storage natin.
Ha?
Di pa sapat storage natin.
Gusto ko sana i-organize na eh. Dito yung pang mining. Pwede pa kuha ulit, sorry.
Gusto ikaw lang nila mag-story. Ayan dyan yung manikin ka sinasabi mo.
Dito.
Okay lang kayo makita. Ulit.
Hindi naman. 12-13 na.
Oo, yung round lang. Bakit?
Ha? Bakit?
Ano yun? Reaction mo?
Hindi, nag-stretch lang ako.
Ah. Sa ba maganda yung mobile? Sa baba?
Ay, inakit ko sa taas. Yung yung pinangharang ko.
Hindi ko narinig.
Ang bait eh.
Makukunog ba ng workbench yung baba?
Parang hindi naman. Kasi mga workbench lang naman ito. Yung HOD na workbench. Cannabis. Pang moonshine. Yun lang. Tapos the rest,
Where is the haunted jungle? Ayun.
one of the islands daw.
May locker ka pa dito. Saan gusto lang? Yellow na locker.
Tambakan na muna yan. Tambakan ng ibang gamit muna.
Ay, di naman tuloy yellow green. Dark green.
Ay, oo. Green nga sa end ko eh. Ay, hindi, dark green naman pala.
Bag mo, baby.
Okay.
Oh, ba't naka-judge yun? Yung sa Yuri.
Ginagaya sa ban niya.
Uy, grabe. Through the smoke niya headshot. Rala.
Galing tumahiming.
Hamak.
Effective yung paghugot ni Sayuri
Duga yun Tigas naman ito.
Hindi ganyan eh. Ano kaya laman nito? May ano dito kanina. Ay, wala. Pwede buksan dito kanina. Civilian chest nakasulat. Nawala. Na nag-reset. Screwdriver you need.
Sayang.
Oo nga eh.
Pinagot kayo sa race to SRN. Sa bind. Lagot sila kay SRN.
Ay, oo. Mas magaling siya mag-race kaysa jet.
Oo.
Dash in lang siya ng dash in sa jet.
Mas sumasa rin sa off niya. Ayuro na naman si Bastard.
Paiba-iba ng gamit.
Need ka yung power generator. May power generator dito. Malapit lang sa base.
Yes, pwede habang wala pang solar panel. Pero mas okay solar panel.
Yun na naman yung dream niya. Yung sa'yo.
Bumalik na sa beam.
Daming loot dito sa'yo.
Oo nga eh.
Parang sunset ah.
Dikit-dikit.
Sino ka deadlock? Siya naman.
Surely. Dito naman nagpapalit ng agent yung Starbound. Yung chamber lang. Ang kulit. Oo. Yun lang alam na agent.
Kasi chamber yun oh.
Yun nga eh.
Ulit din ang coach sila. Hinayaan lang.
Hinayaan lang. Oo. Tingnan mo, baby ko, ilan na yung ano.
Grabe. Punuin mo talaga. Di umaanda. I need ng battery. Bilis na oras dito.
Oo nga eh.
Para di ka ma-overwork. Kakamay. Hindi ako ito orasan. Gusto ko ng rev.
Gusto ko nga rin na ref eh. Uy, tao.
Ay.
Buli natin.
Ayun yung sa trader kanina eh. Parehas lang naka-red.
Sino ito? Barnyard. Nalit na namin yan. Ay, di ko na-check kung na-store ko yung mga storage. Saan ka punta?
Check ko may CR din dito.
Sana lagi may sharpening stone dyan.
Kulit daw ni Bondi ko naitalon sa kama.
Nagtatawag na.
Sakto yun at. Grabe. Ay, naantok.
Antok na.
Tulog ka na. Ay, mali yung mali.
Walang line up.
Tulog na tayo.
Turn.
Hit. Tagal ng laro nila, visit.
Haba nga eh. Ang tagpos kasi